Settle in, my friend. Welcome to a quiet corner where the shadows lengthen and the night holds its breath. Here, we delve into tales whispered when the world is asleep. Stories meant not to startle, but to seep into the edges of your awareness, like a chill that lingers long after the window is closed. Before you drift too deeply, perhaps a gentle tap of appreciation, a silent nod if these quiet terrors find a home in your thoughts. Share where the night finds you and what hour the moon casts its light upon your journey. Now, let the soft glow of your room fade. Listen closely to the subtle hum of the world outside, or the gentle sigh of a fan, as we begin our slow descent into the unknown. Each word, a thread woven into the fabric of the night, guiding you not into abrupt fear, but into the quiet, persistent unease of truths best left undisturbed. Allow these echoes to find their way to you as the world outside slips into slumber, and we share a moment beneath the watchful eye of the unfolding dark. The family had dwelled on their quiet suburban street for precisely 7 years when the cat vanished. The mother, a woman of meticulous habits, marked the occasion in her kitchen calendar with the same careful script she used for dentist appointments and social gatherings. Orange tabby gone, she penned beneath the designated date, October's 15 Tuesday. She held no particular affection for the creature. A scruffy orange tabby her daughter had brought home from the animal shelter 3 summers prior. It was merely a pet, a transient presence in a life ordered by routine and expectation. He'll come back, the daughter declared that first evening, her young hands pressed flat against the kitchen window pane, her breath fogging the glass with a veil of youthful certainty. Cats always come back, but the mother harbored her doubts, deep and persistent as the chill that sometimes crept through the old house's foundations. She had lived long enough to know that things which receded from her life rarely returned unchanged, if they returned at all. Her own mother, a fragile soul, had disappeared into the regional institution when the mother was but 12. She had returned 6 months later, speaking in hushed tones of electrical treatments, uttering pleas and thank you to everyone, even her own husband, as if politeness were a magical charm against another vanishing. Later, her first husband, a man of quiet courage, had vanished into a distant conflict, only to return with a decorated heart and a disquieting tendency to awaken screaming in the dead of night, calling out names the mother never learned to recognize. The cat, at least, was only a cat, its absence a minor note in a symphony of more profound departures. The stepfather, a man of practical inclination, took action. He posted crude signs around the neighborhood, adorned with a grainy photograph of the lost tabby and the promise of a small reward. Lost cat, the bold letters proclaimed, their stark message gradually fading and the weathering as October bled into November, and November into the deepening chill of December. The stepfather, a believer in doing something rather than nothing, pursued his campaign with a vigor that the mother suspected stemmed more from the daughter's quiet tears than any genuine affection for the animal itself. He moved through life with the certainty of a man who believed in visible solutions, in the tangible results of deliberate effort. By Christmas, even the daughter had ceased to speak of the cat, yet the mother would sometimes catch her standing at windows, her posture holding that same expectant stillness, as if patiently awaiting the arrival of something she could not quite name. The signs, now tattered remnants of a fading hope, were taken down in January. The stepfather, with his characteristic neatness, folded them away, consigning them to the basement alongside other remnants of failed projects, the exercise bike he'd used for 3 weeks before boredom claimed it, the woodworking tools that had never crafted anything more ambitious than a precariously leaning bookshelf. Spring arrived, heralded by its usual deceptive promises of renewal. The mother found her thoughts drifting less to the missing cat and more to the subtle, almost imperceptible changes that had settled over their household, like a fine layer of dust on forgotten heirlooms. The daughter, now 14, had grown quieter, more withdrawn. She spent hours cloistered in her room, the door a silent barrier, emerging only for meals which she picked at with the distracted air of someone listening for sounds that only she could hear. Frequencies too faint for the rest of them. She's simply becoming a teenager, the stepfather had explained with an easy reassurance when the mother voiced her vague concerns. It's perfectly normal, darling. But the mother had learned, through a lifetime of quiet observation, not to trust perfectly normal explanations. In her experience, the most dangerous things often cloak themselves in the ordinary, in the expected, in the natural progression of events. Her own mother's breakdown, for instance, had initially been dismissed as mere women's troubles until the day she had attempted to wash her hair with bleach, claiming that unseen voices within the walls had whispered promises of cleansing her thoughts. The mother knew better than to dismiss the subtle shifts, the unnameable currents that now stirred within the familiar confines of their home. It was on a Tuesday in early October, almost exactly 1 year to the day since the orange tabby had vanished, that the mother heard the scratching at the kitchen door. She stood at the sink, her hands moving with the methodical efficiency she applied to all domestic tasks, washing dishes with a rhythmic precision. The sound made her pause, a glass half cleaned, slippery with soap in her grip. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The rhythm was undeniably familiar, a soft, insistent plea, yet she could not immediately place it. Then, the daughter's voice cut through the quiet of the house, high and bright, infused with a joy the mother had not heard in months. The cat, oh my goodness, it's the cat. The mother slowly set down the glass, drying her hands on her apron with a deliberate calm that belied the sudden quickening of her pulse. If the cat had truly returned, it would still be there in another moment. She had learned to be suspicious of sudden returns, of things that reappeared after long absences, claiming to be precisely what they had been before. But when she finally opened the kitchen door, there it was, the orange tabby, perched serenely on the back step, radiating an air of perfect feline composure. Its orange fur, perhaps a shade thicker than she remembered, shimmered softly in the faint autumn light. Its green eyes regarded her with the same aloof intelligence that had always made her feel a subtle, unarticulated discomfort. It was neither thinner nor plumper than it had been a year ago, bearing no discernible signs of having endured a rough life or fended for itself in the wild. Untamed spaces beyond their manicured suburban neighborhood. It was simply, the cat. Where have you been, you naughty thing, the daughter cried, a breathless, joyous sound as she scooped the cat into her arms. Her embrace was imbued with the desperate tenderness of someone reclaiming a precious piece of herself, long believed lost forever. "Where have you been all this time?" The cat responded with a low purr, a resonant sound that to the mother's ears seemed like the distant hum of machinery, barely audible yet deeply unsettling. A chill that had nothing to do with the cool October air seeped through the open doorway, tracing an icy path down her spine. The stepfather, drawn by the daughter's exclamations, emerged from his study. He stood observing the reunion with the satisfied expression of a man whose faith in the natural order of things had just been profoundly reaffirmed. "I told you he'd come back," he stated, though the mother couldn't recall him ever uttering such a prediction. Cats are remarkably good at finding their way home. But as the mother watched the cat settle into the daughter's loving embrace with an almost practiced ease, she found a question forming in the quiet chambers of her mind. What, precisely, did this cat consider home? And more disquietingly, was the place it had returned to truly the same place it had left that first night? The cat reclaimed its old sleeping spot at the foot of the daughter's bed, as if its absence had been but a fleeting dream. The mother, however, lay awake in her own room, the stepfather snoring peacefully beside her, a steady, rhythmic punctuation to the house's small sounds. She listened intently to the familiar noises of the dwelling settling around them, trying to pinpoint what exactly was different. It wasn't anything she could immediately name: the same furnace cycling on and off with its familiar metallic sigh, the same refrigerator humming its monotonous tune in the kitchen, the same occasional creak of floorboards expanding and contracting with the subtle shifts in temperature. Yet there was something else now, a peculiar quality to the silence, an unspoken tension that made her think of held breath, of careful, unwavering watching. She tried to dismiss it, to convince herself it was merely her imagination, a tiresome byproduct of too many years spent meticulously cataloguing the small, often overlooked signs that invariably preceded larger, more catastrophic disruptions. Still, she found herself lying rigid until the first faint blush of dawn touched the horizon, straining to discern sounds that might or might not have been truly there, blurring the line between perceived reality and the whispers of her own deepening dread. The mother, however, found sleep an elusive, mocking companion in the days that followed the cat's return. She lay rigidly in the quiet darkness of her bedroom, the stepfather's gentle, rhythmic snores a stark counterpoint to the churning anxieties within her own mind. The house, usually a symphony of familiar creaks and hums, now felt subtly, terrifyingly altered. The furnace still cycled on and off. The refrigerator still hummed its monotonous tune in the kitchen, and the ancient floorboards still sighed and groaned with the temperature's ebb and flow. These were the mundane, comforting sounds of a domestic existence. Yet, beneath them, or perhaps interwoven with them, a new quality had settled. It was a silence that made her think of held breath, of careful, unwavering observation. An unseen presence seemed to be meticulously cataloguing every tremor, every shift within the familiar walls. She told herself it was her imagination, a tiresome byproduct of too many years spent meticulously recording the small, almost imperceptible signs that invariably preceded larger, more catastrophic disruptions. Her mind, she knew, was prone to such patterns, to finding connections where none logically existed, a defense mechanism honed by a life punctuated by unexpected losses and unsettling returns. Still, she found herself rigid, muscles tensed, straining to discern the sounds that might or might not have been truly there, blurring the line between perceived reality and the whispers of a deepening, inarticulate dread. The pre-dawn hours stretched, heavy and oppressive, until the first faint blush of morning touched the horizon, painting the sky with a fragile, deceptive promise of peace. The first death occurred 3 days later. The mother discovered the small yellow bird when she came downstairs to make breakfast, her movements still precise, still methodical, despite the lingering exhaustion. The canary lay at the bottom of its cage, a small, vibrant splash of yellow against the metal grate, one wing twisted at an impossible, grotesque angle. The cage door hung open, a gaping, silent accusation. The mother was certain, with the meticulous precision born of habit and a lifetime of caution, that she had secured it the night before. She had always been so particular about such things, having learned from her own mother's example that small negligences could cascade into larger, more devastating catastrophes. Poor little thing, the stepfather murmured, his voice tinged with a reasonable sadness, when she showed him the lifeless form. He held the small body carefully, turning it over in his large, capable hands. Must have gotten out somehow, hurt itself trying to fly around the room in the dark. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation, the sort the mother might have accepted without question a mere week earlier, before the cat's unsettling return, before the strange new quality of the house's silence. But as she examined the tiny corpse more closely, a cold knot of familiar dread tightened in her stomach, a sensation she knew all too well. There, just below the canary's left wing, was a single puncture wound, deep and precise, almost surgically clean, as if something impossibly sharp had pierced straight through to the fragile heart. A claw mark. The thought whispered itself into the silent chambers of her mind, chilling her. She said nothing to the stepfather about her discovery, recognizing the utter futility of trying to explain suspicions that had no basis in logic or empirical evidence, suspicions that would sound, even to her own ears, like the ramblings of a woman losing her grip. Instead, she wrapped the canary in a soft paper towel, its yellow feathers a sad, faded bloom, and buried it in the backyard, marking the small grave with a smooth stone she pulled from the garden border. As she worked, digging the shallow hole in the cool, damp earth, she was acutely aware of being watched, but when she looked up, she saw only the cat, perched serenely in the kitchen window, its green eyes fixed on her with an unreadable intensity that might have been curiosity, or perhaps something far more chilling calculation. The fish died 2 days after the canary. The mother found them floating in their tank when she came down for her morning coffee. 3 goldfish that had been swimming contentedly the evening before, now drifting belly up, their dull scales reflecting the morning light amongst the artificial seaweed and ceramic castle. The water was perfectly clear, showing no signs of disease or contamination, and the filter hummed along normally, its steady rhythm an ironic counterpoint to the silent tragedy within. But each fish bore the same precise mark she had found on the canary, a single deep puncture just behind the gills. "This is very strange," the stepfather said, frowning at the tank as if it had personally betrayed his faith in the predictable order of the world. I wonder if there's something wrong with the water chemistry. The mother nodded, making appropriate, non-committal sounds of agreement, but her attention, sharp and unwavering, was focused not on the water, nor on the dead fish, but on the cat. It sat nearby, grooming its paws with elaborate, almost ostentatious care. Its claws, she noticed, were longer than she remembered, curved and wickedly sharp, pointed enough, she thought, with a sickening certainty, to pierce delicate flesh with surgical precision. The realization sent another shiver down her spine. That afternoon, while the stepfather was at his work and the daughter was at her school, the mother took the cat to the animal doctor, a competent woman in her 50s who had been caring for the local animals for over 2 decades. The doctor examined the cat with professional thoroughness, checking its teeth, its ears, the condition of its sleek, orange coat. "He's in excellent health," the doctor pronounced finally, her voice cheerful, unaware of the mother's deepening unease. Whatever he's been eating this past year seems to have agreed with him. "What do you think he's been eating?" the mother asked, her voice carefully neutral, betraying none of the dark thoughts that were now beginning to crystallize. The animal doctor shrugged, a casual gesture of professional indifference. "Cats are remarkably adaptable. You know, mice, birds, insects. They're opportunistic hunters by nature. Though I have to say, his musculature is unusually well developed for a domestic cat. He must have been getting plenty of exercise." The mother studied the cat, which sat with perfect stillness on the examination table, its green eyes half closed in apparent contentment, a picture of feline placidity. "Is there any way to tell where he's been?" she asked, the words feeling clumsy, inadequate. "Not really. My dear, cats don't leave forwarding addresses." The animal doctor chuckled at her own well-worn joke, then grew more serious as she noticed the mother's unsmiling expression. "Is there something specific you're concerned about?" The mother hesitated. How could she explain the feeling that had been growing stronger each day? A cold, insidious certainty, the sense that the creature sitting before them wore the cat's familiar appearance like an ill-fitting costume. A mask expertly crafted, but fundamentally wrong. How could she describe the way it moved through their house now? Not with the casual familiarity of a beloved pet returning home, but with the deliberate, almost predatory purpose of something mapping territory it intended to claim, surveying its domain with an unnerving, calculating intelligence. "He seems different," she said finally, the words sounding hollow, inadequate to the enormity of her growing fear. The animal doctor nodded with the patient understanding of someone who had heard similar concerns many times before, dismissing them with the ease of long experience. "It's not uncommon for cats to change after extended absences. They become more independent, sometimes more aggressive. It's a survival adaptation." More aggressive. The mother filed this phrase away, a cold, sharp shard of knowledge in the labyrinth of her mind. She suspected the animal doctor's clinical definition of aggression and her own burgeoning. Visceral fears occupied very different, vastly more dangerous territories. That evening, as she prepared dinner, the mother found herself watching the cat with the careful, almost obsessive attention she had once reserved for her own mother during the months leading up to the hospitalization. The cat moved through the kitchen with a fluid, almost liquid grace, its movements silent, efficient. But there was something undeniably predatory in its posture that she did not remember from before. A coiled readiness, a subtle tension in its sleek form that suggested it was always calculating distances, always measuring the space between itself and potential prey. A hunter, perpetually poised for the strike. When the daughter reached down to pet it, her small hand stroking its orange fur with loving familiarity, the mother noticed how the cat's pupils dilated, how its muscles tensed, almost imperceptibly, as if preparing to spring. But it only purred, a low, rumbling sound, and rubbed against the daughter's hand, a perfect picture of feline affection. "I'm so glad you're home," the daughter murmured, her voice soft with rediscovered devotion, as she scratched behind its ears. "I missed you so much." The cat's purr grew louder, filling the quiet kitchen with its resonant thrum. But the mother caught something else in the sound now. A note that reminded her of the ancient stories her grandmother used to tell in hushed whispers on dark, stormy nights. Tales of cats that could steal sleeping children's breath. Of creatures that looked like beloved pets but served darker, older, unspeakable purposes. The chill that had seeped into her bones earlier that day intensified. A cold, hard certainty settling in her heart. The hamster died on a Saturday morning. The mother discovered the small, brown and white form lying motionless in the cedar shavings of its cage when she went to feed it. The same precise wound marking its throat, a stark, crimson line against the soft, vulnerable skin. The cage itself showed no signs of forced entry, no bent bars, no disturbed latch, though the mother was certain, with the mechanical precision she applied to all such domestic tasks, that she had secured it the night before. She remembered the solid click of the mechanism, the small ritual of safety. This time, she didn't bother to call the stepfather. The futility of another reasonable explanation had become a suffocating weight. Instead, she sat on the cold kitchen floor beside the cage, studying the scene with the grim, detached fascination of a detective examining irrefutable evidence. The tiny water bottle was full, its spout untouched. The food dish remained laden with seeds. The hamster had died quickly, efficiently, without struggle or noise. A perfect kill, a chillingly clean removal. When the stepfather found her there an hour later, still sitting motionless, lost in contemplation, he immediately shifted into his familiar problem-solving mode. "We need to get some kind of pest control," he declared, his voice cutting through the unnerving silence like a dull knife. "There must be something getting into the house. A weasel, maybe, or a large rat." The mother nodded absently, her gaze unwavering, fixed instead on the cat. It had appeared in the doorway, a silent, almost ethereal presence, as if summoned by some invisible, unheard signal. Its green eyes met hers with an intelligence that seemed almost human, almost knowing, and a chill of recognition, profound and unsettling, ran down her spine. It was a cold certainty that bypassed logic or evidence, a primal understanding that had nothing to do with reason and everything to do with instinct. She knew, with the same dreadful certainty that had warned her about her own mother's deteriorating condition, the subtle shifts that had preceded her complete unraveling. The mother knew the cat was responsible for these deaths, But knowing and proving were vastly different things, separated by an unbridgeable chasm of skepticism and a pervasive need for comforting illusions. She had learned long ago that other people's willingness to accept uncomfortable truths, particularly those that shattered the veneer of safety, was severely limited. That night, sleep continued to evade her. The mother lay awake, rigid in the darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of the house, now imbued with a new, menacing significance. Each creak of timber, each whisper of wind through the eaves, each distant hum of machinery seemed amplified, a fragment of a larger, terrifying symphony. She catalogued each noise, old and new, and noted the insidious changes that had appeared since the cat's return. There was a quality to the darkness itself now, a heavy, breathing presence, charged not just with the possibility of peaceful rest, but with an escalating, undeniable threat. She found herself thinking about the year the cat had been gone, a blank canvas of unknown experience. Where had it been? What hidden places had claimed it? What dark skills had it developed? What ancient hungers had it acquired in the wild, untamed spaces beyond their suburban street? At some point past midnight, she heard it, the soft, almost imperceptible sound of the daughter's bedroom door opening. It was a gentle whisper of wood against wood, followed by the faint brush of bare feet on carpet, moving with careful stealth through the hallway. The mother lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, every nerve ending strained, every muscle tensed. Then came another sound, low and resonant, a deep thrumming purr that seemed to fill the entire house, vibrating in the very foundations, echoing in her bones. In the morning, the mother found the daughter in the kitchen, making breakfast with an unsettling cheerfulness. She was humming quietly to herself as she scrambled eggs, her movements fluid, almost graceful. The cat sat nearby, perched on a countertop, watching with the patient, almost supervisory attention of an overseer, ensuring quality control. "Did you sleep well, dear?" the mother asked, her voice carefully neutral, a fragile shield against the escalating dread. The daughter looked up, her smile brighter than usual, more luminous, almost unnaturally so, like a baby's pure, unburdened joy. "Oh, Mama, I had the most wonderful dreams." The mother nodded, pouring herself coffee, though her hands trembled slightly as she lifted the cup. She had seen that particular quality of brightness before, in her own mother's eyes, during the weeks when she had claimed the voices in the walls were teaching her important, beautiful secrets. It was the look of someone who had been chosen for a special purpose, who had been led in on mysteries that ordinary people couldn't understand or wouldn't dare to. Over the following days, the mother began to notice other, more disturbing changes in the daughter. Her movements, once endearingly clumsy, had acquired a fluid, almost predatory grace that hadn't been there before. She held her head at angles that reminded the mother uncomfortably of the cat's watchful, calculating posture. The daughter's appetite changed, too. She began refusing the vegetables the mother served, pushing them aside with a distracted air, showing interest only in meat, preferably rare, dripping with blood. More disturbing were the conversations the mother occasionally overheard the daughter speaking in low, guttural tones to someone or something in her room. The door always closed when the mother pressed her ear to the polished wood. She could make out the daughter's voice alternating with a sound that might have been purring. If purring could somehow form words, if it could carry the weight of an unnerving, intimate dialogue. She's becoming more mature, the stepfather observed, dismissing the mother's hesitant concerns with a wave of his hand. Teenagers go through phases. My dear, it's perfectly normal. But the mother had moved beyond trusting perfectly normal explanations. In her experience, the most dangerous things often disguise themselves as ordinary, as expected, as the natural progression of events. Her own mother's breakdown had been dismissed as women's troubles until the day she'd tried to wash her hair with bleach, claiming the voices in the walls had told her it would make her thoughts cleaner. The mother began keeping a journal, a desperate attempt to impose order on the escalating chaos, recording the small, individually insignificant incidents that, when viewed together, formed a chilling pattern she was deeply reluctant to acknowledge. The way the cat seemed to anticipate events before they happened, the way it appeared in rooms without making a sound, as if it had materialized rather than walked, the way its eyes reflected light even in complete darkness, glowing like small, malevolent green lanterns in the hallway at night. Most disturbing of all was the way the daughter had begun to mirror these behaviors. The mother would find her standing motionless in the darkened rooms, apparently listening to sounds no one else could hear. The daughter's eyes had developed a similar reflective quality, an unsettling gleam that caught the light even in shadow, and she moved through the house with the same predatory silence that characterized the cat's patrol of their territory. It was the stepfather who suggested they get new pets. The daughter seemed so upset about losing the others, he explained, his voice gentle with paternal concern. As they stood in the local animal shop, surrounded by cages full of potential victims, maybe having something to care for will help her adjust to being a teenager. The mother wanted to protest, to scream, to explain that acquiring new animals would be tantamount to providing fresh, unsuspecting prey for whatever the cat had become, for whatever dark entity now inhabited their house. But she lacked the vocabulary to express her fears without sounding hysterical, without inviting the dismissive pity she had learned to dread. And she had learned from her own mother's tragic example that being labelled hysterical was a luxury she couldn't afford, a judgment that would strip her of any remaining authority or credibility. They returned home with two small furry creatures, plump, trusting beings with soft fur and liquid dark eyes that seemed to sense their fate the moment they entered the house. The mother set up their cage in the living room, as far from the cat's usual haunts as possible, a futile gesture, though she suspected distance would provide little protection. The small, furry creatures died that very night. The mother found them in the morning, both tiny bodies bearing the same precise wound that had marked all the other deaths. But this time, there was additional, more horrifying evidence. Tiny droplets of dark blood led from the cage to the kitchen, where they disappeared at the threshold, dissolving into the floorboards. As she knelt beside the cage, studying the scene with a detached, almost clinical fascination of someone who has moved beyond shock into a realm of pure, cold observation, the mother became acutely aware of being watched. She looked up to find the daughter standing in the doorway, still in her nightgown, her dark hair hanging loose around her shoulders, her eyes glinting with that unsettling, reflective green. They were going to die anyway, the daughter said, her voice carrying a matter-of-fact tone, calm and devoid of emotion, that made the mother's blood freeze in her veins. Everything dies. The cat is just helping them do it more efficiently. The mother stared at her daughter, searching desperately for some trace of the child she had raised, the girl who had cried for weeks when the cat first disappeared, her small face streaked with tears. But the daughter's expression held only the serene, terrible certainty of someone who had been initiated into mysteries beyond ordinary understanding, beyond human comprehension. "Where is the cat now?" the mother asked, her voice barely a whisper. The daughter smiled, a slow, knowing curve of her lips, and the mother caught a glimpse of something that might have been teeth, though they seemed sharper than she remembered, more pointed, glinting unnaturally in the morning light. "He's sleeping. Hunting is exhausting work." That afternoon, while the stepfather was at work and the daughter was at school, the mother searched the house methodically, with the grim determination of someone on a desperate quest for truth. She started in the basement, moving boxes and examining dusty corners with the thoroughness of someone conducting a meticulous life or death investigation. In the furnace room, behind the humming water heater, she found what she was looking for: bones, small ones, picked clean of flesh, bleached white by time and whatever grim process had rendered them so. They were arranged in careful, almost artistic piles according to size and type: bird bones, fish bones, bones from creatures she couldn't immediately identify, all showing the same precise marks, the same surgical wounds that had characterized the deaths in their house. But it was the newest addition to the macabre collection that made the mother sink to her knees in a horrifying, gut-wrenching recognition. A small skull, unmistakably human, though no larger than her closed fist. The skull of an infant, perhaps, or a very young child. She sat in the dusty darkness for a long time, the cold, damp air seeping into her bones, staring at this irrefutable evidence of appetites that extended far beyond domestic animals, far beyond anything the suburban world acknowledged. When she finally stood, her legs trembling violently with the effort, she knew that she had passed some invisible boundary, entered a territory where normal rules no longer applied, where the veneer of ordinary life had been ripped away to reveal something ancient, hungry, and utterly monstrous. That evening, after the horrifying discovery in the basement, the mother prepared dinner with an unusual, almost ritualistic care. Her hands, still trembling slightly from the shock, moved with a meticulous precision as she seasoned the meat more heavily than usual, adding a blend of herbs from the garden she hadn't touched in years, their scent sharp and earthy in the warm kitchen. The stepfather, oblivious to the silent terror that gripped her, commented approvingly on the meal's richness, his voice a comforting, mundane sound in the suffocating quiet. Even the daughter ate with apparent enjoyment, though the mother noticed, with a fresh wave of dread, that her child consumed only the protein, leaving the perfectly steamed vegetables untouched on the side of her plate, a small, yet chilling, affirmation of her shifting appetite. After dinner, the mother excused herself and retreated to her bedroom. The air in the room felt heavy, charged with unspoken truths. She sat at her dressing table, its polished surface reflecting the flickering lamplight, and wrote a letter she had been composing in her mind for days. Her pen scratched across the parchment, a small, desperate sound in the stillness. She addressed it to her sister in a faraway region, a practical woman who would know what to do with the information. However unbelievable it seemed. "If something happens to me," she wrote, her script tight and controlled, "please know that it was not an accident and it was not suicide. There is something in this house that wears familiar faces, but serves purposes I can't fully understand. I am including this journal, so you will have some record of what I observed. Please take care of the daughter, though I fear she may be beyond help now." She sealed the letter with a trembling hand and placed it in her jewelry box, beneath the pearl necklace her first husband had given her before shipping out to the distant war. Then, fully clothed, she lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and waited. The silence of the house pressed in around her, each tick of the old clock downstairs a hammer blow against her fragile composure. She didn't have to wait long. At some point past midnight, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper of sound broke the stillness as her bedroom door opened, just as she had been expecting. She kept her eyes closed, her breathing shallow and steady, feigning the deep sleep of someone unsuspecting. Someone who posed no threat to the careful, terrible order that had been established in her house. Footsteps, impossibly silent, crossed the carpet with a predatory grace, so light they barely stirred the air. And then, she caught the scent she had been unconsciously cataloguing for weeks. Something wild and feral, like the smell of deep woods after a spring rain, mixed with the sharp, metallic tang of fresh blood, a primal odor that spoke of hunting and instinct. She felt the mattress shift as something climbed onto the bed, moving with fluid, unsettling ease toward her supposedly sleeping form. The warm breath against her throat was a slow, deliberate caress, and she sensed the careful positioning, the chilling precision that preceded the kill. Every muscle in her body screamed, but she remained perfectly still, a statue of feigned unconsciousness, waiting for the inevitable. When the attack came, it was swift and precise, just as she had expected. A sudden, searing pain, a quick, efficient tearing. But the mother was ready. In the final, fading moment before consciousness left her, she managed to turn her head just enough to catch a glimpse of the face of her killer. And what she saw confirmed her worst, most terrible suspicions. It was the daughter, but not the daughter she knew. Her child's beloved features had been refined, sharpened, given a feline cast that transformed familiar beauty into something alien and terrifyingly dangerous. The daughter's eyes glowed with an unnatural, luminous green in the encompassing darkness, reflecting a predatory intelligence. And her canine teeth, now visible, had grown longer, more pointed, perfect for these surgical wounds the mother had been documenting with such meticulous dread. As darkness, deep and suffocating, closed around her, the mother's last coherent thought was a strange, unsettling mixture of relief and sorrow. Relief that her long vigil was finally over, that she no longer had to catalogue the small, insidious signs of approaching disaster, no longer had to live with the ever-present gnawing fear, and sorrow, profound and aching, that she had failed to protect her daughter from whatever monstrous transformation had claimed her. But perhaps, she thought, as consciousness finally faded into an eternal black, there had never been any protection available. Perhaps some hungers were simply too ancient, too fundamental, too deeply ingrained in the fabric of existence to be denied by suburban walls and ordinary human expectations. The next morning, the stepfather discovered the mother's body and called the emergency services, though it was clear she was beyond help. The official cause of death was listed as a heart attack, which seemed reasonable enough for a woman of her age who had been under considerable stress. The small, precise wound on her throat was noted by the medical professionals, but dismissed as insignificant, possibly the result of a piece of jewelry scratching her skin as she collapsed. The daughter grieved appropriately, shedding the right number of tears at the right moments, speaking of her stepmother with the proper mixture of love and loss. Those who attended the funeral commented on how mature she seemed, how remarkably well she was handling the tragedy. The stepfather, devastated by his wife's sudden death, threw himself into caring for his stepdaughter with a renewed, almost fierce dedication. He didn't notice the subtle changes in the daughter's appearance, the way her movements had acquired an inhuman fluidity, or how she had begun to spend long, silent hours sitting perfectly still in darkened rooms, apparently listening to sounds he couldn't hear. He was too grief-stricken, too lost in his own sorrow, to wonder why they never needed to replace the small furry creatures that had died so mysteriously, too focused on his personal loss to question why the daughter no longer seemed interested in friends her own age, preferring the silent company of the cat, who had become her constant companion, always at her side. If the stepfather had been a more observant man, he might have noticed how the neighborhood's pet population began to decline significantly after the mother's death, how cats and small dogs started disappearing from yards and houses, leaving behind only the occasional bone, picked meticulously clean and arranged in careful, geometric patterns that suggested ritual rather than random predation. But the stepfather was not an observant man, and by the time he began to notice anything unusual, anything that truly disturbed the comforting veneer of normalcy, it was far too late. The transformation was complete. On quiet nights, when the wind was just right, carrying whispers through the suburban streets, neighbors sometimes reported hearing strange sounds emanating from the family's house. A low, resonant thrumming that might have been purring, if purring could somehow form words, if it could carry messages between species, if it could teach new, ancient hungers to those willing to listen. But these were only stories, the kind of tales people told to make themselves feel superior to mere superstition. The family seemed like such a normal family, a grieving widower and his devoted stepdaughter, sharing their modest home with a beloved pet who had miraculously returned after a long absence. Perfectly normal, in fact. And the mother, had she been alive to hear such assessments, would have recognized them for what they truly were, the comfortable, self-preserving lies people told themselves to avoid acknowledging the predators that lived among them, wearing familiar faces and offering the illusion of safety while serving appetites too ancient and terrible to name. The cat had indeed come home, but it had brought something with it. Something that knew how to wear the shapes of love and domesticity, while slowly, methodically feeding on whatever crossed its path. Something that understood the value of patience, of careful planning, of appearing perfectly normal, until the precise moment when normal was no longer necessary, no longer required. In the end, the mother had been right about one thing. Things that disappeared rarely returned unchanged. Sometimes they returned as something else entirely, something that knew exactly how to make a house feel like home, while slowly, inexorably, consuming everything within it. The scratching at the door had been an invitation, a subtle, insidious offer of entry, and once you let such things inside, once you opened the door to their silent, predatory presence, they never really left. The telegram arrived on a Tuesday morning in the early autumn, a stark yellow paper trembling between the father's fingers. He stood in the doorway of their small cottage in the countryside, the damp autumn air carrying the faint scent of decaying leaves and wet earth. The words, read aloud for the third time, seemed to hang in the air, detached and unreal. Daughter found safe. Coming home Thursday. All well. Love. Mother. A wave of something akin to relief should have washed over him. Yet an inexplicable tightening seized his chest. The careful brevity of the message, its almost perfunctory tone, felt wrong, like a missing piece in a puzzle he couldn't quite comprehend. Their little girl had been missing for 6 long days. 6 days since she had wandered from her grandmother's garden in a nearby village, vanishing between the golden light of afternoon tea and the encroaching shadows of evening. 6 days of relentless searches by the local authorities, of neighbors calling her name through the dense, whispering woodland that bordered their property, of chilling headlines in the local paper that transformed their private anguish into a public spectacle. 6 days of agonizing wait by the silent telephone, punctuated by the mother's quiet, almost constant weeping, and the father's methodical pacing from window to window, as if his mere vigilance might conjure their child back home. Now she was found, yet the terse message offered no explanation of where she had been, no account of her condition, no detail beyond those sparse, almost chilling words. The father carefully folded the yellow paper, its crisp edges still unsettlingly sharp, and placed it on the hallway table. Beside it lay other remnants of their ordeal official notices from the local authorities, concerned letters from distant relatives, and well-meaning notes from friends whose sympathy now felt increasingly hollow with each passing hour. "She's coming home," he said to the mother, who sat motionless in the drawing room, her needlework abandoned in her lap. The intricate fabric, once a source of quiet solace, lay untouched since their daughter's disappearance. Yet her hands continued to clasp the embroidery hoop, as if it were an anchor against the terrible, suffocating weightlessness of not knowing. The mother looked up at him, her eyes, once vibrant, now hollowed by a week of sleepless nights, dark circles etched beneath them like deep bruises. When she whispered, her voice a fragile breath, "Thursday, tomorrow." She nodded once, a sharp, almost mechanical movement. Then her gaze drifted back to the window that overlooked their own garden. It was a smaller space than her mother's, meticulously tended, with neat borders of lavender and rosemary that released their subtle fragrance at the gentlest touch. Their daughter had loved to run between those fragrant borders, her small hands trailing along the purple spikes, her laughter bright and scattered like loose coins in the afternoon air. That night, the father woke to find the mother's side of the bed empty. A cold dread, familiar yet always sharp, coiled in his stomach. He found her in their daughter's room, sitting perfectly still in a small wooden chair beside the bed, her white nightgown, luminous in the pale moonlight filtering through the curtains, gave her a ghostly appearance. Her hands were folded precisely in her lap, her eyes fixed on the coverlet that she had turned down in readiness for their child's return. "My dear," he whispered, his voice soft, but she did not acknowledge him. He approached carefully, as one might approach a sleepwalker, and placed his hand gently on her shoulder. Her skin felt unnervingly cold beneath the thin cotton of her gown. "She's coming home tomorrow," he murmured, trying to infuse reassurance into the words. "I know." Her voice was soft, distant, almost ethereal. "I can feel her already." "Can't you?" The father listened to the profound silence of the house, to the gentle settling of old timbers and the faint whisper of wind through the eaves. But he felt nothing beyond his own crushing exhaustion and the persistent ache of worry that had taken up residence in his chest. "Come back to bed," he urged. She allowed him to lead her away, but he felt her reluctance in the careful, almost hesitant placement of her steps, and the way she glanced back toward their daughter's room, as if leaving something precious and vulnerable behind in the moonlight. The next morning brought rain, a steady, rhythmic drumming against the windows that transformed their neat garden into something wild and unfamiliar. The father stood at the kitchen window, watching the water collect in the hollows between the flower beds, turning the rich earth into thick, dark mud that would cling to shoes and track inevitably through the house. He thought of his daughter's small boots, bright red, still waiting by the back door, their once vibrant surfaces now dulled with a week's accumulation of dust, a poignant reminder of her absence. The motor car arrived just after 2 o'clock, its engine struggling against the steep, winding lane that led to their cottage. The father and mother stood together in the doorway, a silent, expectant tableau, watching as the black car pulled to a stop before their gate. The rain had eased to a fine, almost imperceptible mist that seemed to hang in the air like suspended breath, blurring the edges of the world. The mother's own mother emerged first, her grey hair dishevelled beneath a rain hat that had seen better days, a worn and faded relic. She moved with an uncharacteristic uncertainty, her usual brisk efficiency replaced by something hesitant, almost fearful. When she opened the rear door of the car, the father felt his wife's hand find his arm, her fingers digging into his sleeve with surprising, desperate strength. Their daughter stepped out into the grey afternoon light, and the father's first thought was how impossibly small she looked, smaller than he remembered, as if the 6 days of absence had somehow diminished her, compressing her very being. She wore a clean white dress that he did not recognize, its fabric unfamiliar, and her dark hair was freshly brushed, held back with a simple ribbon that matched the pale blue of her eyes. She appeared unharmed, unmarked by whatever ordeal had kept her from them. Yet something in her stillness, a peculiar, unnerving tranquility, made the father's throat constrict with a fear he could not name. She did not run to them, as she might have done before, with the boundless energy and joyful abandon of a child returning home. Instead, she stood quietly beside the car, her gaze fixed, not on her parents, but on something she held carefully cradled in her arms. It was only when she began to walk slowly toward them, her steps careful and measured, each one deliberate, that the father could clearly see what she carried. It was a doll, yet unlike any he had ever encountered, perhaps 2 feet in height, It was crafted from what appeared to be fine porcelain, its surface gleaming faintly despite the damp air, almost luminous. The face was exquisitely detailed, with rosebud lips and cheeks touched with the faintest, most delicate suggestion of colour. Its hair, a mass of dark, perfect ringlets, seemed almost real in its texture and shine. The clothing was equally elaborate, a dress of ivory silk with tiny pearl buttons, delicate lace adorning the collar and cuffs, and small leather shoes polished to a mirror finish. But it was the eyes that truly captured the father's attention, filling him with an inexplicable, creeping dread. They were made of glass, certainly, yet they seemed to possess a depth and clarity that suggested something far more unsettling than mere craftsmanship. As their daughter approached, the father had the distinct, chilling impression that those eyes were watching him, following his movements with an unnerving intelligence that no inanimate object should possess. "Daughter," the mother whispered, her voice barely a breath, and their child looked up at last, her own eyes meeting her mother's with an expression that seemed both achingly familiar and utterly strange. A disquieting blend. "Hello." "Mama," she said, her voice carrying the same careful, measured quality as her movements. "I've brought someone to meet you." She lifted the doll slightly, presenting it with the tender pride one might use to introduce a cherished, new friend. "This is Cordelia. She's been waiting for me." The father felt the ground subtly shift beneath his feet, though he knew it was only his imagination. The name struck him with the force of recognition, though he could not quite place where he had heard it before. It seemed to echo in his mind, resonating with a peculiar significance that remained just beyond his grasp. The mother stepped forward, her arms instinctively extended toward their daughter, a gesture of desperate longing, but their child took a small, almost imperceptible step backward, clutching the porcelain doll more tightly against her chest, as if protecting it. "Where have you been, darling?" the mother asked, her voice carefully controlled, a fragile shield against rising panic. "We've been so worried. Everyone's been looking for you." "I was with Cordelia," their daughter replied, as if this simple statement explained everything. "She showed me her house. It's very grand, with many rooms and a garden that goes on forever. She's been lonely for such a long time." The father exchanged a glance with his mother-in-law, who had remained standing silently beside the car, her face pale and drawn with an exhaustion that seemed to reach her very bones. When their eyes met, she shook her head, almost imperceptibly, a subtle gesture that seemed to convey both profound helplessness and a silent, chilling warning. "Daughter," the father said, stepping to his wife's side, his voice an attempt at normal authority. "Why don't you come inside? You must be tired and hungry. The housekeeper has prepared your favorite tea." For a moment, their daughter's expression brightened with something approaching her old enthusiasm, a flicker of the child they remembered. Sweet pastries," he confirmed, forcing a smile despite the cold, hard knot of fear that had settled in his stomach. Their daughter nodded and walked past them into the house, still cradling the doll protectively against her chest. As she passed, the father caught a scent that made him frown, a subtle, unsettling olfactory anomaly, not the familiar smell of childhood, of soap and clean clothes and the faint, earthy mustiness of play, but something else entirely, something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in stagnant water, or fruit beginning its slow, inevitable turn toward decay. Inside, the house seemed to have subtly grown smaller, as if their daughter's presence had somehow altered its very proportions, making the familiar spaces feel constricted. She moved through the familiar rooms with a curious hesitancy, pausing to examine objects she had known all her life, as if seeing them for the very first time. When she reached the drawing room, she settled herself carefully in the large armchair by the window, arranging the porcelain doll meticulously in her lap, its glassy face turned outward toward the room, as if it, too, were observing its new surroundings with silent, unsettling intensity. The mother knelt beside the large armchair, her hands hovering uncertainly near her child, a desperate tenderness battling the gnawing fear in her heart. "Daughter, sweetheart," she began, her voice a fragile whisper in the quiet room. "Where did you find this doll?" The daughter, stroking the dark, perfectly formed ringlets of the porcelain figure with one small, unblemished finger, looked up. Her eyes, pale blue like her mother's, yet imbued with a startling, unsettling depth, met her mother's gaze. "I didn't find her," the daughter replied, her tone calm, almost serene, as if speaking of the most natural thing in the world. "She found me. She was waiting in the garden, behind the ancient oak tree. She said she had been waiting for someone like me, for such a very long time." The mother's breath caught. "What do you mean? Someone like you?" The daughter's gaze held hers, the familiarity of her child's face overlaid with an unsettling, ancient knowing. Someone who could hear her, Mama, someone who would listen when she spoke. The father, listening from the drawing room's threshold, felt a prickle of unease crawl up the back of his neck, a cold sensation that spread through his scalp. He swallowed hard. "Dolls don't speak. Daughter." His voice, though intended to be firm, carried a tremor he could not suppress. The daughter's expression remained serenely composed, almost pitying, as if he, the adult, were the one struggling with a simple truth. "This one does, Papa. She has so many stories to tell about the other children who came to play with her, and the games they played together, and how they never wanted to leave her garden. The tea, meticulously prepared by the housekeeper, sat cooling on its tray, forgotten amidst the escalating strangeness. The parents struggled to comprehend their daughter's words, each sentence delivered with a conviction so gentle, yet so absolute, that it defied dismissal as mere childish fancy. There was a new, unsettling quality to their daughter's demeanor, a careful way she held herself, a quiet authority that hinted at experiences far beyond her tender 7 years. As the evening deepened, casting longer, softer shadows across the cottage's familiar rooms, they attempted to re-establish the comforting rhythm of their old routine. The daughter submitted to her bath without protest, her small body moving gracefully in the warm water. Yet, she insisted on bringing the porcelain doll into the bathroom, propping it carefully on a small chair where its glass eyes could watch the proceedings, an unnerving, unblinking presence. The mother, trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy, suggested gently that the doll might be damaged by the rising steam, but her daughter shook her head with a quiet, unshakable authority that sent a fresh chill down the mother's spine. The doll isn't afraid of water, the daughter stated, her voice devoid of childish petulance. She's been in much worse places than this. That night, for the first time in a week, they tucked their daughter into her own bed. The relief was palpable, yet quickly overshadowed by a new, unwavering demand. The daughter refused to be separated from the doll. The porcelain figure lay beside her on the pillow, its glass eyes reflecting the dim lamplight with an unnatural, almost predatory brilliance. She needs to stay close to me, the daughter explained, her voice soft but firm. When the father suggested placing the doll on the shelf with her other, forgotten toys, she gets frightened when she's alone. Afterward, the parents retreated to their own bedroom. The silence between them felt thick, heavy with unspoken fears that pressed in from the darkened corners of the room. Finally, the mother spoke, her voice barely a whisper against the profound quiet. There's something wrong with her, my dear. Something's changed. The father wanted desperately to deny it, to offer the familiar comforts of reassurance and rational explanation, but the words would not form. The child who had returned to them bore their daughter's face, her voice, her small, familiar gestures, yet an essential part of her, the very core of who she was, seemed to have been subtly altered, replaced by a deep, unsettling watchfulness, a knowing stillness that belonged to someone far older, far more aware. Where do you think she's been? The mother asked, her voice trembling. The father shook his head slowly in the darkness. Her grandmother swears she simply appeared in the garden this morning, sitting beneath the old oak tree as if she had never been gone. No explanation, no memory of where she had been, or how she survived 6 days alone. And the doll, she was holding it when they found her. They lay in the suffocating darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling around them, the soft groan of old timbers, the faint rustle of wind through the eaves. But somewhere within that symphony of domestic creaks and whispers, the father thought he heard something else, a sound so faint it might have been mere imagination, a trick of an overwrought mind, yet persistent enough to make his skin crawl with a deep, primal unease. It was weeping, soft, heartbroken, a sorrowful sound that seemed to emanate from the direction of their daughter's room. He rose carefully, moving with deliberate slowness so as not to disturb the mother, and made his way down the silent hallway. The daughter's door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness against the already dim hall. Through the narrow gap, he could just discern his daughter's small form beneath the covers, her breathing deep and regular, the gentle rhythm of a child in untroubled sleep. The doll lay beside her, its porcelain face turned toward the ceiling, its glass eyes gleaming with an unnatural cold light in the pale moonlight that filtered through the curtains. The weeping had stopped. The father pushed the door open wider, stepping into the room on silent, hesitant feet. Everything appeared normal. The familiar furniture, the brightly painted toys neatly arranged on their shelves, the small clothes folded precisely in the wardrobe. Yet the air itself seemed subtly different, charged with an invisible tension that made his pulse quicken with instinctive, animal alarm. As he approached the bed, intending simply to check on his daughter's serene breathing, the doll's head turned, ever so slightly, on the pillow, its glass eyes, those disconcerting, intelligent eyes, fixed on his face with an unmistakable, unnerving awareness. The father stumbled backward, his heart hammering against his ribs, a cold knot of terror tightening in his stomach. But when he looked again, the doll lay motionless as before, its gaze directed harmlessly toward the ceiling. He stood frozen in the doorway for several minutes, watching, waiting, straining his ears for any further sound. But nothing occurred. Eventually, he tried to convince himself that exhaustion and overwhelming worry had played cruel tricks on his vision, blurring the line between reality and hallucination. He returned to his own bed with the hollow, chilling knowledge that sleep, if it came at all, would not come easily. The next morning brought no relief, only a deepening of the pervasive sense of wrongness that had settled over their household like an unseen shroud. The daughter woke early, as had always been her habit, but instead of bounding into their bedroom with her usual exuberance, her bright, innocent joy, she appeared in the doorway like a small, pale ghost. The porcelain doll, cradled carefully in her arms, was a silent, watchful companion, waiting with inhuman patience until her parents noticed her presence. "Good morning, darling," the mother said, sitting up in bed and extending her arms, a gesture of maternal love and yearning. "Did you sleep well?" The daughter approached, her steps unnaturally measured, but did not accept the offered embrace. Her eyes, fixed on some unseen point beyond her parents, held a distant, knowing quality. "The doll had dreams," the daughter replied, her voice soft, ethereal. "She dreamed about her other friends, the ones who used to play with her. She misses them terribly." The father felt a chill, sharp and icy, trace its way down his spine. "What happened to her other friends?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The daughter's expression grew sad, almost mournful, a profound melancholy that seemed out of place on such a young face. "They went away, one by one, but the doll never forgot them. She keeps them close to her heart, always." As she spoke, she pressed the doll against her chest with tender, possessive care, and the father, watching, could have sworn he saw the porcelain lips, exquisitely sculpted and touched with the faintest hint of rosebud color, curve into the faintest, most fleeting suggestion of a smile. The days that followed blurred together in the father's memory, each one bringing fresh, unsettling evidence of the profound change that had overtaken their daughter. Her appetite dwindled to almost nothing, though she insisted she was not hungry and felt perfectly well, her small body growing thinner, more ethereal. She lost all interest in her old toys and games, the bright, colorful artifacts of her former childhood. Instead, she preferred to sit quietly with the doll, carrying on long, whispered conversations in low, murmuring tones that chilled the father to the very bone. More disturbing still were the subtle, insidious changes within the house itself. Rooms that had once felt warm and welcoming now seemed colder, despite the crackling fires in the hearths. Shadows lingered in corners where no shadow should fall, deepening and twisting in ways that defied the natural flow of light. And there were sounds in the night, faint footsteps in empty hallways, the soft, almost imperceptible creak of doors opening and closing. And always that soft, persistent weeping, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a mournful lament woven into the very fabric of the old house. The mother, once so resilient, grew increasingly fragile. Her nerves frayed by sleepless nights and the constant, chilling awareness that something malevolent, something deeply wrong, had entered their home. She began to speak in hushed, trembling tones of feeling watched, of sensing a presence that moved just beyond the edge of vision, always observing, always waiting, patient and hungry. "It's the doll," she whispered to the father one evening, her voice barely audible, as they sat in the drawing room, their daughter having retired early with her porcelain companion. "There's something evil about it, my dear. I can feel it watching me, even when I'm not in the same room." The father, though he longed to dismiss her fears as mere hysteria, a product of grief and exhaustion, could not, for he had felt it too, that insidious sense of malevolent intelligence, lurking cold and patient behind glass eyes, of something ancient and hungry that had found its way into their lives, into their family, through their vulnerable, trusting child. The mother, with a renewed surge of desperate conviction, insisted they must rid themselves of the doll. "We should get rid of it," she whispered to the father, her voice gaining a fragile strength. "Take it away while she's sleeping. She'll be upset, but children forget. She'll find new playthings, new interests." But when they attempted to do so, creeping into their daughter's room that following night, moving like thieves in their own home, they found the child awake and strangely watchful. Her small arms were wrapped protectively around her porcelain companion, an unbreakable embrace in the dim light of the room. "You can't take her away," the daughter said, her voice clear and steady, carrying an authority that seemed to belong not to a child, but to something much older, much more deeply rooted. "She chose me, and I chose her. We belong together now." The father began to protest, to reason with her, but she cut him off with a subtle shake of her head, a gesture of quiet finality. "You don't understand, Papa. The doll has been waiting for so long for someone who could hear her properly, someone who could understand what she needs." The daughter's eyes, so like her mother's in color and shape, now held a depth of ancient knowledge that no 7-year-old should possess. "She's not ready to be alone again. Not yet." Defeated and chilled by the quiet, unshakable certainty in their daughter's voice, the parents retreated from the room. That night, the soft, persistent weeping they had heard in the walls seemed to grow louder, more insistent, a mournful chorus woven into the very structure of the old country cottage. The father, lying awake in the darkness, found himself wondering if it was truly the doll who wept, or something else entirely, something ancient and patient that had been awakened by the porcelain creature's unsettling presence in their home. 3 days later, the answer, or at least a fragment of it, began to reveal itself. The father had been working in the overgrown garden, attempting to reclaim some semblance of normalcy in his disrupted life. He was meticulously tending the old rose bed, a task his wife usually performed, when he noticed something peculiar about the earth. The recent rains had washed away the topsoil, revealing something white and unnaturally smooth beneath the thick, dark mud. A curious anomaly in the otherwise familiar churn of earth and roots, driven by a vague sense of unease. He knelt, carefully excavating the object with his trembling fingers. He half expected to uncover a piece of broken pottery, Perhaps a lost garden ornament, or some forgotten shard of childhood play. Instead, his fingertips brushed against something small and delicate, no longer than his thumb, perfectly formed with tiny joints. His blood seemed to freeze in his veins. It was a child's finger bone, bleached white by time and earth, yet unmistakably human in its fragile perfection. A cold dread, sharp and sudden, pierced through his chest. As he stared at the horrifying discovery, his eyes scanned the disturbed soil. He noticed other white fragments scattered among the dark, clinging mud, more bones, all small, all bearing the unmistakable characteristics of extreme youth. With shaking hands, he began to dig more systematically, less out of curiosity and more from a desperate, unwilling compulsion. With each shovel full of earth he removed, the terrible, unspoken truth became clearer, more profoundly sickening. This was not merely a garden bed at all. This meticulously tended patch of ground, blooming with roses and carefully cultivated flowers, was a grave that had been carefully disguised, its contents hidden beneath layers of soil and decades of deliberate oversight. He tried to count, to estimate, but the bones were too scattered, too fragmentary. His horrified estimation suggested at least a dozen children, perhaps more, all young, all carefully buried, all, it seemed, forgotten by the ordinary world above. All except by something that had waited in the earth beneath the roses, something that had finally found a way to return to the surface, lured by the innocent hands of his own daughter. The father stumbled backward, the small, brittle bone still clutched tightly in his trembling fingers. His gaze, wild with horror, instinctively lifted toward the cottage. And there, standing framed in the kitchen window, was his daughter. She held the porcelain doll cradled against her chest, its dark ringlets brushing her cheek. Both child and porcelain figure seemed to be watching him, their identical expressions a mask of patient satisfaction, as if his terrible discovery had been not a moment of unspeakable horror, but a long-awaited revelation, a confirmation of something they already knew. That evening, a courage born of desperation and a primal paternal love gave the father strength. He confronted his daughter, kneeling before her small chair in the drawing room, his voice strained but firm. "Daughter," he began, "I need you to tell me the truth about the doll. Where did she really come from?" The daughter regarded him with those unnaturally knowing eyes that seemed to hold depths far beyond her years. Her small hands, with a mechanical precision that sent a fresh shiver down his spine, stroked the doll's dark ringlets. "I told you, Papa," she replied, her voice soft, unhurried, as if reciting a well-learned lesson. She was waiting for me in the grandmother's garden. The father swallowed, his mouth dry. But before that, who made her? Who did she belong to? The daughter's voice took on a sing-song quality, almost childlike, yet imbued with an ancient resonance. She belonged to lots of children. Papa, other children, lost playmates. They all loved her very much, and they all wanted to stay with her forever. The father's heart pounded against his ribs, a frantic drum in the sudden silence of the room. What happened to them? "Daughter," he managed to whisper, dread coiling in his stomach. The daughter pressed the doll closer to her chest, a gesture of fierce, unsettling possessiveness. "They're still with her," she said, her voice a soft, unwavering assurance. "She keeps them safe. always. They live in her heart now, and they're never lonely, never afraid. As she spoke these chilling words, the father thought he could hear something, a sound so faint it might have been his imagination, a trick of his frayed nerves, yet unmistakably real. It was coming from the doll itself, a rhythmic pulsing, like a heartbeat, but it was rapid, desperate, a frantic thrumming, as if something trapped within the porcelain chest was struggling, fighting to escape its perfect, silent prison. "Daughter," he whispered again, his voice cracking, "I want you to put the doll down and come to me." But his daughter only smiled. It was an expression of serene contentment that chilled him more profoundly than any display of fear or anger could have done. A perfect, terrifying peace that settled on her young features like a mask. "She's hungry, Papa," the daughter said softly, her voice an ethereal whisper. "She's been hungry for such a long time, but soon she'll be full again. And then we can all be together, forever and ever, just like the others." The father lunged forward, a desperate, paternal instinct overriding his profound terror, his hands reaching for his daughter. But the child, clutching the doll tightly to her chest, was swifter than he could have anticipated. She slipped from the chair with an unnatural grace, her small feet making no sound as she darted toward the stairs. "Daughter," he called out, his voice a raw, ragged sound, pursuing her up the narrow, winding staircase. But by the time he reached the landing, she had vanished, disappearing into the deepening shadows of the upper hallway like smoke dispersing in a breeze. The old country cottage, moments ago filled with the suffocating weight of their unspoken fears, now felt hollow, empty around him. Yet, paradoxically, it also seemed more occupied than before, as if unseen presences had multiplied in the sudden darkness. Watching his futile efforts with a patient, knowing amusement, he searched every room, calling her name, his voice growing hoarse with desperation. But there was no answer, no sign. She had simply disappeared. When the mother returned from the village an hour later, the rain drumming steadily against the windows of their small motor car, she found the father sitting on the stairs, his face a pallid mask of shock and exhaustion. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows, making his features seem gaunt, almost skeletal. "She's gone," he said simply, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, as if the words themselves held no meaning. "She's taken the doll, and she's gone." They searched until dawn, a frantic, desperate scramble through every inch of the house and garden, calling into the dense woodland that bordered their property. They alerted the local authorities, who had barely finished their investigation into the daughter's previous disappearance. But there was no trace of her passage, no broken twig, no displaced stone, no sign of where she might have gone. The earth seemed to have simply swallowed her whole, as effortlessly as it had swallowed the other children hidden beneath the rosebed. 3 days later, the final, most terrible evidence came to light. The mother, moving with the mechanical precision of someone trying to hold madness at bay through purposeful action, was clearing out the daughter's room, each item folded, each toy placed in a box, a futile attempt to restore order to a world consumed by chaos. Hidden beneath the mattress, carefully wrapped in one of the daughter's small, lavender-scented nightgowns, was a collection of objects that made the mother cry out in a strangled gasp of horror and recognition. There were photographs, old ones, sepia-toned and cracking with age, their surfaces fragile as old memories. They showed children from different eras, their clothing, their hairstyles, their youthful faces changing from picture to picture. But one thing remained constant in every image, the same porcelain doll, cradled in the arms of each child, its glass eyes gleaming with the same malevolent intelligence, its rosebud mouth curved in that barely perceptible, unsettling smile. At the very bottom of the collection, beneath the stack of unsettling historical images, was something that made the mother's heart stop entirely. A cold, crushing stillness in her chest. It was a photograph of their own daughter, taken in some impossible place in time. An ornate room with heavy drapes and antique furniture that seemed to belong to a bygone era. She wore the same clean white dress she had been wearing when she returned home from her disappearance. A dress the mother did not recognize. And in her arms, held with tender reverence, was the doll, both child and porcelain companion gazing directly into the camera, with expressions of perfect, terrible contentment. A peace so profound it was horrifying. A joy utterly alien to mortal understanding. But it was not this impossible photograph alone that finally broke the mother's fragile mind. It was what she found written on the back, in their daughter's careful, childish handwriting. The letters stark against the faded paper. "My new friends are waiting for you to join us. Mama." The doll says there's always room for one more in her beautiful house. We'll be so happy together, all of us, forever and ever. That night, as the rain drummed a relentless rhythm against the windows of their country cottage, the father found the mother in the overgrown garden. She was kneeling beside the disturbed earth where he had made his terrible discovery, the place where the tiny bones of forgotten children lay buried. Her white nightgown was soaked with mud and rain, her hair hanging in wet tendrils around her face, clinging to her cheeks like dark tendrils of despair. She was digging with her bare hands, her fingers clawing at the thick, dark earth, tearing at the soil with a frantic, desperate energy. "She's calling to me," the mother whispered, when the father tried to pull her away. Her voice soft, distant, yet filled with an undeniable certainty. "Can't you hear her? She's calling from down there, from where they're all waiting. Our little girl is calling for her mama." The father tried to reason with her, tried to lead her back to the warmth and safety of the house, to the mundane comfort of their ordinary life. But the mother fought him with a surprising strength, a feral energy born of grief and madness, her fingers still clawing at the muddy earth, as if she believed she could dig her way to their lost daughter through sheer, impossible determination. "She needs me," the mother sobbed, her voice barely audible above the rising wind and the relentless rain. "They all need me. They're so cold. Father, they've been cold for so long." When morning came, a pale, anemic light filtering through the heavy clouds, the father found himself alone in the cottage. The silence was broken only by the steady drip of rainwater from the eaves and the distant, mournful sound of church bells calling the faithful to Sunday service. The mother's side of the bed was empty, her nightgown discarded on the bathroom floor, her day clothes hanging undisturbed in the wardrobe, waiting for a wearer who would never come. He found her in the garden, lying peacefully beside the rose bed, her face turned toward the grey morning sky, her lips curved in a smile of perfect, inexplicable joy. There was no sign of violence, no indication of struggle, no mark of distress. She appeared to have simply laid down in the muddy earth, amidst the newly sprouted shoots, and allowed whatever entity had claimed their daughter to claim her as well. The authorities found no evidence of foul play. The local medical expert spoke of a heart weakened by grief and stress, of a woman pushed beyond the limits of human endurance by the profound, unbearable loss of her child. The neighbors whispered of madness and tragedy, of a family destroyed by circumstances beyond their control. But the father knew better. That night, as he sat alone in the drawing room, the very place where their daughter had first introduced them to her porcelain companion, he heard it again, the soft, persistent weeping that seemed to come from within the very walls themselves, a mournful, endless lament. And beneath that sound, barely audible, yet unmistakably real, came the gentle murmur of childish voices, laughing and playing in some impossible space, a thin place between the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. He rose from his chair and walked to the window that overlooked the garden, now wild and overgrown, neglected since the mother's death 3 months before. In the pale moonlight, he could see the disturbed earth where he had discovered the terrible truth, now sprouted with new growth. Not roses this time, but something else entirely, pale flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light, their petals the colour of bone, their centres dark as the earth from which they grew. As he watched, a small figure emerged from the shadows beneath the old oak tree at the far end of the garden. It was his daughter, still wearing her white dress, still cradling the porcelain doll against her chest. She walked slowly across the overgrown lawn, her feet making no impression on the dew-wet grass, her face turned up toward his window with an expression of patient invitation. Behind her came others, children of different ages and eras, all carrying the same peaceful expression, all moving with the same dreamlike grace, their forms indistinct in the silvery light. They arranged themselves in a semicircle around the pale, bone-coloured flowers, their faces turned toward the house, toward him, waiting with the infinite patience of those who had transcended the need for haste or urgency. In the centre of the group, a woman stood in a white nightgown, her hair hanging loose around her shoulders, her arms extended toward the window where the father stood, frozen with recognition and a chilling, profound terror. It was the mother, but not as she had been in life. This version of his wife possessed the same serene contentment as the children, the same terrible knowledge of things that should not be known. She mouthed words that he could not hear, but somehow understood with a clarity that pierced his soul. Come down to us. Father, come and join your family. We're all here waiting for you. We'll never be alone again. The doll in the daughter's arms turned its head toward the window, its glass eyes catching the moonlight and reflecting it back with a malevolent intensity. Its porcelain lips moved, and though no sound reached the father's ears, he knew it was speaking, adding its silent voice to the chorus of invitation. The father pressed his hands against the cold glass of the window, his breath fogging the surface as he stared down at his lost family. The temptation was almost overwhelming, a deep, seductive pull to go to them, to join them in whatever impossible realm they now inhabited, to end the crushing loneliness that had consumed his life since their disappearance. But some deep survival instinct, some last vestige of rational thought, held him back. Instead, he drew the curtains closed, heavy fabric muffling the view, and turned away from the window, his heart hammering against his ribs as he fought the primal urge to look back. He did not sleep that night, or the next, or the one after that. Each evening brought the same ghostly gathering in the garden, the same silent invitation, the same terrible temptation to surrender to the peaceful embrace that his family had found in their porcelain guardian. On the fourth night, the father made his decision. He packed what few belongings he could carry, leaving the country cottage before dawn, driving through the empty lanes toward a bustling city without looking back. He told himself that distance would break whatever hold the doll had established over his family, that in the noise and anonymity of the crowded city, he would find sanctuary from the supernatural forces that had destroyed his life. But even now, 2 decades later, living in a cramped flat above a shop in a crowded district, the father knows that he has not truly escaped. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, he hears that familiar weeping echoing through the walls of whatever building houses him. Sometimes he catches glimpses of small figures in white dresses standing at the edges of crowds, always watching, always waiting. And sometimes, when the loneliness becomes too much to bear, he finds himself walking the streets of the city in search of toy shops, drawn by a compulsion he cannot name to the windows filled with dolls and games and all the bright promises of childhood joy. But he has never bought another doll, and he never will, for he knows that somewhere in the countryside, in a garden overgrown with pale, bone-colored flowers, his family continues to wait with inhuman patience for his return. And in the center of their eternal gathering, cradled in the arms of a child who was once his daughter, a porcelain doll with glass eyes and a barely perceptible smile, keeps watch over her growing collection of souls, always hungry, always patient, always ready to welcome one more lost lamb into her terrible, loving embrace. The last photograph in the collection, the one the father never found, the one that remains hidden beneath floorboards in an empty country cottage, shows not just the daughter and the doll, but the mother as well. All 3 figures posed in that impossible grand sitting room, their faces radiant with unsettling contentment. And in the corner of that photograph, barely visible in the shadows, stands the figure of a man who looks remarkably like the father himself, his face bearing the same expression of peaceful surrender as the rest of his eternal family, waiting, as they all wait, for the moment when love and loneliness finally overcome fear, and the collection is complete at last. The letter of appointment arrived on paper that felt curiously damp, as if it had traveled inland from a great depth, its ink shimmering from black to a deep, unsettling green in the shifting light. The new keeper, a man accustomed to the predictable rhythms of landlocked life, found himself wondering if the old maritime board still functioned, or if some spectral bureaucracy had dispatched him to this desolate promontory on the northern coast. In the small coastal village, the locals grew quiet when he mentioned the remote light. Old fishermen, mending their nets by the docks, suddenly found an intense, almost frantic interest in their work. The harbour master's wife, a woman whose face was etched with the lines of generations lived by the sea, quickly crossed herself, her eyes wide with an unspoken dread. Only a young local boy, a child with eyes too old for his years, spoke freely. Previous keepers been gone since the autumn storms, the boy had said, his voice a reedy whisper that seemed to carry the cold of the sea. Found his boat washed up empty in a small cove. Wasn't damaged, just empty, like something called him out of it. As the keeper's hired boat fought its way through the churning, slate-grey waters toward the lonely beacon, he began to understand the village's reluctance. The structure itself rose from its rocky foundation like a bone-white finger, too tall, too narrow, its silhouette impossibly stark against the vast, indifferent sky. It was as if the very architectural laws of the world had been bent, or perhaps simply ignored, by whatever unseen force held dominion here. The boatman, a gruff, silent man, worked his oars with grim efficiency, his back to the shore, but he steadfastly refused to meet the keeper's gaze. At the small, precarious landing, the boatman helped unload the heavy trunks with unseemly haste, his movements quick and jerky. Back in a fortnight, he called out, his voice thin against the wind, already pulling away from the rocks with powerful strokes. Weather permitting, the words seemed to dissolve into the mist, carrying a chilling note of uncertainty. The lighthouse keeper's cottage huddled against the tower's base, a squat, stone-built sanctuary. Inside, the previous keeper's effects were arranged with a military precision that spoke of a desperate attempt to impose order on a chaotic world. Yet something, some unseen terror, had driven him from this meticulously maintained haven. The logbook lay open on a small, unscarred wooden desk, its final entry dated 3 weeks prior. October 15, 1923. Storm building from the northeast. The fog comes early these nights, and with it, but I must not write such things. An old village woman says, prayer is the lighthouse keeper's truest compass. Perhaps, don't let it hear you pray. The words were gouged so deep into the paper that they tore through to the sheet beneath, a testament to a fear so profound it warped the very act of writing. That first night, the keeper performed his duties with methodical precision, each movement a deliberate effort to cling to the mundane. The beacon required attention, its intricate mechanisms winding, its gears greased. As darkness claimed the sea, swallowing the horizon in an inky blackness that seemed to press in on the tower, he climbed the winding stairs to light the great lens. Below, waves crashed against the stone foundation with a violence that shook the very core of the lighthouse. Yet, through the thunderous roar, the sound carried an odd, unsettling rhythm, almost musical, a syncopated beat against the ancient stone. Near midnight, he first heard it clearly. The foghorn sounded its regular warning, a deep, mournful note that echoed across the vast waters, meant to guide and protect. But this blast came strangely distorted, wavering and multiplying into something that froze his blood in his veins. Voices, human voices, singing in an unsettling harmony. Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arm hath bound the restless wave. The familiar hymn rose from the foghorn, not with the metallic resonance of brass, but as if the device itself had become an unholy organ, channeling the breath of the drowned. The keeper stared down at the horn's housing, its polished metal gleaming faintly in the beam of the light. Nothing appeared amiss, nothing broken or out of place, yet the sound was no longer mechanical. When the horn sounded again, a prolonged eerie wail. The voices returned, clearer this time, more distinct. Oh, hear us when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea. Individual vocal parts, soprano, alto, tenor, bass, sang with a practiced precision that suggested an unnatural choir. But beneath the chilling harmony, he detected something else, a deeper current of sound, voices that had sung their last songs beneath fathoms of crushing water, their lament now twisted into a macabre performance. This time, he could distinguish one voice among the ghostly choir, a familiar timbre that struck him like lightning, a cold, sharp pain in his chest. Edmund, his brother Edmund, lost at sea 7 years ago, swallowed by the vast ocean's reach, miles from any guiding light. The implications crashed over him like the relentless waves against the lighthouse's foundation. If Edmund was among those voices, then the old stories whispered in coastal taverns, tales of sailors who heard their lost loved ones calling from beneath the waves, of ships lured onto treacherous rocks by voices more familiar and comforting than any siren song, might carry more truth than mere superstition suggested. But Edmund had been lost far from here, in deep waters that held no lighthouse to guide ships to safety. How had his voice come to join this supernatural chorus? What ancient, malevolent force had gathered the drowned from across the great water's vast graveyard, from places he could not begin to imagine, to sing their hymns from this particular, isolated beacon? The questions echoed in the confined space of the lighthouse, each one colder, more terrifying than the last, settling around him like the pervasive, creeping fog outside. The answer, when it came, arrived not through deduction, but through a revelation so direct, so visceral, that it seemed to bypass thought entirely, etching itself directly onto the keeper's bones, the lingering chill from the previous night, the echo of his brother's voice woven into the mournful cry of the foghorn, propelled him from his restless sleep before dawn. He felt a dreadful certainty, an unspoken command that drew him, trembling, toward the very foundation of the remote light. The morning light, thin and watery, struggled to pierce the persistent mist that clung to the promontory. The sea below crashed with a subdued, insistent rhythm, a pulse of cold, indifferent power. As the keeper examined the lighthouse's base, his breath pluming in the frigid air, he wasn't merely searching for structural damage that might explain the bizarre acoustics. No, a deeper, more primal instinct guided his hands, his eyes, to a section of the rock face. It was worn smooth by countless tides, glistening with a perpetual dampness. And now, he noticed, it had cracked open during some recent, unseen storm. The fissure was barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through, a dark, jagged wound in the ancient stone. Yet, from its depths, it exhaled a current of air that was utterly distinct from the crisp morning breeze. This air carried the unmistakable scent of deep ocean trenches, a heavy, briny perfume mixed with the sickly sweetness of decay. And beneath that, something else, something vast and undeniably organic, a smell that hinted at life, or perhaps a perversion of it, on an unimaginable scale, a cold dread, sharp as a winter wind, swept through him, prickling the hairs on the back of his neck. He fetched the lantern from the cottage, its small flame of fragile defiance against the encroaching gloom, and forced his way into the opening. The passage descended sharply, a claustrophobic tunnel carved by the relentless action of water over millennia, twisting its way into the very core of the stony promontory. Strange formations line the walls, not the familiar stalactites or stalagmites of an ordinary cave, but smooth, twisted shapes that looked almost like frozen waterfalls, as if the sea itself had been turned to stone while caught in a moment of violent, churning motion. The air grew heavier, colder, saturated with the pungent, alien scents he had noticed at the entrance. The passage abruptly opened into a chamber that defied the remote light's modest foundation. Here was a cavern, vast enough to hold a cathedral, its ceiling lost in shadows so profound that his lantern's desperate beam could not penetrate them. The sound of the sea, which had been a muffled roar above, now seemed distant, replaced by an eerie, profound silence. But the cavern was not empty. They hung suspended in the chamber's still, frigid air, like grotesque fruit on some invisible, monstrous tree. The bodies of drowned sailors, their forms, preserved by some quality of the cavern's atmosphere, were yet transformed by their underwater ordeal. Their skin, pallid and stretched, gleamed faintly. Their mouths were open, locked in perpetual, silent screams, or perhaps, he realized with a sickening lurch, still singing. Their eyes, wide and unblinking, reflected his lamplight with the flat, unsettling shine of fish scales, devoid of human warmth. And there, among the dozens of suspended figures, swaying almost imperceptibly with some unseen current, hung his brother. His brother, lost at sea 7 years ago, now a ghastly, preserved echo of the man he had once been. The sight drove the keeper to his knees, his legs giving way beneath him, the lantern clattering softly against the damp rock floor. His brother's face, blue-white and swollen, yet unmistakably his, turned slowly toward the light, as if drawn by a silent, agonizing hunger. The mouth that had sung childhood lullabies now gaped with the hollow resonance of the deep. Yet the eyes, dear God, the eyes still held awareness, a chilling spark of recognition that pierced the keeper's very soul. His brother's lips moved, forming words without sound, a silent plea that echoed in the vast, tomb-like space. Help me. Understanding flooded through the keeper, not as a gentle stream, but as a torrent of ice water through his veins, freezing him to the spot. This chamber was not merely a repository for the drowned. It was a larynx, a monstrous, resonating cavity that transformed the compressed air of the foghorn into the voices of the suspended dead. Some ancient, malevolent presence, dwelling in the rock's unfathomable depths, had learned to use human vocal cords as its instrument, had mastered the art of mimicking hymns and prayers to lure the faithful, the hopeful, the lost, into the very waters that fed its gruesome congregation. The remote light, this supposed beacon of safety, was not protecting ships from the treacherous rocks. It was calling them home. Every vessel that answered the beacon's signal, every captain who steered toward the light's false promise of safe harbor, unwittingly delivered fresh voices to the choir. The foghorn's warning had become a dinner bell, its sacred hymns, a fisherman's net, cast wide across the shipping lanes, harvesting souls. But how long had this been happening? The question spurred him to his feet, a frantic energy seizing him. He scrambled back through the narrow passage, desperate for answers, for any shred of logic that could make sense of this cosmic horror. He burst back into the cottage, breathing heavily, the smell of dust and old paper a welcome relief after the cavern's foul embrace. He tore through the previous keeper's record ship logs, weather reports, accident statistics. The man, a meticulous soul, had maintained precise files, and now the keeper understood why. The previous keeper had been documenting not maritime safety, but maritime predation. 43 vessels had foundered within 5 miles of the remote light over the past decade. 43 ships carrying crews totaling nearly 400 souls. The official reports had blamed weather, equipment failure, human error, anything but the lighthouse that supposedly guided them to safety. Yet, here, in the increasingly erratic handwriting of his predecessor, was evidence of systematic luring. A chilling map marked with red X's showing the hunting ground with surgical precision. A killing field that extended just far enough from shore to ensure no survivors reached the rocks alive. The previous keeper, he realized, had discovered the terrible truth and tried to fight it. His final log entries spoke of desperate attempts to disable the foghorn, to break the horrific cycle of predation. But something had stopped him. Some force more powerful than human will or mechanical sabotage. The keeper found the answer in a water-stained journal, hidden beneath the cottage's floorboards. Its pages, brittle with age and dampness, revealed the previous keeper's final, agonizing confession. It knows when I mean to interfere. The faded script read, the voices change, become personal. Last night they sang my daughter's lullaby, the one she used to hum when she was teething. But she died of influenza when she was 3. She never learned to sing. They have her voice now. They use it to torment me. I cannot stop the horn while they hold a song hostage. The word struck the keeper with a cold, absolute dread. His predecessor had faced the same impossible choice that now confronted him. Stop the foghorn and save the ships, but doom the trapped souls to eternal consumption by whatever entity animated their voices, or allow the horn to continue its deadly song, preserving the dead while feeding more lives, more voices, to the abyss. The weight of this decision settled upon him, heavy and suffocating, as the sun began its slow, inevitable descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, promising another night, another cycle of the deep's unending hunger. As if summoned by his understanding, a profound, chilling recognition that had sunk into the very marrow of his bones. The foghorn began its evening sequence, the deep, mournful note, which had once been a familiar comfort, now warped and twisted, multiplying into something that froze the keeper's blood. It was no longer a mechanical warning against the treacherous coast, but an unholy chorus, rising from the brass throat of the device, singing with a persuasive, siren-like beauty. Come, ye who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. The voices sang, echoing through the thick, gathering fog. It was a promise of divine sanctuary, of peace for the weary, delivered with the seductive allure of angelic choirs. But beneath the perfect harmony, the keeper heard the predatory hunger, vast and ancient, a resonance that vibrated through the very stones of the remote light. This was how they lured the faithful, he realized, not with earthly temptations, but with the twisted promise of salvation. Then, piercing the layered harmony, one voice rose clear and strong, a tenor that had once filled their childhood church with uncomplicated joy. Come home, brother. Come home to the deep waters. Come sing with us in the choir eternal. It was his brother's voice, achingly familiar, yet the words were wrong, corrupted into an invitation that would have horrified the faithful boy he remembered. The fog was rolling in from the northeast, thick as cotton batting, moving with unnatural purpose, a silent, encroaching tide. Through its grey embrace, the keeper glimpsed lights, distant at first, then growing brighter with dreadful certainty. Ship lights. They were approaching the beacon's false promise of safety. He ran to the remote lights observation deck, his breath ragged in his chest, the chill in the air biting at his exposed skin. He focused the powerful telescope on the approaching vessel, a cargo steamer, her holds probably laden with manufactured goods. 200 souls at least, he estimated. Judging by her size and the regulations governing such vessels, her course was steady, aimed directly for the rocks where countless others had met their end. Her captain, unwitting of the horror that lay beneath the waves, was following the lighthouse's signal, trusting in its promise of safe passage through the treacherous waters. In 20 minutes, perhaps less, the steamer would join the underwater graveyard that fed the singing dead. His hand hovered over the remote light's master switch, the cold metal a stark contrast to the burning dread in his gut. Cut the power, and the beacon would die. The ship would lose her guide, might lose her way entirely in the impenetrable fog. Yet, without the light's false promise, she might turn back to deeper waters, might wait for dawn to attempt the passage. It was a desperate gamble, but the moment he moved toward the switch, his brother's voice rose in solo, clear and sharp above the choir's insidious lullaby. Touch that switch, brother, and I am lost forever. The thing that lives in the deep places grows hungry. It has fed on my voice for 7 years, but still I remain myself. Cut the power, and it will devour what's left of me entirely. The words froze the keeper's blood. His brother was not merely trapped in the underwater chamber. He was being slowly consumed, his essence extracted note by note. With each hymn, the creature forced him to sing. The lighthouse kept the feeding process gradual, sustainable. Without it, the entity would gorge itself on the available souls, leaving nothing behind but empty shells. Yet 200 lives hung in the balance aboard the approaching steamer. The foghorn sounded again, and this time all the voices joined in, a chorus that swelled with unexpected tenderness, singing a lullaby his mother used to sing when storms rattled their cottage windows. Sleep, my darling, safe from harm in your mother's loving arms. Morning light will chase away all the shadows of today. But his mother had been dead for 15 years. How did they have her voice? The answer came with sickening clarity, twisting his gut. The entity did not merely trap those who drowned in its domain. It harvested voices from across time and space, collecting the songs of the dead like a monstrous librarian, cataloguing humanity's final words. Every voice that had ever called out to a divine power in the moment of drowning, every prayer whispered with the last breath, every hymn sung in desperate hope of salvation, all were gathered into its vast, unholy collection. This was why the previous keeper could not act. To stop the remote light was to silence not just the trapped souls, but the entire symphony of human faith and desperation that the creature had assembled. It was not merely predator, but preserver, keeping alive the voices of the lost while using them to lure the living into its embrace. The steamer was closer now, her searchlight sweeping the water, navigating by the remote light's beacon. The keeper could see figures on her bridge, could almost imagine the relief on their faces as they spotted the guiding light. They thought they were saved. His hand reached again for the power switch, but this time, a new voice stopped him. Not his brother's, not his mother's, but his own. The creature was projecting his voice back at him, showing him what would happen if he joined the choir. I chose to save the ship, brother. I chose to damn myself and all the others. Now I sing forever in the deep places, my voice calling the faithful to their deaths. Don't make my choice, Nathaniel. Don't become what I have become. The psychological torment was exquisite in its cruelty. Whatever intelligence dwelled in the depths understood human nature with surgical precision. It knew that the keeper could not save everyone, that any choice would damn someone he loved. The creature fed not merely on human flesh, but on human guilt, on the exquisite anguish of impossible moral choices. But there was a third option, one that the previous keeper, tormented by his daughter's stolen voice, had not considered because it required a sacrifice beyond mere death. The keeper ran to the cottage and retrieved the acetylene torch he had seen among the repair supplies. If he could not stop the remote light's power or silence the foghorn, he could do something else entirely. He could ensure that no more voices joined the choir. The climb to the beacon chamber left him breathless, the cold wind whipping at his face, but a fierce determination drove him upward. The great lens assembly rotated with mechanical precision, casting its light across waters where the steamer fought through increasingly rough seas. The ship was close enough now that he could see individual crew members on her deck, tiny figures clinging to the railing. He lit the torch and aimed its blue flame at the frail lens. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The carefully crafted optics, designed to focus the beacon's light into a beam visible for miles, began to crack and shatter under the torch's intense heat. The remote light's guiding beam fractured into 1,000 fragments, its message dissolving into chaos. From below came a sound like the earth itself screaming. The foghorn's mechanical note warped into something beyond human hearing, a frequency that seemed to resonate in the keeper's very bones. The voices of the choir rose to match it, no longer singing hymns, but shrieking in harmonized agony. The steamer lost her bearing as the remote light signal died, but rather than turning toward the rocks, she swung away from shore, her captain choosing the safety of open water over the uncertainty of a failed beacon. Her lights disappeared into the fog, carrying 200 souls away from the creature's hunting ground. But the cost of that salvation became immediately apparent. The remote light shook as something vast stirred in the chambers below. The creature, denied its expected feeding, was rising from whatever depths had contained it. The keeper felt the tower sway as ancient stones cracked under pressures that had nothing to do with wind or wave. His brother's voice, no longer channeled through the foghorn, rose directly from the depths of the rock, raw and resonant. You have only delayed the inevitable. Brother, it hungers now, and hunger makes it bold. It will leave the deep places and hunt in shallow waters. Every coastal village from here to far northern settlements will feed its choir. The implication struck the keeper like a physical blow. By denying the creature its scheduled feeding, he had not saved lives, but merely redistributed the slaughter. The entity would emerge from its lair and hunt actively rather than waiting for prey to come to it. Hundreds would die where dozens might have sufficed, unless someone could stop it entirely. The keeper stared at the explosives in the supply shed, materials kept for emergency rock clearing. The creature dwelt in chambers beneath the remote light's foundation. Then perhaps he examined the tower's base, noting how the ancient stones seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, how they radiated cold even in the storm's warmth. The remote light wasn't just built on the rocks, it was built into something far older. The foundation stones weren't local granite, but some darker material, worn smooth by depths no surface tide had ever reached. Break the foundation, flood the chambers, trap the thing beneath the weight of the sea itself. But someone would have to stay. The creature would sense the danger, would try to escape or fight back. It would need to be distracted, fed one final time to keep it satisfied while the ocean did its work. Only then did he find the previous keeper's journal hidden beneath the cottage's floorboards. Its final entry confirmed his terrible theory. The creature must be convinced that it has claimed one final voice, must be satisfied with that sacrifice long enough for the ocean to do its work. The keeper looked out at waters where other ships might even now be sailing toward the dark coast. How many crews would die if the creature emerged from its lair? How many voices would join the underwater choir before someone else discovered the truth and found the courage to act? He retrieved the explosives from the remote light supply shed, assembled enough charges to bring down the entire structure, carefully placed around the foundation's key supports. All that remained was to light the fuses and wait. But as the keeper prepared the charges, the creature made one final attempt at persuasion. Every voice it had ever collected rose in simultaneous song. Not hymns now, but personal messages. Intimate words that cut deeper than any blade. His mother singing the lullaby from his fevered childhood. His father reciting the bedtime prayers they had shared. His first love whispering the words she had spoken on their last night together. Teachers, friends, distant relatives. A lifetime of human connection perverted into an instrument of emotional torture. And above them all, his brother's voice, clear and strong and heartbreakingly familiar. Don't do this, brother. Don't leave me alone in the dark. I've waited 7 years for you to find me. Don't abandon me now. The words nearly broke his resolve. To save the living, he would have to damn the dead. Not just his brother, but all the souls trapped in the creature's collection. They would sink with the remote light into the depths, their voices silenced forever rather than preserved in supernatural servitude. Yet what choice remained? The creature had revealed its true nature. Not protector, but predator. Not preserver, but parasite. It kept the dead alive only to use them as bait for the living. Better that all voices be silenced than all humanity eventually join the choir. The keeper lit the fuses with hands that trembled only slightly. The explosives would detonate in sequence, bringing down first the tower and then the cottage, finally the foundation itself. The remote light would collapse into the caverns below, sealing them beneath tons of stone and sea. He climbed to the beacon chamber one final time, not to tend the light, but to watch his brother's prison collapse. The charges began detonating below, each explosion shaking the tower like a giant's fist. Cracks appeared in the wall, spreading upward with visible speed. His brother's voice rose one last time. no longer pleading, but somehow understanding. Sing with me, brother. Sing as the tower falls. Let the last thing the creature hears be our voices raised together, not in its service, but in defiance. And so they sang, the living and the dead, the guilty and the innocent, the saved and the damned. They sang a familiar maritime hymn as the remote light crumbled around them, their voices raised not in supplication, but in triumph. The tower collapsed into the caverns with a roar that shook the coast for miles. The sea rushed in to fill the void, carrying away stone and steel and the ancient things that had dwelt in the deep places. The remote light beacon died forever, taking with it the voices of the drowned and the creature that had enslaved them. When rescue vessels arrived 3 days later, they found no trace of the remote light or its keeper. The promontory had been worn smooth by wave action, as if the lighthouse had never existed. Only the locals remembered, and they spoke of it in whispers, grateful that the false beacon would lure no more ships to their doom. But on foggy nights, when the wind blows from the northeast and the sea runs high, fishermen swear they can still hear singing from the waters of the promontory, not the predatory hymns of the drowned choir, but something else. The voices of two brothers, one living and one dead, singing together as they had in childhood, their song finally free from the thing that had enslaved them both. The face that stared back from the dressing table mirror that morning was not her own. It belonged to the village postal worker, a woman known for her reedy voice and a small mole beside her left nostril. A feature the young woman had noticed countless times when collecting her letters. The postal worker had been dead for 3 days. The silver handle of the brush slipped from the young woman's numb fingers, clattering softly against the polished wood. Her other hand pressed instinctively against her throat, where her own pulse hammered beneath what was unmistakably another woman's skin. The reflection, with the postal worker's watery blue eyes and thin lips, held an expression of perpetual disapproval, a look that had been a constant in the quiet settlement. "Oh, this cannot be," she whispered, and the postal worker's voice, with its distinct regional accent that had always grated slightly on her ears, emerged from her throat. It was reedy, just as she remembered. She closed her eyes, counting slowly to 10, a technique the family doctor had taught her after a particularly vivid period of nightmares the previous spring, when the line between sleep and waking had begun to blur. When her eyes fluttered open again, the borrowed face still gazed back, unchanged, unwavering. The small cottage around her seemed to contract, its rose-papered walls pressing closer in the dim, grey morning light. Outside, the secluded village was stirring to life, a faint echo of daily rhythms. She could discern the distant rattling of the milk cart on the lane, the mournful bleating of sheep from the moor, carried on the crisp morning air. But inside her bedroom, time itself had crystallized around this impossible moment, holding her captive in a pocket of surreal dread. It had been happening for a fortnight now, a relentless, terrifying cycle. Each morning brought a new face, a new voice, a new reflection that was decidedly not her own. The faces belonged, invariably, to those who had recently departed the world, an elderly villager who had passed peacefully in his sleep, a young woman from the river, whose life had been tragically claimed by the cold current, a vagrant found frozen behind the old church, forgotten by most, all souls who had left the quiet settlement within days, sometimes mere hours, of appearing in her mirror. At first, the young woman had desperately clung to the belief that she was simply losing her mind. The alternative, a reality steeped in the old superstitions that clung to the moors like persistent morning mist, seemed far too fantastical, too unsettling to entertain. But madness, she had learned with chilling certainty, was a luxury she could not afford. The faces were real, the voices were real, and with each dawn came the terrible, undeniable certainty that someone else in the secluded village had drawn their final breath. She had stopped leaving the cottage 5 days ago, after recognizing the face of the village physician himself looking back at her from the glass. His death had not yet been discovered, would not be. She knew with dreadful certainty, until his housekeeper arrived that afternoon to find him collapsed in his study. The young woman had spent that day pacing her small rooms like a caged animal, the family doctor's features growing more familiar with each glimpse in any reflective surface, a polished teapot, a window pane, even the surface of her own teacup. By evening, when the church bells began their mournful toll, echoing the somber news across the hills, she understood that she had become something unnatural, a harbinger, a walking prophecy of death itself. Now, wearing the features of the village postal worker, she sank onto the edge of her narrow bed, the mattress sighing softly beneath the borrowed weight. She tried to remember when these strange occurrences had begun. It seemed impossible that only a month ago she had been perfectly ordinary, a woman in her early 30s, unmarried, living quietly on the inheritance left by her late scholar father. She had tended her garden, read her books, and walked the moors with no greater concern than the unpredictable weather or the delicate state of her roses. The change had begun subtly, almost imperceptibly. A morning when her reflection seemed slightly off, as though she were looking at herself through disturbed water, the features rippling and indistinct. A day when her own voice, speaking common words, sounded strange to her ears, tinged with an unfamiliar resonance. These minor unsettlements had multiplied, gathering weight and significance until that first shocking dawn when she had awakened to find an old man's lined face staring back at her from the mirror above her washstand. She had learned to recognize the pattern now, a chilling, predictable rhythm. The faces appeared in the order of death, each one a temporary inhabitant of her own skin, and they lingered until the next soul departed. The postal worker's face would fade this evening, or perhaps tomorrow morning, to be replaced by whoever was destined to die next in their isolated village. The thought sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the crisp October air seeping through her window panes. Who would be next? The faces seemed chosen at random, young and old, well-liked and barely tolerated, robust and infirm. Death, she had discovered, was far more capricious and indifferent than she had ever imagined. A soft, insistent knock at her front door made her start, a gasp catching in her borrowed throat. Through the borrowed ears, the sound seemed unnaturally loud, echoing through the small cottage with the hollow finality of a coffin lid closing. She had been avoiding visitors for days, claiming a persistent illness when the cleric's spouse called, pretending to be away when the new doctor came around to check on her after the family doctor's sudden, unexpected death. The knocking came again, more insistent this time, a slow, deliberate cadence that seemed to demand entry. The young woman rose and moved to her bedroom window, careful to stay hidden behind the curtain as she peered down at her doorstep. A figure stood there, partially concealed by the hood of a dark cloak, but something about the posture, the way it stood with an ancient stillness, was familiar. It was the elderly herbalist. The young woman's borrowed heart lurched, a sickening jolt in her chest. She had not seen the old woman in nearly 20 years, not since she was a child, and her mother had forbidden her from visiting the herbalist's cottage on the edge of the village. The elderly herbalist had been ancient even then, a figure of whispered speculation among the village women, someone they consulted in secret for remedies that could not be found in the family doctor's black bag, for answers to questions that mundane medicine could not address. "Young woman," a voice came from below, thin as autumn leaves, dry and brittle, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I know you are within. We must speak." The words carried a quiet force that made the young woman's hands tremble as she clutched the curtain. Whatever was happening to her, whatever curse or madness had taken hold of her life, the elderly herbalist knew something about it. The certainty settled in her chest like a cold, heavy stone. She could not hide forever. Eventually, someone would insist on entering the cottage, would see her wearing the faces of the dead, and then what, the workhouse, perhaps, or the regional asylum. Neither option offered any hope of understanding or cure, but with the borrowed, reluctant features of the postal worker, the young woman made her way downstairs. The cottage felt different now, as though the very walls were holding their breath, anticipating what was to come. Her late scholar father's watercolors hung askew on the parlor walls, and the air smelled faintly of dried herbs, lavender, rosemary, and something sharper, more medicinal, a scent that hinted at deeper mysteries. At the front door, she paused, her hand hovering on the latch. Through the small glass panel, she could just make out the elderly herbalist waiting with supernatural patience, her dark cloak barely stirring in the morning breeze. A figure from an older time, a forgotten story. "I know what you are enduring, child." The herbalist's voice carried clearly through the door, soft yet resonant. "And I know you are afraid, but if you wish to understand what has befallen you, you must let me in." The words seemed to bypass the young woman's rational mind, slipping past her defenses and speaking directly to some deeper, more primal part of her, the part that had always sensed there were mysteries in the secluded village that ordinary folk preferred not to examine too closely, secrets hidden just beneath the surface of everyday life. With a deep breath that tasted faintly of peppermints, the young woman unlatched the door. The elderly herbalist stood on the threshold like a figure from one of the old, forgotten tales, tall and gaunt, with silver hair braided severely back from her face that seemed carved from the same grey stone as the church walls. Her eyes, pale as a winter sky, fixed on the young woman's borrowed features with an expression of profound, aching sadness. "Ah, my dear girl," she murmured, and something in her tone, a depth of ancient sorrow, made the young woman want to weep. "She has finally done it. After all these years, your mother has finally called in her debt." The elderly herbalist moved through the young woman's cottage with a quiet familiarity, as though she had been there countless times before, her long, gnarled fingers trailing along the surfaces of familiar furniture with the ease of an old acquaintance. The air, already heavy with the lingering scent of old herbs from her arrival, seemed to thicken around them. She settled herself into the chintz armchair that had been her late scholar father's favourite, her dark cloak pooling around her like spilled ink, absorbing the dim light from the parlour window. "Sit down, child," she said, her voice a dry whisper that seemed to crackle with ancient knowledge, gesturing to the sofa across from her. "What I have to tell you will be difficult to bear, but bear it you must, for your very soul depends upon understanding the truth." The young woman remained standing, her hands clasped so tightly before her that the borrowed knuckles of the village postal worker had gone white, strained by the tension that coiled within her. The morning light, already struggling through the heavy clouds that had gathered over the secluded village, seemed to dim somehow, as though the elderly herbalist had brought with her not just words, but shadows that stretched and deepened the corners of the room. "You know something about what's happening to me," the young woman said, and the postal worker's voice, reedy and unfamiliar, cracked with the strain of speaking words that belonged to another woman entirely, words of her own burgeoning terror. "You know why I wear the faces of the dead, I know, because I have been watching over you since you were a babe in arms," the elderly herbalist replied, her pale eyes, like chips of winter sky, fixed on the young woman's borrowed features. "I have been waiting for this day with dread, hoping it might never come, but knowing in my heart that your mother's bargain would eventually demand its price." The herbalist's words seemed to echo in the small room, bouncing off the rose-papered walls with increasing intensity, creating a subtle, disorienting hum that made the young woman feel as though they might drive her to her knees. She sank onto the sofa, the village postal worker's body suddenly too heavy to support the weight of her dawning horror. "My mother died when I was 7, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "She had a wasting sickness. The family doctor said what he was told to say." The elderly herbalist interrupted gently, her voice surprisingly soft, yet firm as ancient stone. "Your mother did not die of any earthly disease. Young woman, she died because she could no longer bear the weight of what she had done to you." The cottage seemed to tilt around them, a subtle, sickening lurch, as though the very foundations had shifted beneath their feet. The young woman gripped the arm of the sofa, feeling the village postal worker's wedding ring, a simple band of gold that had never adorned her own finger, dig painfully into her palm. A cold dread, far deeper than any chill from the October air, began to seep into her bones. "Tell me," she managed, though every instinct screamed at her to flee, to run from this impossible conversation, to retreat back to the deceptive safety of ignorance. "Tell me everything." The elderly herbalist's pale eyes never left her face as she began to speak, her voice taking on the slow, deliberate cadence of someone recounting a story that had been rehearsed in the dark hours before dawn, a tale woven from threads of regret and ancient magic. "Your mother came to me when you were 6 months old. She was desperate, you see. Your father had already begun to show the insidious signs of the illness that would eventually claim his brilliant mind, and she feared for your future. A scholar's widow, with a husband gradually descending into madness, and an infant daughter. She had few prospects in a secluded village like this. The young woman remembered her father only in fragments, like faded photographs, gentle hands turning the pages of large, leather-bound books, a deep voice reciting poetry in a forgotten tongue, the slow, agonizing descent into confusion and rage that had marked his final. Haunted years. Her mother had cared for him with an infinite, heartbreaking patience until his death when the young woman was 5. Never once speaking of the crushing burden it must have been. Now, the herbalist's words cast a new, horrifying light on those dimly remembered years. She came seeking a love charm. The elderly herbalist continued, her voice unwavering. There was a man, a wealthy merchant from a distant trading town, who had shown some interest in her. She believed that if he could be made to love her truly, obsessively, he would marry her despite her precarious circumstances and provide for both of you. The herbalist paused, her fingers working at something concealed deep within the folds of her dark cloak. When she withdrew her hand, she held a small, intricately woven cloth pouch that gave off a faint, unsettling scent. Dried flowers, certainly, but also something sharper, profoundly alien, something that made the young woman's borrowed senses recoil. I refused her, of course. Love charms are the province of charlatans and desperate fools. True love cannot be conjured from mere herbs and incantations, and any attempt to do so inevitably demands a price that far exceeds the value of what is gained. But she didn't accept your refusal, the young woman said, the words emerging without conscious thought, a cold certainty blooming in her chest. Somehow, she already knew how this tragic story ended. No, she did not. The elderly herbalist's voice grew heavy with an old, pervasive grief. She sought out another practitioner, one who dwelt in the deep places of the ancient wild lands, where even I dare not venture, a creature that some call the Weaver, though its true name is best left unspoken, for fear of drawing its attention. The temperature in the parlor seemed to drop several degrees, a sudden, unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the fading afternoon. Outside, the clouds had gathered over the secluded village, casting the houses in a premature, eerie twilight. The young woman found herself shivering in the village postal worker's thin cardigan, though she could not say whether the cold came from within or without, from her own dawning horror, or from the malevolent presence invoked by the herbalist's words. The weaver granted her request, the elderly herbalist said, her voice now flat, devoid of emotion. But its gifts always come with conditions. The love charm would work. The merchant would fall desperately, obsessively in love with your mother. But in exchange, the weaver demanded something precious. Your face. My face. The words came out as barely a whisper, a strangled sound from the postal worker's throat. Not immediately. You see, the weaver is patient. They say it was content to wait until you reach the age when a face becomes truly one's own. 32 years. The age when a woman's features settle into their final, unchanging form. Until then, you were allowed to grow and live and know happiness, but always with a chilling understanding that the debt would eventually be collected. The young woman touched her cheek with trembling fingers, feeling the village postal worker's papery skin where her own familiar flesh should have been. 32. She had turned 32 just last month, on the very same day that the first borrowed face, that of the old villager, had appeared in her mirror. The timing was too precise, too cruel. to be mere coincidence. The merchant fell under the spell as promised. The elderly herbalist continued, relentlessly. He married your mother within 6 months and took her away from the secluded village. You were to go with them. Of course, she would never have left you behind. But on the night before their departure, she realized the true, horrifying nature of what she had done. She had sold her daughter's identity, her very self, to secure a future built on false love. The herbalist's voice broke slightly, revealing depths of ancient emotion, a raw grief that seemed at odds with her austere appearance. She came to me that night, weeping and desperate, begging me to find some way to break the terrible bargain. But bargains with the weaver, once made, cannot be undone. They can only be redirected. Redirected how the young woman asked, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and growing indignation. She offered her own life in place of your face. The weaver accepted this substitution, but with its own cruel conditions. You would be allowed to keep your true appearance until your 32nd year. But when that time came, the debt would still be collected, and to ensure that you would understand the full, unbearable weight of what had been sacrificed for you, you would wear the faces of the dead until the final accounting. The young woman felt something fracture inside her chest, some fundamental understanding of who she was, of where she had come from. All her life, she had believed herself to be simply the orphan daughter of a scholar, unlucky but unremarkable. To learn that her very existence was bound up in supernatural bargains and impossible. Ancient debts felt like waking from one nightmare into another, only to find the new one far more terrifyingly real. How long, she asked, her voice barely audible, a fragile whisper. How long do I have before the weaver comes to collect? The elderly herbalist's expression grew even more grave, her pale eyes darkening with a profound sadness. That depends, child, on how many souls in the secluded village bear grudges against me. Against you, but why? Because I am the one who has been keeping you safe. The herbalist said simply, her gaze unwavering. Every face you have worn belongs to someone who wronged me in the past. People who sought my help and then spread lies about my methods, who came to me in desperation and then denied our connection when their neighbors grew suspicious. The weaver feeds on such injustices, and it has been sending these souls to your reflection as a kind of cruel jest, a twisted reminder of its power. She leaned forward in a chair, her pale eyes boring into the young woman's borrowed ones, an intensity that made her shrink back slightly. But it is also a message. Each face is a reminder that debts always come due, that actions have consequences, and that even death cannot absolve us of the harm we do to others. Then you're not the one doing this to me, the young woman said, a surge of relief and confusion roaring in her chest, a dizzying mix of emotions. You're not the one who cursed me. Cursed you. The elderly herbalist laughed, a dry, brittle sound with no humour in it. A sound like autumn leaves skittering across frozen ground. My dear child, I have spent the last 26 years of my life protecting you from a fate far worse than borrowed faces. Every charm I have woven, every ward I have set around this cottage, every sleepless night I have spent in vigil, all of it has been to keep the weaver from claiming you before your time. She reached into her cloak again and withdrew what appeared to be a mirror, though its surface was black as midnight, a void that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. But my power grows weak, and the weaver grows strong. Soon it will tire of this game and come to collect what it believes it is owed. The morning light, pale and hesitant, filtered through the bedroom window of the young woman, revealing the face that now greeted her in the mirror. It belonged to a young girl who had drowned in a nearby river 3 days earlier. Her life tragically cut short while gathering watercress for her family's meal. The girl's features, soft and round with a kind of natural prettiness that would have blossomed fully in a year or two, now held faint traces of river water, her skin possessing the pale, waterlogged quality of something that had spent too long beneath the surface. When the young woman opened her mouth to speak, the girl's voice emerged, higher than that of the village postal worker, with the musical cadence of the wandering people who had settled in the secluded village years ago. "Poor child," the young woman murmured, and the words, spoken in the drowned girl's voice, seemed to carry a genuine sympathy, an echo of compassion left behind in the borrowed features. The days stretched before her with an agonizing slowness, each minute heavy with unspoken fears. She found herself unable to concentrate on her books or needlework, too restless to sit still for more than a few moments at a time. She paced the cottage like a caged animal, wearing the drowned girl's face, feeling the immense weight of impossible decisions pressing down upon her, a cold, unyielding burden. The ritual the elderly herbalist had spoken of offered a sliver of hope, yet at what unimaginable cost to face the weaver in its own terrifying realm, felt akin to walking deliberately into a nightmare from which there might be no awakening, no escape. Yet the alternative, to surrender her very self to the creature that had already claimed so much, was equally unbearable, a slow, inevitable dissolution of her soul. As the afternoon light faded into a bruised, melancholic evening, the young woman found herself standing before her mother's portrait in the front parlour. The painting depicted a woman of perhaps 25, with dark hair and eyes the same deep brown as her own, or as they had been before the borrowed faces began to appear. Her mother wore a dress of blue silk, an expression of quiet contentment that now seemed heartbreaking in its innocence, a poignant reminder of a time untainted by the supernatural. "What would you have me do?" the young woman whispered to the painted figure, the drowned girl's voice barely a breath in the still room. "You gave your life to protect me. But was it truly protection if the debt was only deferred, only postponed for a more terrible collection?" The portrait offered no answers, only that serene, knowing smile that belonged to a time before bargains with otherworldly creatures, before the cruel, inescapable arithmetic of ancient, supernatural debt. A soft, almost imperceptible knock at the door interrupted her brooding. Through the window, now a pane of deepening grey, she could discern the elderly herbalist waiting on the doorstep, her dark cloak barely visible in the gathering dusk, blending with the encroaching shadows. The young woman's heart began to race with the drowned girl's young pulse, a frantic beat that thrummed beneath her borrowed skin as she made her way to the door. The herbalist entered without ceremony, bringing with her the familiar scent of old herbs, but also something else, something that reminded the young woman of deep, primeval forests and ancient, unyielding stones. She settled into the same chintz armchair as before, but tonight she appeared more fragile, somehow, as though the simple act of walking from her own cottage to this one had drained the last reserves of her formidable strength. The lamp, now lit, cast long, dancing shadows that seem to mimic the swirling unease in the room. "You have considered my words," the elderly herbalist said, her voice thin but unwavering. A statement rather than a question. "I have." The young woman remained standing, her hands clasped tightly before her, the drowned girl's small, work-roughened fingers digging into her palms. "Tell me about this ritual. What exactly would it involve?" The herbalist withdrew the black mirror from her cloak, its surface a void that seemed to swallow the lamplight, and set it on the small table between them. In the dim glow, its polished darkness seemed to writhe and shift, showing fleeting glimpses of things that had no place in the ordinary world, fleeting images of impossible architecture, of faces contorted in silent screams. "The ritual is called the reclamation," the herbalist explained, her gaze fixed on the mirror's unsettling depths. "It requires entering the weaver's realm through this mirror and confronting the creature directly. You would need to prove that your mother's bargain was made under false pretenses, that the love charm she received was flawed, and therefore the entire transaction should be voided." "Was it flawed?" the young woman asked, a fierce, desperate hope rising within her. "Oh, yes." The herbalist's smile was bitter, a tight, grim line on her ancient face. "The merchant who married your mother fell out of love with her within a year. Once the charm's power began to fade, he cast her aside for a younger woman, leaving her penniless and broken-hearted. She died not of wasting sickness, but of despair, the final cruelty of a bargain that promised everything and delivered nothing but sorrow. A surge of anger, fierce and protective despite the years that had passed, flooded through the young woman. Then she was cheated. The weaver should have no claim on me." "Perhaps," the herbalist conceded, her pale eyes now distant, lost in ancient memories. "But proving that to the weaver itself will not be easy. It is a creature of technicalities and twisted logic, delighting in finding loopholes that serve its own cold purposes. And its realm." The herbalist shuddered, a subtle tremor that ran through her gaunt frame. "Its realm is designed to drive mortals mad, to strip away their certainty and leave them vulnerable to manipulation." "Have you been there?" the young woman whispered, a chill of premonition running down her spine. "Once, long ago, when I was young and foolish enough to believe that any price was worth paying for those I loved," she answered, her voice barely audible. She touched her own face with trembling fingers, her gaze unfocused. "I lost something precious there, something I can never reclaim." "What did you lose?" The herbalist was silent for a long moment, staring into the dark, swirling depths of the black mirror. When she finally spoke, her voice was a fragile whisper, thin as spun glass. "My daughter's life. I went seeking a cure for a fever that no earthly medicine could touch. The weaver offered to save her, but the price was my ability to love her as a mother should. It took that capacity from me. It left me able to care for her physical needs, but unable to feel the bond that should have connected us. My words, when I spoke to her, felt hollow, empty. Her words fell into the room like stones into still water, sending chilling ripples of understanding through the young woman's consciousness. She grew up knowing that something was wrong, that her mother looked at her as a stranger might look at a curiosity. The fever broke. Yes, but the cure destroyed something far more precious than life itself. She left the secluded village as soon as she was able, and I have not seen her since. I'm sorry, the young woman said, and the drowned girl's voice carried a genuine sympathy, as though the young spirit recognized suffering when it encountered it. Do not pity me, child, the herbalist said, leaning forward, her gaze intense, piercing the young woman's borrowed eyes. Pity those who make bargains with the weaver and do not understand its true nature until it is too late. Your mother's love for you was real and fierce. I could see it in every desperate word she spoke when she came to me for help. I will not allow the weaver to mock that love by claiming you now. The young woman looked down at her hands, the drowned girl's small, work-roughened hands, from a life cut tragically short. If I attempt this ritual and fail, what happens to you? I will likely die, the herbalist said, with a matter-of-fact calm that was more chilling than any scream. The effort of opening the way to the weaver's realm and maintaining it while you face the creature will consume what remains of my strength. But if you succeed, if you can break the bargain and reclaim your true face, then my years of watching and warding will have been worthwhile. And if I refuse, the young woman asked, her voice trembling, if I choose to face whatever comes when the moon is dark. The herbalist's expression grew infinitely sad, her pale eyes reflecting the deep sorrow that seemed to have no bottom. Then you will be lost, and I will have failed in the one task that has given my life meaning since my daughter's departure. The weaver will add your soul to its collection, and I will spend whatever time remains to me, knowing that I could have done more. The choice, when viewed in such stark, absolute terms, seemed almost simple. To attempt the ritual meant risking everything, but it offered the possibility, however slim, of freedom, of reclaiming her very self. To refuse meant certain, inevitable destruction, not just for herself, but for the formidable woman who had spent decades protecting her out of love for a mother's desperate sacrifice. The young woman moved to the window and gazed out at the darkening ancient wild lands. Somewhere beyond the visible landscape lay the weaver's realm, a place where the normal rules of existence held no sway, where time and space warped according to the creature's whim. The thought of entering such a place made the drowned girl's young heart race with an almost unbearable fear. But beneath the terror, a core of determination, ancient and unyielding, began to stir, a strength that belonged not to the borrowed face, but to the young woman herself. What must I do? She asked, turning back to the elderly herbalist. The herbalist's relief was visible, though she tried to mask it behind a veneer of professional composure. The ritual must be performed at midnight, when the boundary between worlds grows thin. You will enter the mirror and find yourself in the weaver's hall. The creature will likely try to confuse you, to make you forget why you have come, or convince you that resistance is futile. The herbalist rose from her chair and moved to stand beside the young woman, her own reflection joining the drowned girl's in the darkened window, a strange doubling in the glass. Remember this above all else. The weaver feeds on despair and doubt. It will show you visions of failure, of loss, of every dark possibility that haunts your deepest fears. You must hold fast to the truth of your mother's love and the injustice of the bargain she was forced to make. The young woman nodded, the drowned girl's features pale with fear, but her eyes held a new, resolute glint. The preparations would begin. You must remember this, child, the elderly herbalist warned, her voice now a low, insistent murmur in the dimly lit parlor. cutting through the heavy silence like a knife. The weaver will try to confuse you, to shroud your purpose in doubt, to make you forget why you have come. It will whisper that resistance is futile, that your efforts are a foolish defiance against an unchangeable fate. But you must hold fast to the truth of your mother's fierce, unwavering love, and the profound injustice of the bargain she was forced to make. Her pale eyes, reflecting the unsteady lamplight, held a depth of ancient sorrow and an unyielding resolve that seemed to burn with a quiet, cold fire. The young woman, still wearing the drowned girl's softened features, nodded slowly, a tremor running through her borrowed frame, her heart beating with the frantic rhythm of the recently deceased, felt like a trapped bird in her chest. "How will I know it?" she whispered, the question barely escaping her lips. "How will I recognize the weaver in its own realm?" The elderly herbalist's smile was grim, a tight, almost painful contraction of her thin lips. "Oh, my dear child, you will know. The weaver appears as a figure of terrible, captivating beauty, neither entirely male nor wholly female, but something that encompasses both and neither, shifting, fluid, indefinable. Its face is a constantly changing tapestry, a living canvas woven from every face it has ever claimed, every identity it has devoured, and its voice speaks with the interwoven words of all its victims, a symphony of stolen souls." She paused, her gaze meeting the young woman's in the dark mirror's reflection, a strange doubling of two faces, one borrowed, one weary with age, but beneath all that stolen beauty, beneath the mimicry of human forms and the echoes of human voices, lies something utterly alien, something profoundly other, something that has never known human love, nor felt the stirrings of true compassion. Remember that, child, when it attempts to sway you with its honeyed words and its false promises. A cold dread seeped into the young woman's bones, chilling her to the marrow. She imagined a kaleidoscope of faces, a chorus of voices, all swirling around a core of utter, inhuman emptiness. The thought was enough to make her stomach clench with fear. Will you be able to help me?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "While I'm in there, I will maintain the connection," the elderly herbalist replied, her voice losing some of its urgency, settling into a tone of quiet finality. "I will keep the threshold open between this mirror and your cottage, but once you cross that boundary, once you step into the weaver's hall, you will be beyond my reach. The confrontation with the creature must be yours alone. No outside power can influence the outcome, for that is the immutable law of its realm." The hours that remained until midnight stretched out before them, long and laden with an almost unbearable tension. They spent them in a quiet, methodical preparation that seemed to transcend the ordinary rhythms of time. The elderly herbalist moved with a newfound, almost spectral energy, drawing forth various charms and talismans from the seemingly bottomless folds of her dark cloak. Each item, small and unassuming, a dried sprig of nightshade, a polished river stone, a tiny silver bell, was designed, she explained, to offer some small protection against the insidious influence of the weaver, a shield against the despair and doubt it would undoubtedly seek to sow. She bound them to the young woman's wrists and throat with silk cords, murmuring incantations in a language that seemed older than memory, older perhaps than human speech itself, its guttural syllables and sibilant whispers filling the quiet room with an arcane hum. The air grew thick with the scent of dried herbs and something sharper, something metallic and cold, like distant thunder. The young woman felt the weight of the talismans against her skin, not as physical burdens, but as anchors to her own fragile humanity, to the world she was about to leave behind. She watched the elderly herbalist's hands, gnarled and trembling with age, yet moving with a precise, ancient knowledge that spoke of centuries of warding and protecting. As the church clock in the secluded village began its slow, deliberate chiming of the midnight hour, each resonant clang echoing through the quiet night like a tolling bell, the elderly herbalist carefully placed the black mirror on the small parlor table. Its surface, previously a void that swallowed light, now began to ripple and pulse with an urgent, inner energy, like disturbed water. Fleeting glimpses of a vast, impossible hall, lit by fires that defied earthly physics, flickered across its depths, beckoning, challenging. "Remember," the herbalist said, her voice sharp with a final, desperate urgency, her pale eyes fixed on the young woman's borrowed features. "The bargain was flawed from the very beginning. Your mother received nothing of lasting value, nothing truly permanent, which means the weaver's claim on you is void. Hold to that truth, child, no matter what illusions it shows you, no matter what lies it whispers." The young woman nodded again, the drowned girl's features pale with an almost unbearable fear, but her eyes, deep and brown, held a new, unyielding glint of resolve. She approached the mirror slowly, each step deliberate, feeling its inexorable pull, like a powerful tide threatening to drag her into depths from which there might be no return. As she paused at the mirror's shimmering edge, her hand hovering just above its pulsing surface, a sudden, unexpected question formed on her lips. What was your daughter's name?" she asked. Her voice, though still that of the drowned girl, imbued with a newfound strength, a desperate need for a final, human connection. For just a moment, the elderly herbalist's austere composure cracked, revealing the raw, bottomless depth of her ancient loss. Her eyes, filled with unshed tears, shimmered in the lamplight. "Vivian," she whispered, the name a fragile, broken echo in the stillness of the room. Her name was Vivian. Understanding, cold and swift as a mountain stream, flooded through the young woman. "I'm not just someone you decided to protect, am I?" she said, the realization a bitter taste on her tongue. "I'm named for her." The elderly herbalist's voice broke then, fracturing with a grief that had endured for generations. "Your mother. She asked me to suggest a name when you were born. I hoped that perhaps caring for another Vivian might help me remember what it felt like to love, what it felt like to truly feel that bond again." She shook her head slowly, a profound weariness settling over her. "It did not work, but it gave me purpose, and purpose, I have learned, can be an adequate substitute for love. For a time, there was so much more to say, so many unanswered questions that deserved the clarity of truth. But the mirror was beginning to pulse with an urgent, almost violent energy, its surface boiling with chaotic light and shadow. The time for words was past. The young woman, her heart pounding with a mixture of terror and a strange, quiet determination, placed her hand on its surface. The world around her dissolved, melting away from her fingers like mist in the sun. The last thing she heard, just before crossing the threshold, was the elderly herbalist's voice, fierce with an ancient, unyielding determination despite her physical frailty. Bring back your true face, grandchild. And when you do, know that your mother's love, her ultimate sacrifice, made it possible. Then, the mirror swallowed her whole, and the young woman found herself standing in a hall that existed in the terrifying, fluid spaces between nightmares, face to face with the creature that had woven the threads of her destiny long before she was old enough to understand what destiny truly meant. The Hall of the Weaver existed in profound defiance of any earthly architecture. Its colossal walls curved impossibly upward, vanishing into a darkness that seemed to possess its own immense weight and tangible substance. Pillars, sculpted from what might have been ancient bone or luminous ivory, ascended to a ceiling lost entirely to shadow, while the polished stone floor beneath the young woman's feet felt strangely warm, almost like living skin. She stood at the harrowing center of this vast, circular space, surrounded by a multitude of mirrors of every conceivable size and shape. Some were no larger than a child's hand, others expansive enough to reflect entire rooms, and each surface presented a different, unsettling scene: lovers locked in desperate embraces, mothers weeping over empty cradles, merchants counting coins with trembling, avaricious fingers. These, she realized with a chilling clarity, were not mere reflections, but windows into moments of profound human desperation, glimpses of the precise instance when countless mortals had chosen to seek the Weaver's aid. How lovely to have a visitor. A voice resonated, seemingly from everywhere and nowhere, emerging from the very depths of the mirrors themselves. The young woman turned slowly, her head swiveling, searching for its elusive source, but found only her own reflection multiplied endlessly across the shimmering surfaces, the drowned girl's soft features staring back with wide, fear-filled eyes, especially one who comes bearing such an interesting question. The voice continued, and now there was a distinct note of amusement in its tone, a chilling pleasure, like that of a cat toying with a cornered mouse. You wish to dispute a bargain made before your birth, do you not? How wonderfully ambitious. Her figure began to coalesce in the very center of the hall, forming from the swirling shadows and fractured reflected light, like a photograph slowly developing in the deepest darkroom. The Weaver was precisely as the elderly herbalist had described a being of terrible, mesmerizing beauty, neither entirely male nor wholly female, but something that fluidly encompassed both and neither, constantly shifting, undefinable. Its features flowed like water, never quite settling into any single permanent form. One moment, it wore the face of a handsome young man. The next, an elegant, sorrowful woman. Then, something that belonged to neither category, a visage of pure, unsettling abstraction. "You are the Weaver," the young woman said, surprised by the sudden, unexpected steadiness in the drowned girl's voice. The borrowed face might belong to a spirit claimed by the river, but the soul wearing it had just crossed between worlds and still lived, still spoke. "I am many things," the creature replied, moving closer with steps that made no sound on the bone-white floor, its presence a cool breath on the young woman's skin. "Creator and destroyer, giver and taker, the one who fulfills desires and collects the prices they demand. But yes, some call me the Weaver, for I spin the very threads of fate and fortune according to my whims. It stopped just beyond arm's reach, and the young woman caught a scent that clung to it, not unpleasant, but profoundly alien, like flowers that had never grown in earthly soil. You come to me, wearing the face of one of my recent gifts, the drowned girl. Was it not? She died with such despair in her heart, convinced that no one would mourn her passing. I thought you might appreciate the irony of speaking with her voice. The faces aren't gifts, the young woman countered, fighting desperately to maintain her composure as the weaver began to circle her, a predator meticulously studying its prey. Their torments, designed to make me suffer before you claim what you think you're owed. The weaver laughed, and the sound echoed strangely in the vast hall, seeming to emanate from the mirrors themselves as much as from its constantly shifting throat. Claim what I think I'm owed. My dear child, there is no question of thinking involved. Your mother made a bargain with me 32 years ago, offering your face in exchange for a love charm. The debt is clear, unambiguous, and entirely binding. The love charm failed, the young woman stated, drawing strength from the elderly herbalist's words and her own growing, burning understanding of the profound injustice that had shaped her entire life. The merchant fell out of love with her within a year. My mother received nothing of lasting value, which means your bargain was fraudulent from the very beginning. The weaver's expression flickered, its features rearranging themselves into something that might have been surprise, if such a creature were capable of genuine human emotion. Fraudulent. What an interesting choice of words. Tell me, child, did the charm not work exactly as promised? Did the merchant not fall desperately, obsessively in love with your mother? It paused, its gaze piercing. For a time, yes. Then the charm functioned precisely as agreed upon. I never promised permanence, merely love. The duration of that love was never specified in our contract. The creature's smile was sharp as broken glass, reflecting the chaotic light. Your mother's failure to negotiate better terms is hardly my concern. A chill, deeper than the hall's otherworldly atmosphere, ran through the young woman. The weaver was, in its own twisted way, correct. If the bargain had been for love without specifying its lasting nature, then the technical terms had been fulfilled. But there had to be something else, some fundamental flaw in the agreement that she could exploit. She came to you in desperation, the young woman argued, trying a different approach, her voice still the drowned girl's, but imbued with a fierce, growing conviction. She was caring for a mad husband and an infant daughter, with no resources and no prospects. You took advantage of her vulnerability. I offered her exactly what she asked for. The weaver replied, beginning to circle her again, its form flowing, elusive. As it moved, its reflection appeared in the surrounding mirrors, but each surface showed a different version, sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes something altogether other, something indefinable that shimmered at the edge of comprehension. She sought love, and love she received. That it did not bring her the happiness she expected is a failure of imagination, not of contract. The creature paused directly in front of her, its features settling temporarily into the form of a beautiful woman with eyes like captured starlight. Besides, are you truly prepared to argue that your mother's sacrifice was meaningless? She gave her life to protect you, and for 32 years you have lived freely, unburdened by the knowledge of what was owed. Many would consider that a fair exchange. She gave her life because she realized what a terrible mistake she had made. The young woman shot back, her words cutting through the hall's oppressive silence, because she understood that no amount of temporary happiness was worth her daughter's soul. And yet she had already made the bargain. What was done could not be undone, only redirected. The weaver's smile grew wider, revealing teeth that gleamed like a string of pearls. I was quite generous in accepting her alternative payment. You know, I could have insisted on the original terms and claimed you as an infant. Instead, I allowed you to grow and mature, to experience love and loss, and all the small joys that make mortal existence so poignant. The mirrors around them began to shimmer, their surfaces showing new, seductive scenes. The young woman saw herself as a child, playing in her garden while her mother watched with infinite tenderness. She saw herself learning to read at her father's knee, despite his growing confusion. She saw quiet evenings by the fire, peaceful walks on the moor, all the ordinary, beautiful moments that had made up her life. "Look at what you have been given," the weaver said softly, its voice a soothing balm that threatened to lull her into submission. 32 years of freedom, of choice, of the ability to determine your own path. Many of my debtors receive far less consideration. Because you want me to feel grateful, the young woman realized, understanding flooding through her like ice water, chilling her to the bone. You want me to believe that I owe you something for allowing me to live my own life. But that's not how debts work. You can't charge interest on kindness that was never requested. The weaver's expression flickered just for a moment, and in that instant, the young woman glimpsed something that might have been uncertainty. A momentary breach in its formidable composure. The debt exists regardless of your gratitude or lack thereof. Does it? The young woman pressed, feeling a surge of confidence as she began to understand the creature's true, insidious nature. My mother made a bargain for herself, trading my future for her present happiness. But I was not a party to that agreement. I never consented to give up my face, never agreed to any terms whatsoever. Consent is not required when a parent acts on behalf of a child, the weaver said. But its voice had lost some of its earlier, chilling certainty. The law recognizes a guardian's right to enter into contracts for their dependents. What law, the young woman demanded, her borrowed voice now ringing with her own. Fierce conviction. Earthly law. But this is not an earthly contract. Is it? This is something altogether different, bound by rules that mortals do not understand. And if earthly law does not apply, then earthly precedents regarding parental authority are meaningless. The mirrors surrounding them began to flicker more rapidly, their surfaces showing glimpses of other confrontations, other desperate souls who had stood in this very hall and argued for their freedom. Some had succeeded. The young woman caught sight of figures walking back through reflective surfaces, their faces radiant with relief. Others had been less fortunate, their final, silent moments captured forever in the cold glass, like preserved insects. "You argue well," the weaver admitted, and now its form was shifting more rapidly, more chaotically, as though the young woman's words were undermining its very stability. But argument alone is not sufficient. The air crackled with a malevolent energy, growing heavier, colder. Sub B. Story 4. The Weaver of Faces, Part 6. The Right of Challenge. Consent is not required when a parent acts on behalf of a child, the weaver countered, Its voice, once so chillingly certain, now held a subtle tremor, a hairline fracture in its composure. The law recognizes a guardian's right to enter into contracts for their dependents, particularly when the child's future well-being is at stake. What law, the young woman demanded? Her borrowed voice, that of the drowned girl, now ringing with an unfamiliar, fierce conviction, a strength that seemed to surprise even herself. The sound of it echoed, not just through the vast hall, but deep within her own chest, a pulse of defiance. Earthly law. But this is not an earthly contract, is it? This is something altogether different, something bound by rules that mortals do not comprehend, truths that ripple beyond the veil of their understanding. And if earthly law does not apply here, then all your earthly precedents regarding parental authority are meaningless. They hold no sway in this realm. Do they? The mirrors surrounding them began to flicker more rapidly, their shimmering surfaces growing chaotic. Glimpses of other confrontations flashed across the glass desperate souls, standing in this very hall, arguing for their freedom. Some, the young woman noted, had succeeded, their figures walking back through reflective thresholds, their faces radiant with a profound, almost blinding relief. Others, however, had been less fortunate, their final silent moments of despair captured forever in the cold, unyielding glass, like fragile insects trapped in amber. The air itself crackled with a malevolent energy, growing heavier, colder, pressing down on her with an invisible weight. "You argue well," the weaver admitted, its form now shifting with increasing rapidity, almost violently, as though the young woman's unwavering words were physically undermining its very stability. Its features flowed, blurring into abstract shapes that held no consistent form, no discernible beauty. But argument alone is not sufficient. You must prove that the original bargain was invalid, not merely inconvenient for you now. "Then let me prove it," the young woman declared, a surge of confidence blooming in her chest, a resilience she hadn't known she possessed. "Show me the exact terms of the agreement my mother made. If this is truly a binding contract, then I have the right to examine its provisions, to scrutinize every word, every nuance." The weaver hesitated, and in that momentary pause, the young woman sensed something profound and unsettling, a flicker of something akin to fear in the creature's ever-shifting depths. The terms were spoken, not written. They exist in memory and intent, not in any physical form that can be displayed, whose memory the young woman pressed, stepping closer, feeling the cold, polished stone beneath her feet. "Yours, my mother's, but my mother is dead, so her memory cannot be consulted, cannot bear witness to your claims. That leaves only your recollection, and you are hardly a disinterested party. How can I trust that you remember the terms accurately, especially when it clearly serves your purpose to remember them in the way most favorable to yourself?" The creature's form was becoming increasingly unstable now, its features cycling so rapidly that they blurred together into a terrifying, formless abstraction. It emitted a low, guttural sound, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the hall. "You seek to deny my word, to claim that I am dishonest. A liar. I claim that memory is fallible, even immortal memory," the young woman stated, her voice steady, piercing the growing chaos. "And I claim that any agreement made without witnesses, without written terms, without the explicit consent of all affected parties, is fundamentally flawed. You may possess immense power, weaver, but power alone does not make a contract valid, does it? The hall around them began to tremble violently, as though the young woman's words were shaking its very foundations, dislodging ancient, unseen mechanisms. The mirrors cracked and reformed, their surfaces showing increasingly nightmarish scenes, faces screaming in silent agony, hands reaching desperately toward an unseen freedom, souls caught in an endless dance of desire and profound regret. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and forgotten tears. You dare to question the validity of my contracts? The weaver snarled, its voice now coming from every surface at once, a cacophony of distorted whispers and ancient rage. I have existed since mortals first learned to want what they could not have. I have fulfilled desires and collected debts across countless centuries. My power is absolute within this realm. Your power may be absolute. The young woman agreed, her gaze unwavering, even as the fractured reflections of the weaver writhed around her. But absolute power exercised unjustly becomes tyranny, and even tyrants, I have learned, can be held accountable for their actions. She stepped forward, drawing on reserves of courage she had not known she possessed. The drowned girl's face might be borrowed, but the strength behind it, the unyielding resolve, was entirely her own. I invoked the right of challenge. The words emerged without conscious thought, surfacing from the deepest, most hidden parts of her soul, like something that had been sleeping there since her very birth, waiting for this precise moment. As she spoke them, she felt a strange, profound resonance, as though the ancient phrase had awakened something fundamental in the very fabric of reality itself. This, she realized, was what the elderly herbalist's grandmother had glimpsed, this ancient, cosmic law that even the weaver could not circumvent. The weaver recoiled, as though struck by an invisible blow, its form convulsed, shrinking slightly. You cannot. That right has not been invoked in 300 years. It is forgotten, lost to time. But it exists, the young woman said, certainty filling her voice, anchoring her against the hall's violent tremors. I can feel it, like a law written into the foundation stones of reality itself. The right of challenge allows any soul to demand judgment when a contract is disputed. Not judgment by you, weaver, but by something far greater, something that exists beyond your power to influence, beyond your twisted logic and your false promises. The hall around them was dissolving now, its impossible architecture crumbling into component shadows and fractured, reflected light. Through the chaos, the young woman could see something else taking shape, solidifying in the swirling void. A courtroom of sorts, vast and silent, with high-backed chairs that seemed carved from deepest night, and a bench that glowed with the ethereal light of distant stars. You do not understand what you are asking, the weaver pleaded, its voice now desperate, tinged with a raw, unfamiliar fear. The arbiters have not been summoned in centuries. Their judgment is final and absolute. There can be no appeal, no negotiation, no mercy if they find against you. Then let them judge, the young woman said, feeling the last vestiges of her fear fall away from her like a discarded cloak, leaving her with a stark, unwavering resolve. A strange, serene calm settled over her. Let them determine whether a mother's desperate bargain, made in ignorance and profound desperation, can justly bind a daughter who never consented to its terms, a daughter whose very soul was offered as payment without her knowledge. The weaver opened its mouth to protest further, but instead of words, something else emerged, something that shimmered into existence before the young woman's eyes, a desperate, final gambit. The air before her rippled, and suddenly, her mother stood there, exactly as she appeared in the cherished portrait at home. The same blue silk dress, the same gentle, sorrowful smile. But now her dark eyes were filled with a raw, undeniable pleading. My darling daughter. Her mother's voice was exactly as the young woman remembered it, warm with profound love, yet heavy with an ancient, unbearable sorrow. Please, you must stop this madness. I made my bargain willingly, gladly, to secure your future, to spare you from the fate I foresaw. Don't throw away my sacrifice now by challenging what cannot be changed, what has already been paid for in blood and tears. The vision was so perfect, so heartbreakingly real, that the young woman felt her resolve waver, her spirit falter. This was her mother, as she had lived, as she had loved, reaching across the chasm of death itself to speak to her child. I gave my life so that you might have yours. The apparition continued, moving closer with graceful, silent steps on the bone-white floor. Accept what the weaver offers. Let my sacrifice have meaning. To fight is to make my death pointless, to render my love worthless in the eyes of eternity. For a fleeting, agonizing moment, the young woman wanted nothing more than to run to her mother's outstretched arms, to accept whatever fate awaited her, if it meant honoring the woman who had loved her enough to die for her. A wave of profound grief threatened to engulf her, to pull her under. But then, an image of the elderly herbalist flashed in her mind, and with it, the remembered words about the weaver's true nature, its delight in twisted logic and false promises, its hunger for despair. No, she said firmly, her voice, though still the drowned girl's, cut through the emotional manipulation like a sharp blade. The illusion flickered, almost imperceptibly. My mother's love was real, but this vision, this deception, is not. My mother loved me too much to ever ask me to surrender my soul, to give up my very self. Her sacrifice was made to give me choice, not to trap me in an eternal obligation to a false bargain. She turned her back on the shimmering, false apparition, facing the forming court of arbiters with renewed, unyielding determination. The weaver seeks to corrupt even the memory of my mother's love, to twist her sacrifice into another instrument of control. This, arbiters, proves beyond doubt that it operates through deception, through manipulation, rather than through truth or just contract. The vision of her mother flickered one last time, then dissolved into swirling motes of light, revealing the weaver's own increasingly desperate, contorted expression. The transformation was complete. The chaotic hall vanished entirely, replaced by a space that felt both infinitely vast and intimately small, a realm of pure, unadulterated judgment. 3 figures sat upon the starlight bench, beings of such overwhelming presence that the young woman had to shield her eyes, her gaze unable to bear their direct light. The right of challenge has been invoked, spoke the central figure, its voice like distant thunder, resonating through the very air around her. Let the petitioner state her case, and the young woman, still wearing the borrowed face of the drowned girl, but now speaking with her own true, unyielding voice, began to tell the story of her mother's desperate sacrifice and the terrible, hidden price that had been extracted for a love that had lasted only a season. Story 4. The Weaver of Faces, Part 7. Universal Judgment. The great arbiters listened in a silence so profound, so absolute, that it pressed against the young woman's consciousness like a physical weight, heavier and colder than any stone. She could feel their presence, vast and ancient, without daring to look directly at them, for their light, though not harsh, was overwhelming. They were not beings of flesh and blood. She understood. Nor were they alien in the predatory way of the weaver. Instead, they seemed to be woven from the very fabric of universal justice, embodying a principle that transcended the petty concerns of individual species, of fleeting mortal lives. As she finished speaking, her voice, still that of the drowned girl, but imbued with her own unwavering truth, the hall fell into an even deeper quiet. Her own heartbeat, a frantic, rapid pulse, seemed to echo off the distant, ethereal walls. The only sound in that boundless space, the weaver, on the other side of the vast chamber, remained unnaturally still, its constantly shifting form now frozen, rigid and unmoving, as though it dared not even breathe under the relentless, silent scrutiny of the arbiters. A tremor, barely perceptible, ran through its usually fluid features, a faint ripple of fear that was both unsettling and deeply, profoundly satisfying to witness. Finally, a voice emerged from the figure on the left of the starlight bench. It was a sound like wind whispering through autumn leaves, dry and rustling, yet carrying an ancient authority that settled into the very bones. The case is clear. It intoned, the words echoing with a chilling clarity. A bargain was indeed made between the petitioner's mother and the respondent, exchanging the child's future identity for a temporary enchantment of love. The question now before us is whether such a bargain is valid under the universal laws of contract, laws that predate the very stars. Then, from the right, another voice, deep and resonant, like the slow, steady crash of ocean waves against ancient stone. The child, the primary affected party, was not a willing participant in this agreement. She had no voice in its making, no opportunity to object to its terms, no understanding of what was being promised in her name, or the true price it would demand. The central arbiter, whose presence seemed to contain the quiet, boundless calm of the cosmos itself, leaned forward ever so slightly. The young woman felt the weight of its attention, sharp and penetrating, like concentrated sunlight through a lens, piercing directly into her innermost being. More troubling still is the very nature of what was promised and what was demanded. Identity is not property to be traded or sold, like a trinket or a parcel of land. It is the fundamental essence of consciousness itself, inextricably bound to the soul from which it emerges. To claim an identity is to claim the very core of a being. The mother had legal authority over her child, the weaver interjected, its voice, one so smooth and persuasive, now grating, a desperate, raspy sound. This was the first time it had dared to speak since the arbiters had manifested, and its interruption seemed to shatter a fragile silence. Human law recognizes a parent's right to enter into contracts on behalf of their minor children, especially when considering the child's well-being and future human law. The left arbiter replied coolly, its voice devoid of emotion, like a cold wind across a barren moor, has no bearing on contracts made with otherworldly entities. Such agreements fall under the jurisdiction of universal law, which recognizes no earthly precedent, no mortal statutes. Our judgment is based on principles far older, far more fundamental than your transient human constructs. Furthermore, continued the right arbiter, its voice a steady, inexorable tide. Even human law has limitations on parental authority. A parent cannot sell their child into slavery. A parent cannot trade away their child's fundamental rights. A parent cannot promise what they do not, in fact, possess. A child's identity belongs to the child alone. It is not the parent's to give, to bargain with, or to relinquish. The weaver's form began to shift again, but this time with a frantic, uncontrolled energy, its carefully maintained composure cracking under the arbiter's relentless, cold logic. Its features cycled through myriad forms, each more desperate than the last. The bargain was freely entered into by both parties. The mother received exactly what she requested, exactly what was promised. Was it? The central arbiter's voice carried a note of skepticism that made the very air in the hall grow several degrees colder, a chill that penetrated beyond mere skin. The petitioner has claimed that the love charm failed to provide lasting affection. If this is true, then the mother received a defective product, goods that did not perform as advertised, a service rendered incomplete. I never promised permanence. The weaver protested, its voice rising to a desperate, shrill pitch. Love, by its very nature, is temporary, an ephemeral spark. To expect otherwise is to misunderstand the fundamental nature of emotion itself, to demand what is inherently impossible, yet you deliberately encourage such misunderstanding. The left arbiter observed, its voice sharp as a cutting breeze. The mother came to you seeking security, a lasting bond for herself and her child. You allowed her to believe that the love you offered would provide that security, knowing full well that it would fade within a matter of months, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. The weaver fell silent, its features cycling even more rapidly now, blurring into a chaotic, indistinct mass, as if searching for a form, a defense, that might somehow hold against the arbiter's unyielding scrutiny. The young woman watched this display with a strange, detached fascination. She was witnessing something unprecedented, something truly extraordinary. The creature, the ancient, powerful weaver, was afraid. There is another matter to consider. The right arbiter continued, its gaze fixed entirely on the struggling entity. The nature of the payment demanded. The respondent sought not merely the child's physical face, but her entire identity, her memories, her personality, her capacity for independent thought. This goes far beyond the scope of what was promised in return, far beyond any reasonable exchange for a temporary enchantment. The exact terms were never specified. The weaver gasped, its voice strained, raw with desperation. Face could be interpreted in many ways, given the flexibility of language. Could it? The central arbiter's interruption was sharp as a blade, cutting through the weaver's frantic argument. When dealing with mortals, you are bound by their understanding of the terms, not by your own broader, self-serving interpretation. A human mother promising her child's face would naturally assume she was offering only the physical appearance, the outward reflection, not the totality of identity, the very essence of self. The hall around them began to resonate with a deep, harmonic tone, a sound that seemed to emerge from the very foundations of reality, vibrating through the young woman's body. She recognized it instinctively as the sound of judgment being rendered, of cosmic scales being balanced after a long, arduous dispute. It was the sound of truth made manifest. The contract in question is void, declared the central arbiter, its words carrying the weight of absolute authority, reverberating through the vast, now trembling space. It was entered into under false pretenses, with inadequate disclosure of terms, without the consent of the primary affected party, and with payment demands that far exceeded what was reasonable given the service provided. Such an agreement cannot and will not stand. Furthermore, added the left arbiter, its voice a chilling pronouncement, the respondent is guilty of deceptive practices in its dealings with mortal clients, a pervasive pattern of behavior designed to exploit desperation rather than provide genuine assistance. Such actions undermine the fundamental balance of existence. The right arbiter leaned forward, its attention focused entirely on the now collapsing form of the weaver. As penalty for these violations, you will return all faces currently in your possession to their rightful owners. Those souls who have already been consumed will be restored to the extent possible, and you will be barred from entering into any contracts with mortal beings for a period of 1,000 years. Let this be a lesson that even the most ancient powers are not above the reach of cosmic justice. The weaver let out a sound that was part scream, part sigh, part something else entirely, a profound, gut-wrenching noise that spoke of a creature whose very existence was being redefined against its will. Its form began to unravel, not disappearing, but becoming less solid, less certain of its own boundaries, like smoke dispersing in a sudden, cold wind. "This is not possible," it gasped, its voice fading. "My power, my collection, centuries of work. Your work has been built on exploitation and false dealing." The central arbiter stated without sympathy, its voice firm and unwavering. Consider this period of exile an opportunity for reflection on the true nature of fair exchange, on the value of consent, and the inviolable essence of identity. The weaver's hall began to collapse around them, its impossible architecture folding in on itself like a house of cards in a strong, unseen wind. Through the swirling chaos, the young woman could see the black mirror that had brought her here, its surface now glowing with a soft, warm, inviting light, rather than the hungry, consuming darkness it had shown before. The path home was opening. The collapsing architecture of the weaver's hall dissolved around her, not with a roar, but with a strange, impossible silence, like a nightmare fading into the quiet dawn. The young woman stood amidst the swirling chaos, her borrowed face, that of the drowned girl, a mask of pale astonishment, the left arbiter, its presence still overwhelming even as the entity's domain crumbled, turned its attention to her. Its voice, a gentle rustle of leaves, directed her home. "Go," it commanded, a soft imperative. "Return to your world and reclaim what was always yours by right." A wave of fear, cold and sharp, washed over her. It wasn't the fear of facing the weaver, for that battle was done. It was the fear of leaving this impossible space, of returning to a reality that might not yet be ready for her. "Wait," she called out, her voice, the drowned girl's voice, trembling slightly. "What about the faces I've been wearing? Will they disappear when I return to my own form?" then, a more personal, aching question. And the old herbalist, will she be safe? The right arbiter, its tone like a steady, comforting tide, offered reassurance. They will return to where they belong. The dead will find their rest, their long-held suffering finally absolved. And you, young soul, you will find your truth, whole and unburdened. The central arbiter, its cosmic presence imbued with a quiet, boundless warmth, added. The herbalist who has guarded you will recover her strength. Her sacrifice has been noted, and it will be rewarded. She will live to see the fruits of her long vigil. A profound, almost unbearable relief washed over the young woman. It was like warm honey spreading through her veins, dissolving the icy dread that had gripped her for weeks. She had been so utterly consumed by her own desperate quest for freedom, by the terrifying mechanics of cosmic justice, that she had almost forgotten the woman who had risked everything, who had broken through decades of isolation and fear to make this impossible moment possible. The path before her, the black mirror now glowing with a soft, inviting light, seemed to beckon her forward. She stepped towards the mirror, its pull a gentle, irresistible current, drawing her into its luminous depths. Her feet moved without conscious will, lighter than air, as if the very essence of her being was being reeled back across the vast expanse between worlds. As she reached the threshold, poised to step through, the central arbiter's voice, distant now but still clear and resonant, reached her one final time. Remember this day, child. Remember that even the mightiest powers can be held accountable for their actions. And remember that a mother's love, freely given, is worth more than all the magic in creation. The mirror swallowed her whole. The sensation was not one of falling, but of dissolving, of being gently unmade and then reassembled through layers of reality, like a stone dropped into deep, still water, sending ripples through consciousness. It lasted both forever and no time at all. Then, with a sudden, jarring jolt, she was standing in her own familiar parlour. She gasped, a ragged, uneven sound, and swayed on her feet, her body trembling violently, a physical aftershock of the impossible journey. But she was undeniably alive. The air tasted of dust and old wood, comforting in its normalcy after the alien strangeness of the weaver's hall. The soft lamplight cast familiar shadows, not the predatory ones of that other realm. The old herbalist sat in the chintz armchair, the same one the girl's father had favoured. But she was no longer the frail, gaunt figure who had barely managed the walk from her secluded cottage. Colour had returned to her cheeks, a faint blush that belied her age. Her pale eyes, once so distant with sorrow and memory, now sparked with a newfound vitality, a quiet, almost mischievous light. The black mirror, the terrible gateway, lay on the small table between them, its surface now reflecting nothing more mysterious than the lamplight above, an ordinary piece of polished glass. "Welcome home," the herbalist said softly, her voice thin but steady, a gentle hand reaching out. The young woman rushed to the nearest mirror, the one above her mantelpiece that had reflected so many borrowed faces over the past weeks, each a fresh torment, a chilling reminder of her impending loss. Her heart hammered in her chest, a frantic drumbeat of anticipation and trepidation. The woman who looked back at her had dark hair and brown eyes, a face that was neither beautiful nor plain, but uniquely, undeniably her own. The subtle curve of her lips, the familiar set of her jaw, the slight asymmetry of her nose, every detail resonated with a deep, forgotten recognition. "Is it really over?" she whispered, her voice, her true voice, sounding almost foreign in her own ears, yet deeply comforting. She touched her cheek with trembling fingers, feeling the familiar texture of her own skin, the warmth of her own life force. "It is," the old herbalist confirmed, her gaze unwavering. "The weaver's power is broken, at least as far as you are concerned. You are free to live your life as you choose, young one, without debt or obligation to any otherworldly power. Your fate is your own once more." The young woman sank into a nearby chair, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what had just occurred. A wave of exhaustion, deep and pervasive, washed over her, but it was accompanied by an exhilarating lightness. She was herself again, not just in appearance, but in some fundamental, elemental way that went deeper than physical form, deeper than borrowed skin or stolen identity. The oppressive weight of supernatural obligation, a burden she had carried since before her birth, had finally lifted from her shoulders, leaving her feeling lighter than air. "What will you do now?" she asked the old herbalist, her voice still a little hoarse with emotion. The herbalist smiled, and for the first time since the young woman had known her, the expression reached her eyes, filling them with a quiet, hopeful light. "I think I may travel," she said, her gaze drifting towards the window, to the vast, familiar expanse of the moors. "There are places I have not seen in many, many years, people I left behind long ago. Perhaps it is time to discover whether some wounds can truly heal, given enough time and care." A pause, then a softer whisper. "My daughter. Perhaps. We shall see." The question, unspoken, hung in the air. Would the ability to love her daughter return? Too. The old herbalist rose from her chair, gathering her dark cloak around her with a renewed sense of purpose. "But first," she said, a faint smile playing on her lips, "I believe I will sleep for a very long time. Maintaining the connection to the mirror while you faced the arbiters was taxing." She moved towards the door, her steps lighter, more certain than before. She paused at the threshold, looking back at the young woman, and in her pale eyes there was not sorrow now, but a deep, abiding pride. "Your mother would be proud of you. You know, you faced the weaver with the same courage she showed when she came to me all those years ago. That courage is her true legacy, not the bargain she made, but the fierce love that drove her to make it." After the old herbalist left, stepping out into the crisp October air that now carried only the scent of dying leaves and damp earth, the young woman remained in her parlour for a long, quiet time. She simply existed, breathing in the profound, comforting certainty of being herself. The borrowed faces were gone, returned to their eternal rest, their stories resolved. The supernatural debt that had shaped her life even before her birth was finally paid in full, not with her identity, but with justice, long delayed, finally delivered. Outside, dawn was breaking over the quiet village, painting the moors in shades of gold and rose. Somewhere in the distance, the church bells began to ring the morning hour, their clear, resonant sound carrying across the landscape like a celebration. The young woman listened to their music and smiled, a genuine, unforced smile. Today, for the very first time in her life, she was truly free to be whoever she chose to become. She moved back to the mirror above her mantelpiece, studying the face that looked back with new understanding. It was her own face. Yes. But she saw it now with eyes that had gazed into otherworldly realms, had witnessed the intricate machinery of cosmic justice, had learned that even the most fundamental aspects of identity could be stolen, traded, or, miraculously, reclaimed. The woman in the reflection bore the same features she had always worn, but there was something deeper now, a profound knowledge that lived in the space between her heartbeats, an awareness of the thin places where reality grew permeable, where the veil between worlds could be breached. She would always carry this sensitivity. She realized, in certain lights, at particular moments, she would glimpse the spaces between nightmares, would sense the faint, lingering presence of powers that moved in the shadows of the ordinary world. But rather than frightening her, this knowledge felt like a gift, a hard-won testament to her journey, proof that she had journeyed to the very edge of existence and returned with her soul intact. The face in the mirror smiled back, and it was her own face, marked now by experience and deepened by understanding. It was beautiful, not merely in its familiar features, but in its hard-won authenticity, a face that had been lost, fiercely fought for, and finally, irrevocably reclaimed. The morning the priest, Father Vincent, first noticed the sweet, cloying smell hanging in the air of the ancient cathedral, he thought perhaps an elderly parishioner had spilled her bottle of rose water again. The scent lingered near the altar, thick and heavy, like incense, yet somehow more intimate, more personal. It was the kind of perfume that clung not just to fabric, but to skin, to memory itself, a subtle invasion of the senses. Father Vincent had been avoiding the cathedral for 3 weeks now, a period of imposed quiet after the senior cleric had suggested he take a sabbatical. The suggestion had followed a disturbing incident involving a young acolyte, an accusation that, though vague and unconfirmed, carried the undeniable weight of ecclesiastical law. It had been delivered with a cold, unyielding smile that had left Vincent's stomach twisting into a leaden knot. Nothing, he told himself. Nothing had truly happened. Yet, in these volatile times, even the mere appearance of impropriety was enough to shatter a man's lifelong calling. So, he had retreated to the rectory's dim basement, finding solace in the lamplit pages of ancient theological texts, desperately trying to convince himself that 37 years of unwavering devotion could not be undone by one boy's confused whispers. But the old cathedral, with its soaring arches and ancient stones, kept calling to him. It had done so since his ordination 23 years ago, an irresistible pull that had drawn him to this very posting. The venerable church was renowned throughout the archdiocese for its perpetual flame, a single candle that had burned continuously for over 2 centuries, said to have been lit by the saint himself before his martyrdom. It was this flame, this beacon of unwavering faith, that had initially captivated Vincent. He had grown up on tales of the miracles it had wrought, the healing of the lame, the conversion of the faithless, the manifestation of the divine in ways that commanded reverence even from the most skeptical. Father Vincent had believed these stories with the fierce fervor of a true believer. His own faith rekindled and strengthened each time he gazed into that steady, golden light. Now, standing alone in the silent nave at 6 in the morning, breathing in that strange, sweet perfume, a creeping doubt began to gnaw at him. He wondered, with a cold shiver that had nothing to do with the chill morning air, if his faith had been tragically misplaced all along. The cathedral was utterly empty, save for the perpetual flame, which flickered with its usual hypnotic rhythm near the altar. Yet, there was something undeniably wrong with the space around it. The ancient marble floor, usually pristine, bore strange, irregular stains, pale, waxy pools, almost translucent, caught the faint morning light filtering through the stained glass windows, reflecting fractured colours onto the stone. Vincent counted 7 distinct puddles, each one roughly the size and shape of a human figure kneeling in silent supplication. He had, of course, heard about the disappearances. The entire town had been buzzing with hushed rumours for the past month. 7 parishioners, all devout, had vanished during various masses, always during the sacred moment of consecration, always without a sound. The local authorities had questioned everyone, searched the cathedral from its deepest crypts to its highest bell tower, but found nothing. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. The missing people had simply dissolved. That was the chilling word the witnesses used. Dissolved, like sugar melting into water, or salt dissolving into rain. Vincent knelt beside the nearest waxy puddle, his movements slow, deliberate, as if fearing to disturb something unseen. He dipped a trembling finger into the substance. It was warm, almost body temperature, and possessed a consistency unlike any candle wax he had ever encountered. It felt organic, somehow, disturbingly alive, as if it retained some essential quality of life itself. When he cautiously lifted his finger, a thin, glistening strand of the wax stretched between his skin and the puddle, reluctant to break its hold. The strange perfume grew stronger, an almost suffocating embrace, as he knelt there, and he realized with a jolt that it was emanating directly from the wax itself. It was not just any perfume, but something specific, something that tickled the frayed edges of his memory, insistent, demanding recognition. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, trying to place the elusive scent. Roses. Yes, roses. But not just roses. There was something else underneath, a deeper, more profound note that made his throat constrict with a sudden, painful recognition. It was the exact perfume his dear departed mother had worn every Sunday to Mass. The very same perfume that had clung to her rosary beads, her worn prayer book, her Sunday dress. The same heavy floral scent that had filled the funeral home the day they had laid her to rest 15 years ago. Vincent's hand began to shake violently as he pulled it away from the warm, viscous wax. It was impossible. His mother's perfume had been discontinued decades ago. He had scoured every department store in the city, searching for it once for her birthday, only to be told the manufacturer had ceased production in the distant past. Yet here it was, rising from the strange, warm wax, like a ghost made manifest, a spectre of scent. He stood quickly, his knees protesting the abrupt movement, and walked towards the perpetual flame. The altar, usually a source of comfort, seemed different in the morning light, more imposing, more menacing than he remembered. The candle itself was magnificent, nearly 3 feet tall and as thick as a man's torso. Its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering light, like something trying to break free from its waxy prison. Vincent had always assumed the carvings depicted scenes from the lives of the saints, the glorious moments of their devotion. But now, looking more closely, his gaze sharpened by dawning horror. He wasn't entirely sure what he was seeing. The figures carved into the wax certainly appeared to be human forms, but they were positioned in ways that suggested neither prayer nor worship. Their faces were tilted upward, mouths open in what might have been ecstasy or agony, a silent chorus of unnamed suffering. Their bodies were intertwined, melting into one another at the edges, as if the very boundary between individual souls had become fluid, porous, unsettlingly negotiable. Vincent had gazed upon this candle thousands of times during his tenure at the church, had said countless masses in its profound, silent presence, had even touched it during the blessing of the holy oils each Holy Thursday. How had he never noticed these chilling details before? He reached a hand towards the flame, drawn by an impulse he couldn't name, a morbid fascination. The heat was more intense than he'd expected, a searing presence against his palm. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw something moving within the fire itself, indistinct shapes that resembled the contorted faces of his parishioners, their features twisted in silent screams of terrible rapture. His phone buzzed, a sharp, jarring vibration in his pocket, startling him violently back to the present. A text message from the High Cleric's office. Elder Churchman requests your presence immediately. Bring all records regarding the perpetual flame. Vincent's blood turned to ice water. The Elder Churchman knew something. Had always known. Perhaps the sabbatical, the veiled suggestions about his future in the church. Maybe none of it had been about the acolyte at all. Maybe it had always been about this, about whatever terrifying truth was slowly, inexorably unfolding within his ancient cathedral. The priest, Father Vincent, found himself in the sacristy, a small, somber room adjacent to the altar, pulling file after brittle file from the ancient wooden cabinets. The air here was heavy, thick with the scent of old paper, dust, and beeswax, a fragrance that usually offered a comforting sense of history, but now felt like the oppressive weight of untold secrets. The records of the venerable church's perpetual flame stretched back to its founding over 2 centuries ago, each document a fragile testament to generations of unwavering faith. Yet, the further back his trembling fingers delved, the more unsettling, the more strange the documents became. The earliest entries, penned in a spidery, almost illegible hand that Vincent assumed belonged to the church's very first pastor, contained references that made his skin prickle with an inexplicable dread. He read of the sanctified rendering and the holy dissolution of the faithful. Burrs the phrases echoed in the quiet room, devoid of immediate context, yet brimming with a sinister implication he couldn't quite grasp. His fingers, now stained with the fine dust of centuries, traced the faded ink, the words seeming to hum with a forgotten, dormant power. One particular passage, dated in the distant past, nearly a century and a half ago, made Vincent's hands tremble so violently that the brittle page threatened to tear. The flame requires sustenance of the most pure kind, the looping script declared. The blessed who give themselves willingly to its embrace achieve a martyrdom beyond mortal comprehension. Their essence joins the eternal light, their devotion made manifest in the very wax that feeds the sacred fire. Vincent's breath hitched in his throat, his mind, trained for decades in theological exegesis, struggled to reconcile these words with any known doctrine of faith or sacrifice. Then, a sudden, chilling jolt of recognition. Kowalski. His own surname. There, in the records from that distant year. But that was impossible. His family, he was certain, had immigrated from a distant land in the late 19th century, long after this entry was made, unless the immigration records were incomplete, or perhaps deliberately misleading. A cold, creeping fear began to bloom in his chest, a fear far deeper than any he had felt from the ambiguous accusations of the acolyte. He flipped through more pages, his search now obsessive, frantic, fueled by a terrible premonition. He found them, scattered throughout the decades, appearing with an unsettling regularity. Father Stanislaus Kowalski, in a slightly later entry. Father Casimir Kowalski, years after that. Father Witold Kowalski, in the early 20th century. All assigned to this very church, all responsible for maintaining the perpetual flame, all bearing the same surname as Vincent himself. A lineage, not of simple clergy, but of keepers. The realization settled over him like a shroud woven from cold, damp threads of ancient obligation. The final entry in the series, dated just 3 years ago, was written in a hand that Vincent recognized with a shock of pure horror. It was his own penmanship, though he had no memory whatsoever of having written the words. The ink was slightly faded, as if drawn from a deeper, older part of himself that his conscious mind had long since suppressed. The flame grows dim. The entry read, its words like a dirge, a whisper from a silent, waiting more. The faithful grow scarce. The old ways must be remembered. The old hungers fed. The vessel grows weak, but the vessel is replaceable. The flame is eternal. Vincent slammed the file shut with such force that the ancient wood of the cabinet shuddered. He stumbled backward, knocking over a chair in his desperate haste to get away from the desk, from the chilling revelation. His vision blurred, and for a moment he thought he might be having a stroke, his heart hammering against his ribs with a frantic, irregular rhythm. The sweet perfume, the cloying scent that had haunted the cathedral that morning, was everywhere now, filling the sacristy like a living, suffocating thing. He could taste it on his tongue, feel it coating the inside of his throat, clinging to the very lining of his lungs. A wave of nausea swept over him, and he ran from the sacristy, through the long, empty nave, and out into the crisp morning air of the parking lot, where he doubled over and vomited onto the asphalt, retching until his stomach was empty and burning. The morning air was sharp and clean, free of that cloying sweetness, but he could still smell it, clinging to his clothes, his hair, his very skin, an invisible, inescapable shroud. His phone buzzed again, a cold, insistent vibration against his leg. Another message from the High Cleric's office. Where are you, elder churchmen, waiting? Vincent drove to the ecclesiastical headquarters in a daze, his mind reeling with implications he didn't want to accept, couldn't bear to accept. The building was a modern monstrosity of glass and steel, a stark, almost brutal contrast to the Gothic beauty of his ancient church. The elder churchman was waiting in his office, a tall, severe man with eyes like winter mornings, clear, unblinking, and utterly devoid of warmth. "Father Vincent," the elder churchman said, without preamble, his voice flat, emotionless, yet somehow resonating with an unseen power. "Sit down. We need to talk." Vincent sat, the files clutched against his chest like a desperate shield. "Your Excellency," he began, his own voice hoarse, trembling slightly. "I've been doing some research. I know what you've been doing." The elder churchman interrupted, his gaze unwavering, penetrating. "The question is whether you understand what you've discovered." "I don't understand any of it," Vincent admitted, and the admission felt like a confession, the final, crushing weight of truth. The disappearances, the wax, the records, my own family name going back generations. But that's impossible. My family, your family has been bound to the venerable church for 2 centuries, the elder churchman stated, his words slow, deliberate, each one a hammer blow to Vincent's crumbling reality. Bound to the flame, each generation provides a keeper, a guardian who ensures the perpetual light never dies. Vincent felt the room spinning around him, the solid walls of the modern office seeming to melt into the hallucinatory wax puddles on the cathedral floor. That's impossible," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "I chose this assignment. I requested it specifically because of the flame's reputation. Did you?" The elder churchman leaned forward slightly, his eyes boring into Vincent's, a chilling intensity in their depths. "Or did you feel called to it, drawn to it in a way you couldn't explain or resist?" The truth hit Vincent like a physical blow, a sudden, brutal impact that stole his breath. He had felt called to the venerable church, had experienced an almost mystical compulsion to serve there. He had told himself it was divine vocation, the Holy Spirit guiding his path, an unmistakable sign from above. But now, the meaning of that calling was twisting into something grotesque, something monstrous. "What is it?" Vincent whispered, the words ragged, torn from the depths of his dawning terror. "What is the flame?" "Something older than the church," the elder churchman said, his voice now a low, chilling murmur, resonant with ancient, unholy knowledge. "Something that existed long before we built our cathedral around it. The indigenous people of this region knew it as the hunger that waits. They fed it in their own way, with their own rituals. When the early Catholic settlers arrived, they adapted the worship to their needs. The saints," Vincent said, understanding flooding through him like poison, cold and corrosive, burning away every last vestige of his cherished beliefs. "The candle is made from the saints." "The devoted," the elder churchman corrected, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. "Those who give themselves willingly to its embrace, their bodies rendered into wax, their souls bound to the flame for eternity. It's a kind of immortality. Father, a communion with the divine that transcends death itself." Vincent stared at the man in horror, his mind recoiling from the monstrous implications. "You're talking about murder," he choked out. "Human sacrifice. I am talking about transformation." The elder churchman replied, his voice remaining unnervingly calm, utterly reasonable, even as it described unspeakable acts. about the willing surrender of the temporal in service of the eternal. Your parishioners didn't die. Father, they became something greater. They joined the flame, became part of its sacred purpose. And my role in all this? Vincent asked, the words hollow, devoid of any former meaning. You are the keeper, the elder churchman said, the chilling pronouncement sealing Vincent's fate. The shepherd who guides the flock to their ultimate destiny. Your faith, your devotion. These are the forces that call to the faithful, that prepare them for their transcendence. Vincent felt his entire world crumbling around him, every foundation of his belief shattering into dust. Everything he believed, everything he had devoted his life to, was built on a foundation of monstrous, unspeakable lies. I won't do it, he said, his voice gaining a desperate, defiant strength. I won't be a part of this anymore. You don't have a choice, the elder churchman said gently, the softness of his tone more terrifying than any overt threat. The flame requires a keeper. Without one, it dies. And if it dies, Vincent asked, his voice barely audible, dread coiling in his stomach like a venomous serpent. What happens if it dies? The souls bound within it are released, the elder churchman replied, his gaze unblinking, unwavering. 2 centuries of the faithful, suddenly free to seek their own justice. They remember their transformation. Father, they remember who guided them to it. His words hung in the air, a final, chilling weight, leaving Vincent utterly, hopelessly, consumed. Vincent closed his eyes, trying to process the magnitude of what he was being told, the horrifying tapestry woven from faith and flesh. He was trapped, utterly and irrevocably. Keep feeding people to this monstrous thing, this ancient, waiting hunger, or face the wrath of its victims. 2 centuries of the transformed, now free and remembering. The choice felt like a suffocating weight, pressing down on his very soul. There is a third option, the elder churchman said quietly, his voice a low, steady hum that seemed to vibrate in the very air of the office. The keeper can choose to join the flame himself, to become its final offering, allowing it to burn out naturally while his soul takes the place of all the others. It's considered the greatest sacrifice a keeper can make. Vincent opened his eyes sharply, the flicker of a new horror, a new, terrible understanding, dawning within them. Is that what happened to the other Kowalskis? He asked, his voice barely a whisper, ragged with newfound dread. Did they all eventually? Some chose transcendence, the elder churchman replied, his gaze unwavering, timeless. Others served until natural death took them. The flame is patient. It can wait decades for the right moment, the right offering. The words hung in the air, cold and heavy, sealing Vincent's fate with an ancient, inescapable precision. He was merely another thread in a centuries-old tapestry, a guardian whose ultimate destiny was to become part of the very thing he guarded. Vincent stood abruptly, the files scattering to the floor around his feet, rustling like dry leaves. I need time to think, he managed, his voice strained. Time is something you don't have much of, the elder churchman countered, a hint of something predatory in his tone now. The flame grows hungry again. It's been 3 weeks since the last transformation. Much longer, and it will begin to seek sustenance on its own. What does that mean? Vincent asked. a cold dread snaking its way up his spine. It means the disappearances will no longer be limited to willing participants. The elder churchman explained, his voice chillingly calm. The flame will take what it needs to survive, whether the vessel is prepared or not. Vincent left the ecclesiastical headquarters in a state of profound shock, driving aimlessly through the suburban community, the streets and houses blurring into an indistinct canvas as his mind reeled with implications he wouldn't accept. He thought about running, about abandoning his calling, shedding his clerical robes and disappearing into the anonymity of secular life. But a cold certainty settled deep in his bones. It was impossible. The flame would find him, or its bound souls would. He was trapped, tangled in a web of supernatural obligation that stretched back generations, a silent, unseen leash that would never break. By evening, he found himself parked outside the venerable church, staring at its Gothic spires, dark against the deepening twilight sky. Through the stained glass windows, he could see the warm, steady glow of the perpetual flame, a beacon of horrifying beauty. It seemed patient, waiting, its light a silent invitation. He entered through the side door, his key turning with a hollow click in the lock, bypassing the main entrance as if he were a thief in his own house of worship. The nave was empty, but the sweet perfume, cloying and intimate, was stronger than ever now. It hung heavy in the air, a living thing that coated his tongue and lungs. The pale wax puddles on the marble floor seemed to pulse with their own faint light, and Vincent could swear he saw faces forming and dissolving in their shimmering surfaces. The faces of his missing parishioners, peaceful and serene in their grotesque transformation. The perpetual flame drew him forward like an irresistible magnet. As he approached the altar, the intricate carvings on the candle's surface seemed to move with a greater urgency, the intertwined figures writhing in their eternal dance of ecstasy and dissolution. He knelt before the flame, the cold marble biting at his knees through his trousers. He tried to pray, but the words wouldn't come. Strangled by the horror that now consumed his understanding, how could he pray to a God who would allow such a thing to exist? How could he maintain his faith in the face of such cosmic, unspeakable horror? But even as he questioned, even as his mind reeled, he felt the familiar warmth of devotion spreading through his chest, a strange, undeniable comfort. The flame was beautiful. He realized, in that moment of shattered understanding, that there was something genuinely sacred about it, something that transcended the horror of its feeding. The souls bound within it weren't suffering, not truly. They were part of something larger, something eternal and magnificent, a horrifying yet sublime communion. He reached toward the flame again, feeling its intense heat on his palm. This time, he didn't pull away. The fire licked at his fingers, and he felt no pain, only a sense of profound connection, of coming home after a long, arduous journey. Father Vincent, he turned slowly, his heart thrumming with an inexplicable mix of dread and resignation, to see an elderly woman standing in the aisle behind him. It was a devoted parishioner, a widow who attended daily mass and volunteered for every church function. Her face was serene, expectant, a gentle smile playing on her lips, her eyes bright with a peaceful certainty that mirrored the flickering flame. "I felt called to come tonight," she said softly. her voice a comforting murmur in the vast, silent nave. I've been having the most wonderful dreams about the flame. It's been speaking to me, Father, telling me about the joy that awaits. Vincent's throat constricted. The flame was already choosing its next offering, drawing the faithful to itself through dreams and visions, preparing for its next meal. The elderly woman walked forward with the peaceful certainty of the blessed, her eyes fixed on the eternal light, her steps echoing softly on the marble floor. "Ma'am," Vincent said, his voice hoarse, a desperate plea hidden beneath the polite tone. "Perhaps you should go home. It's late." "Oh, but I can't leave now," she replied with a gentle smile, her gaze never leaving the flame. "Not when I'm so close to understanding. The flame has shown me such beautiful things. Father, the peace that comes with surrender, the joy of becoming part of something eternal." She knelt beside Vincent, her hands clasped in prayer, her posture one of utter, devoted surrender. The perfume grew stronger, and Vincent realized it was changing, adapting to match the elderly woman's preferred scent. Lavender and vanilla, the same combination she'd worn to church for 30 years. A fragrance so familiar it felt like part of the very fabric of the venerable church. "You feel it too, don't you?" she whispered, her voice soft and dreamy, already beginning to fade, to dissolve into the air. The calling, the hunger for something greater than this temporal existence. Vincent watched in fascination and horror as her form began to blur at the edges, her flesh taking on a waxy translucence. She was dissolving, transforming, becoming one with the flame's eternal hunger. Her face remained peaceful throughout the process, even as her features began to melt and flow, losing their distinct human contours. "Don't fight it, Father," she said, her voice growing distant and dreamy, a whisper from another realm. "The flame needs you, needs your faith to call the others, but eventually it will need you for yourself as well." Within minutes, the elderly woman was gone, leaving only another puddle of perfumed wax on the marble floor. The perpetual flame burned brighter for a moment, as if fed by her sacrifice, and Vincent could swear he saw her serene, transformed face dancing in the fire, peaceful, eternal. He remained kneeling there for hours, watching the flame, its golden light casting long, dancing shadows through the empty nave. He tried to understand his role in the cosmic horror that surrounded him. He was the shepherd, the guide who led the faithful to their transcendence. But he was also the final offering, the ultimate sacrifice that would allow the flame to burn itself out and release the souls bound within. The choice was his: continue feeding the flame and live with the knowledge of what he was doing, or offer himself and end the cycle forever. Either way, his soul would burn. The only question was whether it would burn in service of the flame's hunger or in defiance of it. As dawn approached, painting the stained glass windows with a muted, holy light, Vincent made his decision. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver lighter, a gift from his mother years ago, engraved with her initials. The irony wasn't lost on him. He would use a flame to destroy the flame, his faith to extinguish faith itself. But as he flicked the lighter, nothing happened. The flame had already claimed him. He realized his faith, his devotion, his very soul, all of it belonged to the perpetual light now. He was the wick that would burn forever, calling the faithful to their transcendence, guiding them toward their beautiful dissolution. Vincent smiled, a faint, almost serene expression that softened the hard lines of his face. He placed the lighter back in his pocket. Tomorrow, there would be morning mass, and the venerable church would fill with devoted parishioners seeking spiritual comfort. Some of them would feel the calling, would experience the sweet dreams that preceded transformation, and he would be there to guide them, to help them understand the joy that awaited in the flame's eternal embrace. The perpetual flame flickered gently in the growing daylight, patient and satisfied. It had found its keeper, its shepherd, its eternal servant. The cycle would continue as it had for 2 centuries, as it would for centuries to come. And in the dancing light of the sacred fire, Vincent could see the faces of all who had come before, the other keepers, the transformed faithful, the willing sacrifices who had achieved a kind of immortality beyond mortal comprehension. They were waiting for him to join them, waiting for the moment when his usefulness as a shepherd would end and his true purpose as fuel would begin. But that moment was still years away. For now, he had work to do, souls to guide, faithful to comfort, offerings to prepare. The flame was hungry, and Father Vincent was its eternal servant, bound by faith and blood, and the terrible beauty of transformation itself. The ritual had become as ingrained and automatic as the quiet rhythm of breathing itself. Every year, on the 15th day of the 10th month, the woman, the surviving twin, would meticulously arrange 2 places at her dining room table in the family home she had inherited from her parents. One setting was for herself, and the other, carefully positioned, was for her lost twin sister. The same blue-rimmed porcelain plates, once reserved by their mother for special occasions, were brought out. The same sterling cutlery, polished to a soft gleam, caught the gentle afternoon light as it streamed through the wide bay windows. A single white candle, slender and untouched, stood patiently between the 2 settings, waiting. Her husband, a man of quiet patience and steadfast understanding, had long ceased to question this annual practice. Years had passed, smoothing over the initial unease, replacing it with a resigned acceptance. Their children, now grown and scattered across the wide country, had learned to refer to it simply as Mom's birthday ritual, treating it with the tolerant detachment adults often reserve for their parents' harmless, if slightly melancholic, eccentricities. Even the scattered neighbors, those who might catch a fleeting glimpse of the solitary second place setting through the dining room windows, had gradually grown accustomed to the woman's quiet, annual observance of her twin sister's memory. But this particular afternoon, this 15th of October, felt different. A subtle current of apprehension seemed to weave its way through the very air of the house. The old structure itself felt as if it were holding its breath, a vast, silent sentinel awaiting some unspoken cue. As the woman moved through the familiar space, each motion precise and automatic after 37 repetitions, a curious tension built around her. The white candle stood perfectly straight, its wick a dark, slender promise against the pale, unblemished wax. The porcelain plates gleamed with an almost unnatural luster, and the silverware lay in perfect, parallel lines, reflecting the fading light in miniature, distorted glimpses. She stepped back, her gaze sweeping over her work. A quiet assessment of the tableau she had created. Outside, beyond the window panes, the golden hills wore their autumn cloak like a threadbare shawl, their muted hues softened by the mellow light of late afternoon. Long, stretching shadows began to creep across the polished hardwood floor, reaching out like tentative fingers from the deeper corners of the room. Their old family dog, a golden retriever whose muzzle was now dusted with the silver of age, had been acting strangely all day. From the moment she had begun the ritual of setting the table, he had whined softly, a low, guttural sound of distress, and retreated to the kitchen, seeking the sanctuary of its warmth and the comforting scent of imminent supper whenever she entered the dining room. In 6 hours, her family would arrive. Her husband would bring his patient smile and his gentle, understanding eyes, a steady anchor in the quiet storm of her memories. Her daughter would arrive with her own husband and their twin boys, the woman's grandsons. She loved them dearly, her love fierce and protective, yet she could never look at them, never truly engage with their bright, innocent faces, without a pang of something akin to sorrow, without her mind inevitably drifting to other twins, to the twin she had lost, to the memory that had shaped everything that had come after. But first, there was this private moment, the sacred lighting of the candle, the brief, whispered words, the fragile thread that connected her to the sister who had lived for only 7 short years before the tragic accident that had irrevocably altered their world. She struck the match, the tiny burst of sulfur filling the air for a fleeting instant, then touched the struggling flame to the candle's wick. The flame caught immediately, blooming into a steady, golden teardrop, burning straight and true in the still, breathless air of the dining room. The sharp scent of sulfur faded quickly, replaced by the clean, almost sweet smell of burning wax, a subtle perfume of memory. "Happy birthday, my darling," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, a soft utterance that she had repeated every year since she had turned 8. Since she had first understood that birthdays would forever be divided between quiet celebration and a deep, abiding grief. We are 44 today, or rather, she was 44 today. The flame danced, a silent, flickering tremor, though the woman felt no breeze, no stir of air in the still room. She watched it for a long moment, allowing the memories to wash over her, the vivid recollection of her sister's bright laugh, the way her lost twin had always blown out her birthday candles with such fierce, almost desperate concentration, as if the sheer intensity of her wishes might, just might, guarantee their fulfillment. The morning had unfolded typically enough. A quiet breakfast shared with her husband before he left for his office in the neighboring community. Then hours spent in the comforting, mundane preparations for the evening meal. But as the day had progressed, the woman had found herself feeling increasingly unsettled. A creeping unease that coiled deep in her stomach, though she couldn't quite identify its precise source. Perhaps it was the quality of the light, which seemed somehow thicker than usual, more charged with an unseen energy. Or perhaps it was the old dog's persistent anxiety, the way he had retreated, whimpering, whenever she approached the dining room. Now, standing before the lit candle, with the long, stretching shadows beginning to gather in the room's deepest corners, that vague unease began to crystallize into something sharper, something approaching dread. The house was too quiet. Even the old dog had ceased his anxious pacing, and the silence stretched, taut and unnerving, like a breath held for too long. She turned, intending to leave the dining room, to check on the roast in the oven, perhaps to pour herself a much-needed glass of wine to settle her frayed nerves. Her family would arrive precisely at 6:30, and she still needed to shower and change, to prepare herself for the resumption of normalcy. But as she reached the doorway, her hand already on the cool, smooth wood of the frame, she heard it, a soft, deliberate scrape of wood against wood, a sound like a chair being pulled slowly, carefully, across the polished hardwood floor. The woman turned back, her heart leaping to her throat, a sudden, frantic flutter. The chair, the one positioned directly across from her own place setting, the chair she had designated for her lost twin, had moved, perhaps 6 inches, no more, but it was unmistakably closer to the table than she had left it. The sound came again, a gentle, sustained dragging across the hardwood, a whisper of unseen movement. The chair glided forward another few inches. Then, as the woman watched, transfixed, her hand pressed instinctively to her throat, where her pulse hammered with a desperate urgency. The chair settled into its final position at the table. A soft, almost imperceptible sigh seemed to emanate from the antique wood, as if a weight had finally found its rest. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, the woman stood frozen in the doorway. The candle flame continued to burn steadily, a silent, unwavering beacon. The soft afternoon light outside continued its slow, inexorable fade towards the approaching evening, painting the room in deepening shades of gold and amber. And the chair, her lost twin's chair, sat exactly where someone, an invisible diner, would position it if they intended to sit down for dinner. The rational part of the woman's mind, the part trained by decades of ordinary living, immediately offered a flurry of explanations. Old houses settled, after all. Floors were rarely perfectly level. Chairs could shift position due to any number of mundane, easily explainable causes: a slight tremor, a subtle imbalance, a trick of the light. But the primitive, deeper part of her brain, the part that had never truly forgotten the chilling night terrors of childhood, or the peculiar, almost ethereal atmosphere that had always, subtly, surrounded her lost sister's memory, whispered different, far more unsettling possibilities. The woman forced herself to walk back to the table, her legs feeling strangely heavy, detached. She examined the chair, running her trembling fingers along its smooth wooden frame, checking for any obvious reason it might have moved. The legs appeared solid, the joints tight and secure. There was no apparent defect, no loose screw, nothing to explain the impossible movement. She pushed it back to its original position, a defiant act against the unseen, and watched it carefully. It remained still, perfectly stationary, but the chilling feeling of being observed persisted, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck. She found herself glancing repeatedly at the chair as she moved aimlessly around the dining room, straightening items that didn't need straightening, adjusting the candle's position by fractions of an inch. Each time she looked, the chair appeared exactly as she had left it, an inanimate object in an empty room. Yet, the sensation of invisible eyes tracking her every movement, a presence as real as the air she breathed, never faded. When the old dog finally appeared in the doorway, his golden coat gleaming softly in the candlelight, the woman felt a rush of profound, almost overwhelming relief. The dog often sought her company as evening approached, padding quietly through the silent house to whatever room contained his humans, a comforting, familiar presence. But instead of entering the dining room as he normally would, the old dog stopped abruptly at the threshold. His ears pricked forward, twitching, and a low, mournful whine escaped his throat, a sound that deepened, almost imperceptibly, to something that sounded less like simple anxiety and more like a chilling recognition, a desperate, unspoken warning. The phone rang then, its sudden, sharp jingle startling the woman so badly that she nearly knocked over the candle again. She hurried to the kitchen to answer it, grateful for the interruption, for the sudden intrusion of the mundane into the unsettling atmosphere of the dining room. "Mom." Her daughter's voice, slightly breathless, carried the familiar telltale quality that meant she was juggling multiple tasks while talking. "We're running about 15 minutes late. The boys had soccer practice, and you know how traffic is on the winding coastal road this time of day." "That's fine, honey," the woman said, forcing a smile into her voice, a lightness she didn't feel. "Everything's ready. Are you okay? You sound a little, I don't know, strange." The woman glanced towards the dining room doorway. The old dog sat at the entrance to the kitchen, as far from the dining room as he could manage, while still maintaining visual contact with her. His brown eyes held an expression she'd never seen before, a look that was not precisely fear, but a kind of deep, ancient unease that seemed to mirror her own, reflecting back the unspoken dread that had settled in her heart. "I'm fine," she said, her voice a little too quick, a little too bright. "Just tired. It's been a long day." The soft chimes of the grandfather clock in the distant hall marked the passage of a quarter hour, each resonate note echoing through the lingering quiet. At precisely 15 minutes past 6, the woman finally compelled herself to step back towards the dining room, her purpose to illuminate the grand overhead chandelier, banishing the encroaching twilight with a flood of artificial brightness. The single white candle, a silent sentinel on the meticulously set table, had burned lower, its once pristine wax now softened into a shallow, glowing pool within the brass holder. Yet it was not the candle, nor the deepening shadows that halted her abruptly at the threshold. It was the chair, her lost twin's chair. Someone was sitting in it, not someone tangible, not a figure discernible to her straining eyes. Yet the cushion bore the clear, undeniable impression of a small body, a shallow depression, precisely the kind that might be left by a 7-year-old child, settled into the plush fabric. As the woman stared, her gaze fixed with a desperate, unblinking intensity, she could have sworn the impression deepened ever so slightly, a subtle shift, as if the invisible occupant was settling in, adjusting their unseen form to a more comfortable position. A shiver, cold and sharp, traced a path down her spine. A silent scream of disbelief caught in her throat. Her wine glass, still clutched in her trembling fingers, slipped. It struck the polished hardwood floor with a sharp, sudden explosion of crystal and rich, golden liquid. The sound, impossibly loud in the hushed room, seemed to shatter more than just the glass. It seemed to cleave through whatever fragile spell had held the house captive, held its breath in a timeless moment of unnatural stillness. From the kitchen, the old family dog barked once, a sound sharp and clear, cutting through the silence. The grandfather clock, as if roused by the sudden noise, chimed the quarter hour once more, its deep tones reverberating through the hall. And the chair, the departed twins' chair, remained occupied, undeniably, by someone the woman could not see. She stood, frozen in the doorway, staring at the impossible sight, a tableau of silent dread. Then the front door swung open, and the house was abruptly filled with the warm, reassuring sounds of her family. Her daughter's voice, bright and familiar, called out, "Mom, we're here," followed by the thunderous patter of the twin boys' feet on the front steps, and the deeper, steady timbre of her husband's voice, asking about parking the car. The sudden rush of normalcy, the chaotic symphony of everyday life, felt like a jarring assault after the profound stillness she had just endured. The woman bent quickly, her hands shaking, to gather the larger, glittering fragments of broken glass, her movements swift and desperate. By the time her daughter appeared in the dining room doorway, the 8-year-old twin boys trailing just behind her, their faces flushed with the exertion of play and the crisp evening air. The woman had managed to clear most of the sparkling debris. A wide, damp mark of spilled liquid stained the gleaming wood, a stark, unwelcome reminder of her shattered composure. "What happened?" her daughter asked, her gaze sweeping over the scene, the dark, spreading stain, the remaining shards of glass, the subtle tremor in her mother's hands. "Clumsy," the woman managed, forcing a smile that felt brittle, like thin ice. "I dropped my glass." The lie tasted bitter, a metallic tang on her tongue. The twin boys, however, possessed the unclouded perception of childhood, a keenness that bypassed the carefully constructed deceptions of adults. Their bright, curious eyes had already found the place settings, the flickering candle, and then, inevitably, their gaze settled on the departed twins' chair. They approached the table with the fearless, unabashed curiosity unique to children, and the woman found herself watching them with a desperate, almost morbid fascination, wondering, with a deep, sickening dread, if they would notice what she had seen. "Why are there two plates?" Grandmother, the more talkative of the twins, asked, his voice bright and clear. "It's for your aunt, the lost twin," the woman replied, her voice steady, an echo of the explanation she had offered countless times over the years, each repetition a carefully rehearsed performance. "She died when I was little, but I like to remember her on our birthday." The quieter twin, however, had already wandered closer to the departed twin's chair. He stopped about 3 feet away, his small head tilted slightly, his eyes wide and fixed on something the woman could not see, something only he perceived. He was studying it, a silent, intense concentration on his young face. "Who's that?" he asked, his voice soft, almost a whisper. Yet it struck the woman with the force of a physical blow. "Who's what, sweetheart?" her daughter asked, looking up sharply from where she was examining the spilled liquid's mark on the floor. "The girl in the chair." The words landed like stones in still water. sending ripples of cold dread through the woman's entire being. Her daughter moved quickly to her son's side, her gaze following his to the seemingly empty chair. "I don't see anyone. Honey, are you playing pretend?" "She's right there," the quiet twin insisted, his voice taking on the slight, frustrated edge that children often employed when adults, through willful ignorance or genuine inability, failed to acknowledge obvious truths. "She has dark hair like grandmother's, and she's wearing a blue dress. She's looking at grandmother." The woman felt the room tilt subtly around her, the familiar walls seeming to sway, the floor beneath her feet suddenly uncertain. The blue dress. The word sparked a memory, vivid and piercing, though she hadn't consciously thought of it in years. Their mother had bought them matching dresses for their 7th birthday, 2 identical creations of deep blue velvet with delicate white lace collars. The woman had worn hers to the funeral. 3 weeks later, a tiny, solemn figure in a dress that now felt like a shroud. Her husband appeared in the doorway then, drawn by the rising tension in the room, just as the more talkative grandson joined his brother, both boys now staring intently at the chair. "I can see her, too," the more talkative grandson announced, his voice filled with a chilling, matter-of-fact certainty. "She looks like the pictures in the family album." "What pictures?" her husband asked, his brow furrowed with confusion, his gaze sweeping from the children to his wife's pale, strained face. But the woman knew. The old family albums contained dozens of photographs from their childhood, faded images of 2 identical girls who had shared everything: laughter, secrets, dreams, until that terrible morning when her lost twin had chased a ball into the busy street, and the delivery vehicle had been unable to stop in time. The adults' low conversation faded into a muted background hum as the woman, compelled by an invisible force, approached the chair. If she concentrated, if she allowed her vision to soften just slightly, she thought she could almost make out a small, shimmering figure in the cushion's depression. Not clearly, not with definite lines or discernible features, but more like a suggestion of presence, a subtle disturbance in the air, a ripple in the fabric of reality itself, a disturbance that, with sufficient imagination, or perhaps with a mind finally ready to accept the impossible, could indeed be interpreted as a child. But the twin boys saw her clearly, their young eyes, unclouded by decades of adult skepticism, by the filters of rational thought, perceived what the woman could only sense, a ghostly echo on the edge of her awareness. They stood close together, small, earnest figures, watching the chair with the intense, focused attention children reserved for truly interesting, truly inexplicable phenomena. "What's her name?" the more talkative grandson asked, his voice hushed with awe. "The departed twin," the woman whispered, the name a fragile, almost painful sound on her lips. "She says, 'Happy birthday,'" the quieter twin added, his voice soft, as if he was simply relaying a message, receiving words the adults, trapped in their world of logic and reason, simply could not hear. The candle flame, as if in response, flickered, a sudden, bright tremor. Then it bent, a delicate, golden tongue stretching towards the chair, as if stirred by an unfelt breath, drawn by an unseen presence. And in that precise, chilling moment, the woman experienced something that felt less like a memory recalled and more like a profound, disorienting recognition. A sudden, vivid awareness of sitting in that very chair herself, a child of 7, looking across the table at another version of herself, a version that had grown up, grown old, while she, the one in the chair, had remained 7 forever. The sensation, sharp and visceral, lasted only a few fleeting seconds, yet it left the woman reeling. She gripped the edge of the dining room table, her knuckles white, struggling to maintain her balance as the room seemed to shift, to spin around her. For a moment that stretched like hours, a disorienting eternity. She wasn't sure which side of the table she belonged on, which version of herself was real, which life was hers to claim. "Mom," her daughter's voice, sounding far away, cut through the disorienting haze. "Mom, are you all right?" The woman blinked, and the world snapped back into focus, the impossible vision receding like a ripple in water. She was standing beside the table, her hand pressed to its smooth surface, surrounded by her family's concerned faces. The candle burned steadily, its flame an unwavering point of light. The chair, while still bearing that mysterious, lingering impression, no longer seemed quite so obviously occupied. "I'm fine," she said automatically, the words a practiced reflex. Just felt dizzy for a moment. But even as she spoke, even as the familiar contours of her present reality reasserted themselves, she couldn't shake the image that had flashed through her mind, the image of herself, a child, sitting in the departed twin's chair, watching an adult version of her sister serve dinner to a family she would never have. A family that, in that brief, terrifying glimpse, had felt both impossibly distant and chillingly real. Dinner proceeded with a determined, almost brittle normalcy. Her husband carved the succulent roast with his usual meticulous precision, his movements a familiar anchor in the shifting currents of the evening. Her daughter, ever efficient, helped serve the accompanying vegetables and warm, crusty rolls. The twin grandsons, seemingly having shed their keen perception of the unseen, now chattered with the boundless energy of childhood, their voices bright with tales of school, soccer practice, and the exciting, rapidly approaching plans for the autumn festival. The woman moved through her hostess duties on an automatic pilot, her responses to questions polite and appropriate, yet imbued with a profound, almost ethereal distance. She found herself observing her family with an intensity that bordered on the clinical, as if seeing them, truly seeing them, for the very first time. Her husband's patient smile, a cornerstone that had weathered the long years of their marriage, now seemed etched with a silent, unknowable history. Her daughter's animated expressions, so vividly reminiscent of the woman's own youthful exuberance, now felt like echoes from a life that might not entirely be hers. And the twin grandsons, with their bright, unburdened eyes and boundless vitality, their faces yet unmarred by the stark knowledge that life could, in a single, shattering instant, irrevocably change. They were innocent, yet it was her own reflection she kept catching in the dining room mirror. A large, ornate piece strategically placed to capture the daytime light. The face that stared back at her was undeniably familiar, a composite of her own features, yet it felt subtly, unnervingly wrong, like an old photograph that had been tampered with, altered in ways too subtle to pinpoint, yet too unsettling to ignore. She lifted a hand, her fingers trembling slightly, to touch her cheek, feeling the skin that bore the soft, inevitable lines of her 44 years. She wondered, with a chilling detachment, why it felt so much like a mask, a meticulously crafted disguise she had worn for so long that she had forgotten the true face hidden beneath it. Throughout the meal, her gaze, almost involuntarily, drifted back to the lost twin's chair. The faint impression in the plush cushion had softened, the fabric slowly reclaiming its original form, yet the twin grandsons, with their unshakable conviction, continued to cast furtive glances in its direction. Occasionally, a small, knowing smile would touch their lips, or a quick nod, as if acknowledging an unseen presence, a silent participant in their family meal. Once, the quieter twin even reached across the table, his small finger pointing to something on his plate, a natural, unself-conscious gesture, as if addressing a visible companion. The adults, having exhausted all rational explanations for the children's unusual behavior, had settled into a comfortable, unspoken pretense that nothing out of the ordinary was occurring. The woman appreciated their tact, even as she grappled with her own burgeoning, terrifying certainty that something fundamental had shifted within the familiar landscape of her life. Something that defied all pretense and all reason. After dinner, as her daughter helped clear the table, her husband retreated to the living room with the twin grandsons to show them his latest woodworking project, leaving the woman alone in the hushed dining room. Only the dying candle, its flame a faint, trembling point of light, and the two now empty chairs remained. The evening had deepened into full darkness outside, and the windows, instead of offering a view, reflected the room's interior like black, polished mirrors, each surface a portal to an inverted, shadowy world. She leaned forward and, with a soft exhale, blew out the candle. A thin, ethereal stream of smoke uncurled towards the ceiling, briefly catching the dim glow from the chandelier before dissipating into the shadows. In the sudden dimness, the dining room felt subtly altered, larger somehow, as if it contained more space than its physical dimensions should allow. A cavern of echoes and unspoken presences. The woman turned to follow her family's voices, their warmth a distant beacon towards the living room. But a sound, soft yet utterly distinct, stopped her cold. It was her name, whispered from directly behind her. She turned back to the dining room. Both chairs sat empty now, their cushions slowly, imperceptibly, resuming their normal, unpressed shape. But the voice had been unmistakable, her own voice, speaking her own name, and it carried that particular, almost forgotten lisp she'd had as a child, before years of dental care had meticulously corrected it. The lost twin, she whispered to the empty room, her voice a fragile offering to the encroaching silence. No answer came, no visible sign. Yet the woman felt a presence brush past her, light as a breath, carrying with it a phantom scent, the sweet, buttery aroma of vanilla birthday cake, mingled with the particular, fleeting sweetness of childhood, a forgotten laughter and innocent joy. She stood perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, her senses strained, until the sensation slowly subtly faded, leaving her alone once more with the ordinary furniture and the familiar, yet now infinitely more menacing, shadows. Her family departed just before 10 o'clock, their farewells filled with promises to call during the week, and cheerful reminders of upcoming birthday dinners and festive holiday plans. The woman stood in the doorway, waving goodbye with a forced smile as their car disappeared down the tree-lined street, its taillights shrinking to pinpricks in the velvety dark. Then, with a heavy heart, she returned to the dining room to complete the annual observance. She cleared both place settings with meticulous care, wrapping the lost twins' unused plate and silverware in soft tissue paper before placing them reverently in the china cabinet. This routine, this careful preservation of the untouched setting, had become as vital as the initial preparation, a silent acknowledgement that some hungers, some absences, could never truly be satisfied. But as she gently folded the linen napkin that had lain beside the lost twins' plate, the woman noticed something that made her pause, a sudden, cold tremor of recognition. The fabric held a faint, almost imperceptible impression, as if small, delicate fingers had repeatedly touched it throughout the evening. And when she lifted it to her nose, a ghost of a scent, a fragrance she hadn't consciously recalled in decades, wafted up to her. The precise combination of soap and shampoo their mother had used, a scent that had clung to their hair after she had washed it with such tender care in their shared childhood. The woman sank into her own chair at the table, still clutching the napkin, her mind reeling. The old family dog, Murphy, appeared in the doorway, his earlier reluctance seemingly overcome. He padded softly across the room to rest his golden head on her knee, a warm, comforting weight. She stroked his fur absently, her gaze distant, as she struggled to process the evening's impossible events, the rational explanations, once so comforting in their mundane certainty, children's overactive imaginations. Old houses settling, mere coincidence. The accumulated stress of a long day now felt increasingly inadequate, crumbling under the weight of what she had seen, heard, and felt. None of these could account for the growing, cold certainty that something fundamental had shifted, that some fragile barrier between past and present, between life and what lay beyond, had worn thin enough to allow passage. She rose and walked to the built-in bookcase that lined one wall of the dining room. On the third shelf, nestled behind a row of seldom-read novels, sat the worn family photo album, a leather-bound repository of decades of captured light. She pulled out the oldest one, its cover soft and supple with age, and carried it back to the table, her movements slow, deliberate, as if each step carried her closer to an inescapable truth. The early pages documented her childhood with meticulous care. Their mother, a devoted amateur photographer, had captured every birthday, every holiday, every seemingly ordinary moment with the dedication of a professional archivist. The woman turned the pages slowly, reacquainting herself with faces and scenes she hadn't truly examined in years. There they were, page after page, two identical girls, growing from infants to toddlers, then into spirited children. One, always slightly more serious, often stood a step behind her sister, a thoughtful observer. The other, the natural performer, grinned directly at the camera with fearless, unbridled joy. Together, they blew out birthday candles, tore open Christmas presents, posed in matching outfits chosen by their mother's careful hand. But as the woman studied the photographs with a renewed, almost desperate intensity, something began to trouble her. The details were all correct, the faces, the clothing, the familiar backgrounds of their childhood homes and family gatherings. Yet something felt subtly wrong, like a beloved melody played in the correct key, but at a tempo that was just slightly, unnervingly off. She found the photograph of the blue dresses, taken on their 7th birthday, just weeks before the accident. 2 girls, resplendent in identical deep blue velvet dresses with delicate white lace collars, stood beside a birthday cake adorned with 7 flickering candles each. But which girl was which? The woman had always identified herself as the child on the left, the one with the slightly more serious, composed expression, standing with careful posture, hands folded neatly in front of her dress. The child on the right, the lost twin, leaned forward eagerly, as if barely restrained from diving into the cake, a mischievous glint in her eyes. But now, staring at the photograph with the intensity of a detective examining crucial evidence, the woman felt a creeping, sickening uncertainty. The eager child's face, the one she had always assigned to the lost twin, held something she recognized, not in memory, but in the mirror, the familiar shape of the eyes, the particular way the mouth curved when genuinely happy, while the serious child, the one she had always claimed as herself, looked somehow, in this new, terrifying context, utterly alien. The woman flipped through several pages quickly, her heart pounding, examining other photographs from that same period. In each image, the same chilling pattern emerged. The child she had identified as herself, the survivor, displayed a careful, almost artificial composure that now seemed increasingly foreign, a practiced stillness, while the child she had identified as the lost twin, the one who had died, showed expressions and gestures that felt intimately, terrifyingly familiar. Her hands began to shake uncontrollably as she turned to the final pages of childhood photographs, the ones taken in the weeks after the funeral. Here was only one child, standing beside graves and somber relatives, accepting condolences and sympathy with the stoic dignity expected of a survivor. The child in these photographs was undeniably her, the face that had matured into the woman now sitting at the dining room table. But that child wore the serious, composed expression the woman had always attributed to herself in the earlier photographs, which meant the woman closed the album abruptly, her heart hammering against her ribs, the sudden sound echoing loudly in the quiet room. The implications were too massive to process, too impossible to accept. She must be mistaken. Grief and stress, combined with the strange, unsettling atmosphere of the evening, had conspired to make her see patterns that weren't truly there. But even as she desperately tried to convince herself of this, a cold, unshakable certainty settled deep within her chest. She remembered, suddenly and with perfect, piercing clarity, the profound confusion of the days following the accident, the sterile hospital visits, the somber funeral arrangements, the constant, murmuring presence of adults speaking in hushed voices about tragedy and insurmountable loss. She remembered feeling profoundly displaced, as if she were watching someone else's life unfold around her, a spectator to a play in which she was forced to participate. At the time, she had attributed these feelings to the raw, numbing grief and trauma. Children, she knew, often felt disconnected from reality in the devastating aftermath of loss. But what if the disconnection had been more literal? What if the pervasive confusion had stemmed not from emotional shock, but from the simple, terrifying fact that she was experiencing the wrong life? The woman opened the album again, forcing herself to look more carefully, more honestly, at the photographs. In image after image, the pattern held, relentless and undeniable. The child who had survived, who had grown up to become the woman sitting here, bore the serious, composed expression she had always attributed to herself. But that exact same expression, in the photographs taken before the accident, belonged to the child she had identified as the lost twin. The room seemed to spin slightly around her, a disorienting vortex of revelation. She gripped the edge of the table, her knuckles white, struggling to maintain her balance as a lifetime of memories, meticulously catalogued and cherished, shifted and rearranged themselves with brutal force. If she was right, if this impossible, terrifying truth was indeed correct, then everything she thought she knew about herself was a carefully constructed lie. She wasn't the woman, the serious, careful twin who had survived the accident. She was the lost twin, the joyful child who had died at 7. The realization struck her with the force of a physical impact, an invisible blow that left her breathless, stunned. She, the one who now knew herself as the lost twin, sat perfectly still, feeling her identity crumble and rebuild itself around this new, horrifying understanding. The strange, pervasive disconnection she had felt throughout her entire life. The persistent sense of observing her own existence from a slight, unbridgeable distance. The way happiness had always felt like something she was performing, rather than genuinely experiencing. All of it, suddenly, horrifyingly, made perfect, undeniable sense. She'd been living someone else's life for 37 years. Murphy whined softly, a low, mournful sound, and pressed closer to her leg, as if sensing the profound, silent distress that emanated from her. The lost twin reached down to stroke his head, marveling at how the simple, familiar gesture felt both completely natural and utterly, profoundly foreign. How many times had she performed this exact motion? How many countless times had she moved through the world, wearing the other twin's life like an ill-fitting garment, a costume meticulously maintained for decades, the annual observance, enacted with such unwavering devotion for so many years, took on a new, chilling meaning now. For decades, she had been setting a place for herself, lighting a candle for her own death, unknowingly mourning her own absence from the world. The real woman, the serious, careful twin, had been the one to die that terrible morning. And somehow, impossibly, she, the joyful lost twin, had taken her place. But how and why had no one ever noticed the switch? The answer came with another wave of memory, this one so clear, so vivid. It felt like stepping through a doorway directly into the past. She was 7 years old again, standing in a hospital corridor that reeked of disinfectant and floor wax. Adults moved around her with urgent purpose, their voices a constant, hushed murmur of medical terminology and grave concern. She was alone, utterly forgotten in the chaos, watching through a doorway as doctors worked frantically over a small, still form on a hospital bed. The form was herself, or rather, it was the woman, her sister, lying perfectly still, connected to an array of machines that beeped and hummed with electronic persistence. And as the lost twin watched from the doorway, a wish, overwhelming in its purity and desperation, seized her a fervent desire to take her sister's place, to spare the woman the pain and terror that would inevitably come with waking up in this sterile, bandage-filled world of pity and suffering. The wish had been so pure, so desperate, so utterly selfless, that it had somehow transcended the normal boundaries of possibility. One moment, she was standing in the doorway, a silent, invisible observer, and the next, impossibly, she was lying in the bed, looking up at concerned, unfamiliar faces, struggling with every fiber of her being to remember how to be the serious, careful child everyone expected the woman to be. No one had noticed the switch because no one had thought to look for it. The survivors of trauma often changed, becoming different versions of themselves in response to profound loss and overwhelming pain. Everyone had attributed the lost twin's newfound seriousness, her quiet reserve, to the numbing weight of grief, never once suspecting that grief had quite literally transformed her into someone else. The real woman, the joyful, impulsive one, had died in that hospital room, and she, the lost twin, had spent the next 37 years learning, with the dedication of a method actor who never breaks character, to inhabit her sister's life. But tonight, the performance had finally begun to crack. The annual observance, enacted with such unwavering devotion for so many years, had somehow, impossibly, called the real woman back, not as a ghost or a fleeting spirit, but as a subtle, corrective force, a haunting reminder of the truth that had been buried beneath decades of careful pretense. She, the one now known as Dalea, closed the photo album and sat back in her chair, feeling simultaneously exhausted and strangely, profoundly liberated. The truth was impossible, a narrative ripped from the pages of a macabre fantasy. Yet it was also undeniably, terrifyingly correct. Every detail of her life, every subtle nuance, every unspoken feeling, suddenly made perfect, crystalline sense when viewed through this new, chilling lens. The chronic sense of displacement that had shadowed her every step, the way genuine emotion had always felt slightly out of reach, like a melody she could almost grasp but never quite hold, the persistent, nagging feeling that she was forgetting something immensely important. All of it, every single symptom, was now revealed as the agonizing portrait of a woman living the wrong life. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed 11, its deep, resonant tones echoing through the quiet house like a final, mournful toll. Soon, her husband would wonder why she hadn't come to bed, why she lingered in the shadows of the dining room. Tomorrow would bring the familiar, ordinary demands of her borrowed existence, phone calls to return, appointments to keep, the countless small, mundane interactions that stitch together the fabric of a life. But something fundamental had shifted tonight. The careful equilibrium she had maintained for decades was irrevocably broken, and there was no going back to the comfortable, if hollow, fiction of being the woman. The question now was what came next. How did someone reclaim their true identity after living as someone else for the greater part of their adult life? Dalea stood and walked to the dining room window, looking out at the darkened street where she had lived for 20 years in her sister's house, sleeping beside her sister's husband, raising her sister's children. The life she had painstakingly built was undeniably real, even if the foundation it rested upon was a colossal, tragic lie. Her husband loved her, or rather, he loved the woman he thought she was. Her daughter was genuinely her daughter, born from her own body, nurtured by her own hands, even if she had conceived and raised her under another name. The soft sound of footsteps on the stairs interrupted her profound contemplation. Her husband appeared in the doorway, his face bearing the patient, slightly weary expression he invariably adopted when she stayed up too late, lost in the intricate labyrinth of her own thoughts. "Coming to bed?" he asked gently, his voice a soft invitation to the familiar comfort of their shared existence. Dalea turned slowly from the window, seeing her husband clearly, perhaps for the very first time in their long marriage. This kind, steady man, who had loved and supported someone who hadn't quite existed, who had built a life, a family, a future, with a woman performing the role of herself. "In a minute," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. Her husband nodded, a small, understanding gesture, and turned to go, then paused at the threshold. "Are you all right? You seemed a little distant tonight during dinner." The question hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken implications, loaded with a profound, terrifying truth neither of them fully understood. How could she begin to explain that she was more than merely distant, that she was, in fact, someone else entirely? "Just thinking about the lost twin," she said, the words a carefully constructed truth, true in ways her husband couldn't possibly imagine. "It must be hard," her husband said, his voice imbued with genuine sympathy, "thinking about what might have been, what she might have become." Dalea felt the sudden, hot sting of tears in her eyes. If only he knew that what the lost twin had become was standing right in front of him, had been standing there all along. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It is hard." After her husband went back upstairs, Dalea remained alone in the dining room, surrounded by the familiar furniture and the silent, framed family photographs that now felt less like cherished memories and more like exhibits in a meticulously curated museum of someone else's life. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft, rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock and the old family dog's gentle snoring from his bed in the kitchen. Tomorrow, she would have to decide how to proceed, whether to tell her husband the truth, or her daughter, or anyone, whether it was even possible to reclaim her real identity after living a lie for so long, or whether some truths were simply too vast, too strange, too shattering to be shared, whether love, painstakingly built on a foundation of mistaken identity, could possibly survive the revelation of who she truly was. But tonight, for the very first time in 37 years, Dalea allowed herself to simply be herself. She sat in the chair that had always been hers, the one meticulously set for the dead twin, the one that had waited patiently, silently, for her to remember who she really was, and in the profound darkness of the dining room, where it had all begun, surrounded by the life she had borrowed and, against all odds, made her own. Dalea finally came home to herself. The candle had long since burned out, its flame extinguished, but its ethereal scent lingered in the air, vanilla and wax, and the faintest, most haunting trace of birthday wishes that had, somehow, impossibly, come true in ways no one could have ever imagined. The afternoon the beloved African grey parrot vanished, the elderly woman, Edith, had been meticulously arranging chrysanthemums within the warm, sun-drenched confines of her glass conservatory. She recalled this detail later with a peculiar, almost disquieting clarity, for the flowers had appeared unusually vibrant that day. Their autumnal oranges and deep crimsons seemed to burn with an internal, aggressive light, a half-remembered tune, a wistful melody from her youth, hummed softly on her lips, a gentle counterpoint to the rustling of leaves outside. It was precisely then, as her fingers delicately adjusted a stem, that the silence descended upon her. It was not merely an absence of sound, but the unsettling presence of a profound quietness that stilled her hands amidst the verdant foliage. The parrot, her cherished companion of 15 years, a creature she had come to rely on more than she cared to admit, had ceased his customary commentary on her domestic activities. No longer did his cultured voice, a voice so remarkably similar to that of her late husband that unsuspecting visitors often paused, startled, offer its running critique of her floral arrangements. "Pearl," she called out, setting down her pruning shears with a soft clink. The conservatory, a spacious addition to the Victorian-era suburban house, captured the afternoon light in curious, almost deceptive ways. Shadows stretched and pulled in corners where, by all reasonable geometry, they had no business being, while the vast expanse of glass seemed to magnify certain distant sounds, yet muffled others entirely, creating an unnerving acoustic dissonance. Her footsteps on the cool slate tiles echoed with an odd, hollow resonance as she moved towards the parrot's cage. The door, a small brass latch she always ensured was secure, now hung inexplicably open. She stared at it for a long, disbelieving moment, her mind grappling with the sheer impossibility of the sight. She'd never left the cage open, especially when working in the conservatory. It was a cardinal rule, established with an ironclad resolve after a frightening incident 3 years prior, when the parrot had become perilously entangled in the climbing jasmine that graced the conservatory walls. Yet there it was, the latch turned, the door ajar, just wide enough for a determined bird to slip through. Pearl. Her voice now carried a note of urgency, an underlying tremor of burgeoning fear. She pushed through the conservatory door, the sudden chill of the autumn air a stark contrast to the greenhouse warmth, and stepped out into the meticulously tended garden. Her gaze swept across the ancient oak trees that bordered her property, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the pewter-grey October sky, heavy with the promise of an early snow. Nothing. No sudden flash of familiar grey feathers. No answering call in that voice so unnervingly like her husband's. A voice that had been both comfort and ghost in the years since his passing. She spent the remaining daylight hours calling his name, her voice growing hoarse, her search extending into the quiet, tree-lined streets of the suburban area. A neighbour, a kind but somewhat gossipy woman, joined the effort, as did a young medical professional from the corner house, his dedication to the search remarkable for someone barely acquainted with her. By dusk, they had covered a radius of several blocks, But the quiet neighborhood, with its sprawling lawns and mature trees, had swallowed the parrot as completely as if he had never existed. That first night, the elderly woman lay awake, acutely aware of the unfamiliar, oppressive silence that now filled her house. For 15 years, the parrot's occasional nocturnal mutterings, a snippet of a forgotten tune, a grumbled observation about the day, had punctuated her evenings, a comforting, if quirky, presence, like the rhythmic chiming of a beloved, eccentric clock. His absence created a void that seemed to pulse with its own unsettling presence, a silent ache in the heart of her home. She had acquired the parrot shortly after her husband's funeral, when the large, once vibrant house had seemed too vast, too quiet, too empty for a woman of 62 to inhabit alone. The bird had been a rescue, his previous owner having passed away under circumstances the pet shop owner had described only, and vaguely, as unfortunate. From the very beginning, the parrot had displayed an almost uncanny ability to mimic voices with startling, often disconcerting accuracy. Within weeks, he had mastered her husband's particular way of clearing his throat, his habitual muttering of, "Quite so, quite so." When engrossed in the daily newspaper, the resemblance had been both a profound comfort and a subtle torment, a constant reminder of what was lost. There were evenings when she could almost, for fleeting moments, convince herself that her husband was simply in the next room, offering his familiar commentary on the day's events in that resonant, comforting baritone. The search for the parrot continued for weeks. Edith placed advertisements in the local newspaper and posted notices on community bulletin boards throughout various community centres. She walked the same routes daily, her steps growing heavier, calling the parrot's name until her voice was raw. A desperate whisper carried on the crisp autumn air. The approaching harsh winter made the endeavour increasingly futile, a struggle against insurmountable odds. African greys were tropical birds, she knew, wholly unsuited to the region's bitter cold. By November, most of her kind-hearted neighbours had gently suggested that she accept the inevitable. Birds that escaped in autumn rarely, if ever, survived their first winter in this unforgiving climate. Even the young medical professional, who had shown remarkable dedication to the search, began to speak of the parrot in the past tense, his words tinged with a weary resignation. "He had a good life with you," the young veterinarian had said one evening, his voice gentle, as they concluded another fruitless expedition through the local burial ground. 15 years is quite elderly for a bird who'd already experienced trauma. Edith nodded politely, a practiced mask of acceptance on her face, but privately, stubbornly, she maintained her silent vigil. Something deep within her resisted accepting the parrot's death, though she could not have articulated precisely why. It was not mere sentimentality. She was not the sort of woman prone to unreasonable, romanticized hope. Rather, it was a peculiar, cold certainty that felt almost like a hidden knowledge, a chilling premonition that settled in her bones the parrot was not dead. The feeling intensified as winter deepened its frigid grip. On particularly cold, starless nights, she found herself drawn, almost compelled, to the conservatory, standing amidst her dormant plants, their brittle forms shrouded in the hushed stillness of the season. She would stare out into the impenetrable darkness beyond the glass, where the bare branches of the oak trees created intricate, skeletal patterns against the vast expanse of the night sky, like script in some indecipherable, ancient language. She began to fancy that she could read meaning in their twisted arrangements, though what they might be saying remained frustratingly opaque, just beyond the grasp of her conscious mind. The midwinter festival passed quietly. Edith had always been reserved in her celebrations, but this year she found herself utterly unable to muster even a token gesture of festivity. Her decorations remained boxed in the cold basement, their cheerful colours hidden away, and she politely declined all invitations from well-meaning friends, preferring the profound, almost sacred, silence of her home. The house settled deeper into its winter slumber, breathing with a somber, unseen rhythm. It was during those long, desolate evenings in the first month of the new year that she began to pay closer, almost obsessive, attention to the local news. The city, like any urban centre, had always had its share of troubles, poverty, crime, the slow, creeping decay of a city past its industrial prime. But this winter seemed particularly rich in disappearances. The local news programs featured a steady, unsettling parade of missing persons, a college student who had vanished after leaving a late-night establishment, an elderly man who had wandered away from his suburban nursing home, a young mother who had simply failed to return home from work one evening. Edith found herself studying the photographs that accompanied these reports with a desperate, almost morbid fascination, memorizing the faces of strangers. She could not have explained this strange compulsion. The missing bore no resemblance to anyone she knew, came from neighborhoods she rarely visited, lived lives that intersected with hers only through the blue, flickering glow of her television screen. Yet, she watched and remembered, her mind working with the intensity of someone solving a complex puzzle whose parameters remained infuriatingly unclear. Then, the parrot returned. It was a Tuesday morning in late February, during the region's cruelest hour, when winter seemed to have abandoned all pretense of eventually yielding to the softening embrace of spring. Edith discovered him sitting quietly in his cage when she entered the conservatory with her morning tea, the delicate porcelain cup trembling in its saucer. For a moment, she simply stood there, frozen in disbelief. The cage door was closed and securely latched, a detail that defied all her memories of his disappearance. The parrot perched on his familiar wooden dowel, his head tilted at the precise, intelligent angle she remembered, one black eye regarding her with what might have been, impossibly, amusement. He looked precisely as he had the day of his disappearance, not a single feather out of place, showing no signs of exposure to the brutal winter elements or months of malnutrition. If anything, his plumage seemed even more lustrous than before, the grey feathers carrying an almost metallic sheen in the pale morning light. "Pearl," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. The bird cocked his head further, a gesture so characteristic, so deeply familiar, that tears, hot and unexpected, sprang to her eyes. For several long, silent heartbeats, they regarded each other across the stillness of the conservatory. Then, the parrot spoke, and the porcelain teacup slipped from Edith's trembling fingers, shattering against the cold slate floor with a sharp, resonant crack. "Help me," he said. But it was a voice she did not recognize. It was a woman's voice, young and raw with fright, rising to nearly a scream on the second word. Please, somebody help me. The conservatory, with its delicate glass walls and lush green life, seemed to tilt violently around her, the very foundations of her reality threatening to give way. Edith gripped the potting bench for support, her mind struggling desperately to process what she had just heard. In 15 years, her parrot had never, not once, produced a voice she could not immediately identify, a sound that did not originate from their shared domestic life. His repertoire consisted entirely of sounds from their household, her husband's various utterances, her own soft humming, the peculiar squeak of the conservatory door, the neighbor's dog barking at the mailman. This new, terrifying voice belonged to no one she knew, yet it had emerged from the throat of her beloved bird. "Pearl," she said again, more firmly this time, fighting a rising tide of panic, struggling to keep her tone normal, familiar. "Where have you been, old fellow?" The bird preened his wing feathers with apparent, infuriating unconcern, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. When he spoke again, it was in her late husband's familiar, comforting baritone, an anchor in the storm of her confusion. "Rather cold day, isn't it quite unseasonable?" A rush of profound, almost dizzying relief flooded through her. This was the parrot she knew, offering her husband's habitual, mundane observations about the weather. The other voice, that terrifying, desperate plea, must have been some fleeting aberration, perhaps something he had overheard during his months of freedom, an unsettling echo from the world beyond her well-ordered home. But even as she clutched this rational explanation, a cold premonition, a tiny, insistent whisper of dread, refused to be silenced. But even as she clutched this rational explanation, a cold premonition, a tiny, insistent whisper of dread, refused to be silenced. For as the days melted into one another, the initial relief began to curdle into something far more unsettling. It became chillingly clear that the parrot had indeed returned with an expanded vocabulary, a repertoire of voices that defied any mundane explanation. The sounds that now emerged from his small, feathered throat were not the familiar echoes of their shared domestic life. They belonged to strangers, men, women, children, speaking words that seemed to have been torn, raw and jagged from moments of unimaginable extremity. "I don't understand," came a man's voice, deep and cultured, yet tinged with a profound bewilderment, as if roused from a deep sleep into a nightmare. "This isn't what we agreed." Then, a child's whisper, so soft, so fragile, that Edith had to strain to hear it, a ghost of a sound carried on the quiet air. "Mama, Mama, where are you?" Followed by a woman, middle-aged by the sound, her voice climbing towards an almost unbearable hysteria. No, you don't understand, I have children." Each unsettling utterance was delivered with the parrot's characteristic head tilt, his black eye regarding her with an unnerving placidity, as if he were merely commenting on the weather or politely requesting a sunflower seed. The incongruity was profoundly, sickeningly disturbing. These fragments of raw human distress, delivered with such avian detachment, felt like pinpricks on her soul, each one pushing her further from the comfortable shores of sanity. Edith, with a methodical precision born of a desperate need for order in a world gone askew, began to keep a small notebook. In it, She meticulously recorded each new voice, each accompanying word. She told herself this was scientific curiosity, an attempt to understand how her pet could have possibly acquired such phrases. But late at night, when the house settled into its deep, creaking silence, and she reviewed her careful transcriptions, she suspected her motives were far more complex, far darker. The voices began to trouble her dreams, whispering to her from the shadowed corners of her sleep. She would wake with fragments of unfamiliar conversations echoing in her mind, words that seemed to carry the immeasurable weight of unuttered conclusions, of stories left tragically unfinished. During her waking hours, she found herself studying the faces on the evening news with a renewed, almost desperate, intensity. Each missing person report became a frantic search for some connection, some thread, between the parrot's mysterious vocabulary and the city's vanishing souls. The first definitive match came on a Thursday evening in early March. The local news program was featuring an update on a young mother from a lakeside town who had disappeared in December. As the reporter discussed the ongoing investigation, they played a recording from the woman's voicemail, a cheerful, almost too bright greeting. "Hi, you've reached Amanda. I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and I'll call you back." Edith's blood seemed to congeal in her veins. She had heard that voice before, not the cheery greeting from the recording, but something far more desperate, far more raw. She rifled through her notebook, her fingers trembling, until she found the entry from February 28th. "Please, somebody help me." The voice, the cadence, the underlying terror, it was unmistakably the same. She sat in her living room for a long, agonizing time after the news program ended, staring at her notebook, while the impossible implications arranged themselves in her mind like pieces of a puzzle she had no desire to complete. The rational explanations, the comfortable fiction she had clung to, crumbled under the weight of this undeniable, horrifying proof. How could her parrot have encountered this young mother during his months of absence? How could he have learned to reproduce not just her voice, but words spoken in moments of ultimate extremity? The following morning brought another voice, an elderly man speaking with the careful, measured diction of someone accustomed to being obeyed, to having his words carry authority. "There's been some mistake. I don't belong here." Edith recognized him that very evening. An elderly former judge, age 73, had vanished from a suburban nursing home in January. His daughter appeared on the local news, her face etched with grief, pleading for information about her father's whereabouts. The voice, the subtle nuances of its cultivated tone, the faint tremor of confusion, it was identical. Over the subsequent weeks, Edith identified 4 more matches. Each voice that emerged from the parrot's throat belonged to someone who had disappeared, someone whose face she had memorized during her months of compulsive news watching. The words they spoke were invariably fragments of distress, final appeals, expressions of confusion or raw fear, the scattered, broken syllables of people confronting something utterly beyond their understanding. She began to avoid the conservatory during daylight hours, finding the bright sunlight too harsh for the horrors her pet was revealing. She visited the parrot only in the evenings, when the grey, fading light made everything seem less definite, less starkly real. The bird himself appeared healthy and content, accepting her offerings of fruit and nuts with his customary politeness. but his voice had become a living catalogue of the cities vanished. Each utterance a fragment of some unspeakable, unseen conclusion. The rational part of her mind, the part that had lived a lifetime within the confines of logical explanation, insisted on conventional answers. Perhaps the parrot had been found and cared for by someone who owned a police scanner, someone who had inadvertently exposed him to recordings of emergency calls. Perhaps there was some innocent explanation for his acquisition of these particular voices, these specific, terrifying words. But late at night, when she lay listening to the house settle around her, its familiar groans and whispers now imbued with a new, insidious meaning, Edith entertained darker possibilities. She thought of the conservatory on the afternoon of the parrot's disappearance, the way the shadows had pulled in places where geometry suggested they should not exist. She remembered the peculiar quality of the silence, as if the world itself had been holding its breath, waiting. Finally, she contacted the authorities. A detective, a tired-looking man with prematurely grey hair, listened to her explanation with the polite skepticism she had expected, the professional courtesy of someone accustomed to dealing with the city's more eccentric citizens. "Ma'am," he said, setting down his coffee cup with a soft clink in her front parlour, his voice gentle but firm. "I understand you believe your bird might have information about these missing persons cases, but you have to understand, parrots repeat sounds they've heard. There could be any number of innocent explanations. I've identified 7 voices," Edith insisted, her voice tight with a desperate certainty. 7 people who have disappeared. That cannot be coincidence. The detective's expression suggested that he had encountered coincidences far stranger in his line of work. "Have you considered that you might be interpreting what you hear sometimes? When we're familiar with a situation, we can convince ourselves we're hearing things that aren't really there." It was a reasonable suggestion, delivered with admirable tact. Edith appreciated his kindness, even as she recognized its fundamental inadequacy. She had lived with the parrot for 15 years, had catalogued every nuance of his vocal abilities. She knew the difference between interpretation and recognition, but she could not expect the detective to share her certainty, particularly when the alternative involved accepting propositions that strained the very boundaries of rational discourse. How could she explain that her pet bird had somehow encountered the city's missing persons in circumstances that allowed him to record their final words? How could she articulate her growing suspicion that the parrot's 4-month absence had involved travels beyond the merely geographical, into realms unknown and terrifying? The detective, sensing her frustration, spoke again. "I'd like to hear the bird, if you don't mind." His manner, however, suggested that the official report he would file would be a particularly thin one. The detective, a man whose weary eyes held the weight of too many unsolved cases, remained for a short while longer in the hushed confines of Edith's living room. He had listened with a practiced, almost dismissive patience to her fervent assertions, his gentle skepticism a shield against the improbable. When they moved to the conservatory, the parrot, perched on its familiar dowel, regarded them with a bright, unblinking intelligence. Edith, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, tried to coax from him one of the chilling utterances, one fragment of the missing. But the parrot, as if sensing the official scrutiny, remained an enigma. He spoke only in her late husband's gentle voice. offering observations about the brisk weather, a rather nippy day, or politely requesting sunflower seeds in Edith's own familiar tone. The detective, after examining the cage with a thoroughness that yielded nothing, departed with a polite, if thin, promise to keep her information on file. His retreating footsteps on the gravel path outside sounded like the slow closing of a door on the impossible, leaving Edith alone with her gnawing certainty. That very evening, however, as the twilight shadows lengthened and deepened within the conservatory, the parrot, with an almost deliberate cruelty, chose to unveil a new horror. It was as if he had held back his true repertoire, waiting for the prying eyes of logic to withdraw. From his small, feathered throat, a young man's voice emerged, strained with an exquisite terror, breathless and raw. "I never told anyone. I swear I never told." The words hung in the cooling air, a desperate, final secret wrenched from a soul on the brink. Edith, her breath catching in her throat, felt a cold tendril of recognition snake around her heart. 2 days later, her dread was confirmed. A news report flickered across her television screen, a photograph of a young student, aged 24, a graduate student in engineering at a regional university, who had vanished on a midwinter evening. The voice, the words, the palpable fear, it was unmistakably his. The parrot had delivered another piece of the terrifying puzzle. Spring, that year, arrived with a brutal, almost aggressive suddenness, as if winter had simply relinquished its icy grip overnight, leaving behind a world too hastily renewed. The conservatory, once a sanctuary of quiet growth, now pulsed with the familiar, restless energy of new life. Orchids stirred. Jasmine unfurled tentative leaves. But for Edith, this season of gentle optimism had been irrevocably tainted. The parrot's presence had transformed the glass-walled room into something else entirely. A chamber of dread, a silent oracle of unspeakable fates. Each morning, the first hesitant rays of light filtering through the panes brought with them the chilling possibility of new voices, new fragments of distress. These were the echoes of those whose faces she had meticulously memorized from the flickering television screens, whose stories she now knew with an unnerving intimacy. She began to approach his cage with a mixture of profound dread and a morbid fascination, like someone gazing into a crystal ball that promised only catastrophes. The voices came more frequently now, sometimes several in a single day, a macabre symphony of the city's vanishing. An accountant from a western suburb, his tone laden with a frantic urgency. "There's been a mistake. Check the records again." A teenager from the eastern part of the city, defiant and terrified. "I didn't do anything wrong." A grandmother from an affluent district, her voice fragile with an almost desperate need. "My medications. I need my medications." Each utterance was a masterpiece of reproduction, capturing not merely the timbre and accent, but something far more essential, the very personality behind the words, the unique cadence of a soul confronting its end. The parrot had become a repository of final moments, a living, breathing archive of the city's lost souls. Edith, driven by an urgency that consumed her waking hours, found herself researching these missing persons with an almost frantic intensity. She delved into their histories, their daily habits, the chilling circumstances of their disappearances. The young mother, a dental hygienist with 2 young children, known for her reliability and caution. The elderly former judge, suffering from early-stage dementia, yet retaining enough awareness to feel bewildered by his sudden displacement. The quiet young student, working on his master's thesis, with no known enemies. They shared no obvious connections beyond their inexplicable vanishing and their spectral presence in the parrot's expanding, horrifying vocabulary. They hailed from different neighborhoods, different social strata, different generations. The only common thread was their complete disappearance without a trace, leaving behind only the shattered fragments of distress that now echoed from her pet bird's throat. The authorities, spurred by Edith's persistent, if unorthodox, reports, had nominally reopened several of the cases. Yet, Edith suspected this was more a bureaucratic formality, a gesture of politeness, than a genuine investigation. The detective still called occasionally, his voice laced with concern for her mental state, rather than any real interest in her theories about the parrot's mysterious knowledge. She could hardly blame him. The story she was trying to tell strained the very limits of credulity. Even she, living daily with this undeniable evidence, found herself questioning her own perceptions. Perhaps the detective was right. Perhaps her mind, steeped in the tragic narratives of the missing, was unconsciously twisting the parrot's random vocalizations into meaningful connections. But such doubts evaporated each time a new voice emerged with perfect clarity. Each time she recognized a speaker from the evening news. The matches were too precise, too chillingly consistent, to be dismissed as wishful thinking or auditory hallucination. The true, horrifying revelation came on a soft evening in late April. The conservatory was heavy with the rich, intoxicating scent of jasmine blooms, their white petals glowing faintly in the fading light. Edith was watering her orchids, her movements methodical, almost meditative, when the parrot spoke in a voice she had not heard before. It was a cultured baritone, precise in its diction, tinged with an accent she could not quite place. But it was not hurried or distressed like the others. It carried the conversational tone of someone discussing a pleasant hobby, perhaps rare books or vintage wines. The collection grows more interesting each season, the voice drawled, each word delivered with an unnerving calm. Such variety in their final expressions. Edith's watering can tilted, a small stream of water splashing across the slate floor. She turned slowly, her gaze fixed on the parrot, who regarded her with what now seemed like a heightened, almost malevolent attention. The black eye was different, more aware, more calculating than she remembered. Some resist more creatively than others. The cultured voice continued, its tone lightly amused. The young engineer, for instance, he attempted to bargain with mathematical proofs. Not quite touching, really. The casual cruelty of the words made Edith's skin crawl, a cold dread seeping into her bones. This was not another victim's voice. She realized with a sickening lurch of her stomach. This was the voice of whoever had silenced all the others. Someone who spoke of the missing persons not as tragedies, but as a collection, who found perverse entertainment in their desperate, final moments. The elderly judge was particularly eloquent. The voice continued, its amusement thinly veiled. He invoked precedents, as if legal reasoning might apply to his situation. The human capacity for hope in hopeless circumstances never ceases to amuse. understanding crashed over Edith like ice water, stealing her breath. This was the predator. She backed slowly toward the conservatory door, her mind reeling with implications. How long had this voice been part of the parrot's repertoire? Had she simply failed to notice it among the cacophony of distress? Or was this a new, more sinister addition to his horrifying vocabulary? "Don't leave so soon," the voice said. And now there was a distinct, chilling amusement in its cultured tones. "We've barely begun to get acquainted." Edith's hand found the cold brass of the door handle, but she could not bring herself to turn it. 15 years of companionship, of shared solace, warred with her growing terror. This was still the parrot, still the bird who had comforted her through widowhood, who had carried her late husband's voice through the empty years. Yet it was now something else entirely. "You're wondering how I know," the voice said, its tone almost conversational, as if reading her very thoughts. "How your little friend came to be my messenger. The answer is simpler than you might expect." The parrot preened his wing feathers with apparent unconcern, but his black eye never left Edith's face. "Birds are remarkably useful creatures," the voice continued. "They go where larger predators cannot. They're welcomed into homes, and they remember everything. Your parrot has been my eyes and ears throughout the city for months now. He watches, he listens, and he reports back." The conservatory seemed to darken around the edges, as if the shadows themselves were creeping inward, gaining substance despite the still bright evening light. Edith realized she was holding her breath, paralyzed by the enormity of the revelation. "He's helped me identify the lonely ones," the voice purred, each word a soft, insidious coil around her heart. "The forgotten, the ones whose absence takes time to notice. Your neighbors, for instance. They're remarkably predictable in their routines." "Stop," Edith managed to whisper, her voice thin and reedy. "An elderly neighbor walks her dog at precisely 8 each evening," the voice continued, ignoring her plea. "A young doctor leaves for his clinic at 7:30 every morning. Such creatures of habit, all of you. It makes selection so much easier." Edith's legs felt unsteady, like unreliable stilts. She gripped the door frame for support, her mind racing through the horrific implications. If this voice was real, if the parrot had indeed become a scout for this unseen predator, then everyone who had helped search for him, every kind face, every concerned inquiry, might now be at risk. "The bird remembers their voices too," the cultured voice continued, a new, possessive note entering its tone. "Their last words. He's become quite the archive of final moments. Would you like to hear your husband's contribution?" The air in the conservatory grew heavy, expectant, charged with a malevolent anticipation. "Were you..." The cultured voice, soft and correcting, cut through the heavy air. "Were you with him at the very end? People say so many interesting things when they think no one is listening." From the feathered throat of the grey parrot, a sound unlike any the woman had ever associated with her beloved husband now erupted, sharp and raw, driving her to her knees on the cold slate of the conservatory floor. It was his voice, yes, unmistakably his, but thin with pain, edged with a fear she had never once witnessed in their 43 years of shared life. "Who's there?" the husband whispered, his words raspy, filled with a sudden, desperate query. "The nurse." The nurse isn't supposed to. What are you doing, Edith? Where's Edith? I need to tell her. Need to warn her. The frantic beeping of hospital monitors, a sound she now heard with chilling clarity, ceased abruptly in the terrible, cavernous silence that followed. She heard it, her husband's final breath, a rattling exhalation, drawn out and fading, a sound she had not been present to witness in those hurried moments when she had stepped out for coffee. You stepped out for coffee, the cultured voice resumed, returning to its conversational, almost gentle tone. Such unfortunate timing. He had so much to say about my visit. The woman knelt on the cold slate, her world tilting, reshaping itself around this new, monstrous understanding. Her husband had not died peacefully, of natural causes, in a sterile hospital room. Someone had been there. Someone had silenced his final, desperate warnings. He was trying to protect you, of course. The voice continued, its words weaving a new, chilling tapestry of the past. Trying to tell you not to trust the animal rescuer, not to take home the bird he was offering. Poor Harold suspected what your feathered companion really was, but his heart gave out before he could explain. The image of the animal rescuer, his nervous demeanor, his eagerness to place the bird in a new home, resurfaced in her mind. At the time, she had attributed his anxiety to ordinary business concerns. But what if it had been something else entirely? How many owners has the bird had? She asked, her voice barely a whisper, thin and reedy in the deepening gloom. Oh, several over the years, the voice replied, a note of casual reminiscence in its tone. Lovely people, most of them. Widows, particularly. They appreciate company, and they're often too isolated for their disappearance to cause immediate concern. The woman struggled to her feet, grasping the potting bench for support. Her legs felt disconnected, as if the conservatory had transformed into a ship tossing on rough, dark seas. What are you? She whispered, the question torn from her very soul. Someone who appreciates the finer things, the voice replied, a hint of sardonic amusement in its cadence. Beautiful voices, interesting last words, the exquisite moment when hope transforms into understanding. Your bird helps me curate these experiences. The grey parrot shifted on its perch, preening its wing feathers with apparent unconcern. For a fleeting moment, she almost convinced herself this was all some elaborate, terrifying hallucination. He looked so ordinary, so familiar, so much the companion who had brought solace through countless lonely evenings. But then he spoke again, not in the cultured baritone, but in the young mother's terrified voice. Please, somebody help me. And immediately after, the cultured tones of his handler returned. She was calling for her children at the end, quite moving. Really. The next few hours blurred into a kind of waking nightmare. The woman found herself unable to leave the conservatory, an invisible constraint, whether physical or psychological, holding her fast. The shadows had indeed crept inward, deepening with the advance of night, but their movements now seemed to defy the normal rules of light and geometry. They coiled beneath the bird's cage in configurations that twisted the mind to contemplate directly. The feathered companion continued his grotesque recital, voices tumbling one after another in a macabre performance. Each missing person spoke their final, desperate words, followed by detached, aesthetic commentary from the cultured voice that had orchestrated their silencing. It was an obscene juxtaposition, raw human terror, followed by a connoisseur's evaluation, as if the speaker were critiquing a vintage wine rather than describing murder. The young scholar tried to solve his way out, the handler observed, after the engineering student's voice had finished its desperate, mathematical pleading. Fascinating to watch someone attempt to apply logic to a fundamentally illogical situation. The woman sank into her potting chair, no longer attempting to escape or to fully comprehend. The revelations came in waves, each more horrifying than the last. Her beloved husband had not been the first of the bird's owners to die under suspicious circumstances. The bird had been passed from household to household for years, each owner eventually joining his vocal repertoire. Another owner lasted almost 2 years, the voice mused. Lovely contralto. She sang hymns at the end quite beautifully. And a previous owner. Now there was a voice worth preserving. Classical training, even in extremity. His diction was impeccable. The chilling pattern became agonizingly clear. The grey parrot was not simply a witness to these atrocities. He was an active participant, a scout who identified suitable victims and reported their habits back to his true master. The bird's uncanny ability to mimic voices made him the perfect spy, capable of reproducing overheard conversations and providing detailed intelligence about potential targets. How? The woman asked again, though she was no longer certain she wanted to know. The how is less interesting than the why, the voice replied, though I suppose you deserve an explanation, having been such an excellent host. The parrot spread his wings in a gesture she had seen countless times, but now it seemed ominous rather than charming. In the uncertain light, his feathers appeared to shimmer with colours that had no earthly names. The feathered companion is not entirely what he appears to be. The voice continued. Oh, he's a bird, certainly. But he's also something more. A bridge, you might say, between different kinds of existence. The shadows beneath his cage writhed with their own life now, reaching upward like grasping, spectral fingers. The woman watched in fascination and horror as they began to take on more definite shapes. Human silhouettes, she realized, though seen as if from a great distance, ethereal and faint. The missing persons, she breathed, the words barely audible. Not missing at all, the voice corrected gently, its tone unsettling in its calm. Simply relocated. They exist now in a different state, serving a different purpose. Their voices live on through the bird, and their essence, well, their essence serves other needs. One of the shadow figures reached toward the woman, and she recognized the gesture from the young mother's television appearances, the desperate reach for her children in family photographs. But the shadow's touch carried no warmth, only a desperate cold that spoke of endings and absence. They're trapped, the woman whispered, a profound sorrow swelling within her. They're preserved, the voice insisted, almost a caress. Their final moments elevated to art, their voices given immortality. Few people have the opportunity to contribute to something so lasting. The conservatory took on an increasingly unreal quality as the night wore on. The cultured voice continued its monologue about collections and curations, but the woman found herself paying less attention to the words and more to the subtle, insidious changes in her surroundings. The shadows seemed deeper than they should be. The glass walls reflected scenes that didn't quite match the suburban evening outside, and the temperature had dropped to something well below what any late spring night could produce. She began to suspect that the voice itself might be less important than she had assumed. "Pearl," she said quietly, interrupting a particularly elaborate description of a previous victim's final moments. "Do you remember the day my husband died?" The bird tilted its head, and for a moment, something shifted in its black eye. The cultured voice faltered mid-sentence. "He was trying to tell me something. That last afternoon," the woman continued, moving closer to the cage. "Something about the animal rescuer, about you. But I was so focused on his medical condition that I didn't listen properly." "Edith," the parrot said, and it was her husband's voice, but different somehow, clearer, more urgent than the familiar domestic observations. "The bird, not what it seems. Don't trust." The cultured voice tried to reassert itself, a sharp, almost frustrated sound. But the woman kept talking, her tone gentle and conversational, as if she was simply reminiscing about old times. "He was trying to warn me. Wasn't he about what you really were, or what was using you?" But the heart attack interrupted him before he could explain. The shadows beneath the bird's cage writhed with increasing agitation, but the woman noticed something peculiar. They seemed less solid than before, more like ordinary darkness disturbed by an invisible wind. The conservatory's supernatural modifications, the thickened glass, the impossible geometry, appeared to flicker, as if they were struggling to maintain their coherence. "The thing is," the woman said, settling into her potting chair with the deliberate calm of someone refusing to acknowledge a crisis, "I've been thinking about that day you disappeared. I left your cage door open, didn't I? But I never leave your cage door open. Not ever." The grey parrot's head swiveled toward her, and she caught a glimpse of something that might have been relief in its expression. "So, either I'm losing my memory," she continued, her voice steady, "or something wanted me to think I had made a mistake, something that needed me to feel guilty, responsible, vulnerable to, well, to exactly the sort of conversation we've been having tonight." The cultured voice had fallen silent, but the woman could sense its attention focused on her with an uncomfortable intensity. She continued her one-sided conversation with the parrot, maintaining the gentle, domestic tone she had used throughout their 15 years together. "The voices you've been producing," she said, "they're remarkably accurate, aren't they? Not just the timbre and accent, but the personality behind the words. Almost as if you had actually met these people, heard them speak in moments of extremity." She paused to water a dormant orchid, the mundane action seeming to disturb whatever force had been manipulating the conservatory's atmosphere. But African grey parrots are extraordinary mimics, even under normal circumstances. They don't just repeat sounds, they learn context. They understand when certain phrases are appropriate. It's not really supernatural at all, is it? The shadows beneath the cage seemed to recoil from her matter-of-fact tone. The conservatory's glass walls shimmered, their impossible thickness wavering like a mirage. "Of course, the real question is where you heard these voices in the first place. And I think the answer is quite simple. You heard them on television, just as I did, during all those months I spent watching the local news, learning about the missing persons." The parrot shifted on its perch, and when it spoke, it was in its own harsh, natural voice. the sound she had heard on his first day in her home, before he had learned to mimic human speech. But that raises another question, the woman continued, ignoring the increasingly frantic quality of the shadows around the cage. If you were simply repeating things you had heard on television, why did you wait until after your return to start using these voices? Why not before? The answer, she realized, was disturbingly simple. The voices had appeared after her months of obsessive news watching, after she had inadvertently provided the parrot with the raw material for his performance. Every evening, I'd sat in the living room with you nearby, absorbing details about the missing persons while you listened and learned, she said softly, without quite realizing it. All those nights watching the news, learning about the young mother and the former official and the engineering student. You were there the whole time, learning their names, their faces, their stories. And somehow, perhaps because of whatever trauma you experienced with previous owners, you began to associate those stories with death and fear. The conservatory was beginning to look more like itself again. The glass walls resumed their normal thickness. The shadows retreated to appropriate corners, and the temperature climbed back towards something seasonably comfortable. As for the missing persons themselves, the woman continued, her voice gaining a quiet, almost sad certainty. Well, the metropolitan area has always had its share of urban problems. People disappear for any number of reasons: mental illness, domestic violence, simple accidents. The mind wants to find patterns, especially when we're lonely and frightened. The grey parrot had grown very still on its perch, but his attention remained fixed on the woman with an intensity that suggested concentration rather than malevolence. The cultured voice that had dominated the evening's conversation seemed to have retreated entirely, leaving only the familiar quiet of a suburban conservatory in springtime. The real question, the woman said, setting down her watering can, is whether I've been talking to you all evening or to myself. It was a possibility she had been avoiding, but one that explained much of what had transpired. The gradual escalation of supernatural events, the voices that perfectly matched her memories of television news reports, the dramatic revelations that followed the narrative structure of the horror novels she occasionally read. All of it could be the product of an isolated mind seeking to transform ordinary loneliness into something more significant. She thought of her months of obsessive news watching, her careful cataloguing of missing persons, her growing certainty that the parrot's return had been connected to their disappearances. What if it had all been elaborate self-deception? A way of avoiding the simple truth that her beloved companion had survived a winter outdoors and returned home, as ordinary birds sometimes did. The animal rescuer was nervous because he was running an unlicensed rescue operation, she said aloud, testing the explanation. My husband's final words were the confused utterances of a man experiencing cardiac arrest. The missing persons are victims of urban crime and social dysfunction, not supernatural predation. Each rational explanation felt both liberating and disappointing. The mundane world had reasserted itself, but with it came the return of ordinary loneliness, ordinary grief, ordinary aging, in an empty house with only a bird for company. Each rational explanation, meticulously constructed, felt both liberating and profoundly disappointing. The mundane world, with its predictable sorrows and manageable chaos, had reasserted itself, pushing back against the encroaching tide of the impossible. Yet, With that return to the ordinary came the dull ache of familiar loneliness, the quiet weight of everyday grief, and the stark reality of aging in a house now truly empty. Save for the quiet flutter of a feathered companion, she had sought a grand, terrifying truth, and found instead a reflection of her own internal landscape, transformed by fear and isolation. The grey parrot, perched silently, seemed to sense the shift in her internal landscape. He tilted his head, his black eye catching the soft, filtered light of the conservatory. Then he spoke, and it was her late husband's voice, warm and familiar, laced with a comforting, almost paternal tone. "Quite a relief, isn't it?" he said, the words echoing with a gentle, resonant quality in the quiet room, "to discover that the world is no stranger than it ever was." A faint, weary smile touched the woman's lips. It was a smile born of complex emotions, a flicker of genuine relief, a pang of recognition for the ghost of a voice, and a deep, ineffable sadness for the ordinary, yet profound, losses that defined her existence. She accepted the ambiguity, a subtle truce she had unknowingly made with the boundaries of her own perception. Perhaps, she mused, the human mind was simply not built to sustain the weight of such extraordinary terror for long. It craved order, even if that order meant burying the inexplicable beneath layers of plausible, if depressing, reality. Yet, even as the mundane settled back into its accustomed place, the shadows beneath the parrot's cage retained a peculiar quality. Not supernatural, perhaps, but certainly not entirely ordinary. They seemed to possess a deeper saturation, a subtle density that defied the logical fall of light. And when the feathered companion spoke again, in her husband's gentle, familiar cadences, she thought she detected something beneath the surface of the words, a resonance, faint but persistent, that suggested depths she might never fully understand. It was like hearing a distant echo of a colossal bell, whose true source remained perpetually out of reach, but whose vibration still hummed in the very marrow of her bones. As the days drifted into weeks, and weeks into the soft, green embrace of late spring, the woman found herself engaged in a quiet, almost meditative process of restoration. The conservatory, once a battleground of perception and sanity, was carefully repaired. The broken glass, shattered in her moment of raw terror, was replaced with new panes, pristine and unblemished. The slate floor, where her wine glass had fallen and her knees had buckled, was meticulously relevelled, its dark surface buffed to a muted sheen. Yet, despite her best efforts, she could never quite convince herself that the repairs had restored everything to its original condition. Some angles seemed subtly different, the way a familiar face might shift in an unsettling dream. Some shadows fell in patterns that defied the sun's predictable position, lingering in corners with an unnatural persistence. But these, she reminded herself, might simply have been the effects of age, of lingering trauma, of an imagination now irrevocably primed for strangeness, rather than anything more significant. The missing persons cases that had consumed her attention for months remained, officially, unresolved. The police investigator, in a routine follow-up visit that was as much a check on her mental state as an inquiry into her theories, mentioned with professional detachment that several of the individuals she had identified had indeed been spotted in other metropolitan areas. They were, he assured her, apparently alive and well, though unwilling or unable to explain their prolonged absence. Such outcomes, he had stated with a practiced, weary sigh, were not uncommon in urban disappearances. People, he'd explained, led complicated lives, and sometimes they simply needed to disappear for reasons they could not, or would not, articulate. This official explanation, while offering a semblance of closure, left a cold, hollow space in her mind, a quiet question mark where solid answers should have been. What had truly transpired during their unrecorded absences? And why did the parrot's repertoire of voices, despite its seeming retreat, still echo with such specific, profound despair? The feathered companion's behavior, for its part, gradually returned to what she considered normal, though for an African grey parrot, normal had always included a considerable capacity for the unexpected. He continued to speak in her late husband's voice, offering observations about the weather. Quite a pleasant breeze today, isn't it? Deer or requesting sunflower seeds with that familiar combination of intelligence and affection that had defined their relationship for 15 years. Occasionally, however, he would produce phrases that seemed to come from nowhere, fragments of conversation and voices she did not recognize, words that carried the weight of experiences beyond anything their shared domestic life could have possibly provided. A child's soft cry, a man's bewildered question, a woman's desperate plea for understanding. When this happened, she would simply acknowledge his performance with a quiet nod, continuing with her daily routines, neither encouraging nor discouraging these displays. She had developed, she realized, a comfortable, if unsettling, relationship with ambiguity. Whether the grey parrot had truly encountered supernatural forces during his absence, whether the evening's terrors had been real or merely imagined, whether the missing persons had suffered extraordinary fates or merely ordinary ones, these questions no longer demanded definitive, clear-cut answers. What mattered, in the quiet, unfolding tapestry of her solitary life, was that she and her feathered companion were together again, that the conservatory, filled with the scent of jasmine and the soft rustle of new growth, remained a place of growth and renewal, and that the ordinary world, in its infinite, subtle complexity, continued its ancient work of providing just enough mystery to keep life interesting, without making it unbearable. On quiet evenings, when the conservatory was filled with the intoxicating scent of jasmine blooms, and the soft sounds of settling soil murmured through the glass, the woman would sometimes catch the parrot watching her with a particular intensity. In those moments, she thought she glimpsed something like gratitude in his bright, intelligent eye, an acknowledgement, perhaps, of her willingness to accept him as he was, rather than demanding explanations for what he might have been, or what he might still be. Quite a relief, she would murmur, her voice soft, echoing her husband's words from that strange, transformative night in early spring, to discover that the world is no stranger than it ever was. And the feathered companion would tilt his head in that familiar gesture, his black eye unblinking, and sometimes he would whisper back, in voices that might have belonged to anyone, or no one at all. Quite so indeed. The suburban area continued its quiet, intricate work of renewal, its ordinary world unfolding, neither entirely explicable nor completely mysterious, but simply itself. And that, the woman had learned, was quite strange enough. The slide projector sat on the dining room table, a silent, mechanical creature. Its beige plastic casing, once vibrant, now appeared dulled by decades spent in the cool, forgotten darkness of a basement. The grieving man had been circling it for the better part of an hour, his footsteps soft, almost hesitant, on the polished wood floor. He moved as if the device might suddenly stir to life, its hidden lens projecting not cherished memories, but stark, accusatory images across the muted wallpaper. 3 weeks had crept by, each day heavier than the last, since he had discovered the projector nestled amongst the possessions of his late wife. It had been carefully wrapped in a thick, warm blanket, a familiar scent clinging to the fabric, the faint, lingering ghost of her lavender perfume, a fragrance that now felt like a whisper from the void. The late afternoon light of that autumn day slanted through the kitchen window, casting long, skeletal shadows that seemed to reach, with an almost deliberate slowness, toward the waiting machine. Each time he drew near the dining room table, an inexplicable reluctance seized him. Turning his steps away, he found himself drifting, as if by some invisible current, toward the kitchen for another cup of coffee, then to the living room for yet another futile attempt to find solace in the rustling pages of a newspaper, anywhere but toward the silent, patient projector. He had been avoiding it, naturally, with the same instinctive dread one feels before opening a letter that might contain devastating news, or returning a phone call from a doctor's office, anticipating a verdict that could shatter what little peace remained. But grief, he had learned, possessed a peculiar way of making cowards of even the most practical men. And he, an adjuster for a large insurance firm for 34 years, had always considered himself practical above all else. He understood the cold arithmetic of risk assessment, the bleak calculus of probability, the stark, unfeeling numbers of loss. What he could not calculate, what defied all his professional expertise, was how much of his own sanity he had already surrendered to the house's oppressive, all-encompassing silence. The silence was, without a doubt, the worst part. 43 years in this house, and never once had he truly noticed how it breathed around him, how the very walls seemed to exhale memories with each settling timber, each soft, protesting creak of an old floorboard. His companion had been the one to fill these spaces with sound, her humming, a soft, tuneless melody, while she cooked, her cheerful observations about the daily happenings of their neighbors, the gentle, consistent murmur of the daily news radio, played at a volume that ensured no corner of their shared home remained untouched by the presence of a human voice, by the simple, comforting hum of life. Without her, the house had become something else entirely. It was now a stark museum of abandoned routines, a somber repository where every object, however mundane, carried the crushing weight of a shared history, now to be experienced in agonizing solitude. He poured himself a generous measure of a strong amber liquid, the fourth of the day, though he had long since stopped counting somewhere around lunch. His gaze drifted to the projector's loading mechanism, a complex arrangement of gears and trays designed for a purpose now shrouded in mystery. His late wife had been the dedicated photographer in their marriage, the one with the artist's eye. He, by contrast, had been content merely to exist within her carefully composed shots, often squinting against the glare of various sunsets from a northern island to a distant western coastline. In these captured moments, his arm would dutifully drape around her shoulders while she, with a particular intensity that spoke of a deep belief in preserving perfect moments, would smile for the camera. Capturing light, she used to say, her voice soft yet firm, as she adjusted the camera's intricate settings with the practiced efficiency of someone who intimately understood the technical poetry of apertures and shutter speeds. That's all photography truly is, you know, stealing a piece of time and making it permanent. He had never truly understood her profound passion for it. The countless hours she would spend in the cool, chemical-scented darkness of the basement darkroom, coaxing ethereal images from swirling baths of liquid, emerging with fingers stained silver and eyes bright with the quiet satisfaction of successful creation. To him, photographs had always been mere documentation, simple evidence that events had transpired, that people had once existed, that moments had been experienced. But for her, they had been something far more mystical, more essential. Windows into souls, she would claim. Her eyes alight, revelations of truth that the naked eye might miss. Standing now in the dining room's rapidly fading light, surrounded by the accumulated artifacts of their shared life, he began, slowly, reluctantly, to understand what she had meant. The house was a silent testament to her passion, filled with her photographs, sun-drenched vacation shots in silver frames, candid moments captured during boisterous family gatherings, artistic compositions that had garnered small awards in local competitions. Each image was, as she had once described it, a theft, a fleeting piece of time rendered permanent, a fragile fragment of experience preserved against the inevitable, relentless erosion of memory. But what happened, he wondered, when the photographer herself was gone? Who then became responsible for these stolen moments? These captured fragments of light, this vast, accumulated evidence of a life lived in meticulous, careful documentation. Just this once, he said aloud, his voice startlingly loud in the cavernous silence of the empty house, just to see what you were looking at. The first slide carousel bore a label in his late wife's precise, almost calligraphic penmanship, a vast natural park. A summer long ago. He remembered the trip vividly, their first real vacation as a newly married couple, before his significant promotion, before they had begun their earnest, hopeful attempts to start a family, before the slow, insidious accumulation of disappointments that had settled over their marriage like fine sediment in still water. They had been young then, or at least were passed for young when you married at 23, and genuinely believed the future was a malleable thing, something you could plan for with sufficient diligence and good intentions. The carousel itself was heavier than he had expected, requiring both hands to lift it carefully from its storage case. The slides within rattled softly in their individual slots, a miniature symphony of 36 small windows into a single week, when happiness had seemed not merely possible, but utterly, beautifully inevitable. He had been nervous about the trip, he recalled. His first time ever on an airplane. His first experience with a hotel that demanded reservations months in advance. but his wife had planned every detail with the meticulous attention that characterized all her significant undertakings. He loaded the carousel with practiced movements, his hands remembering the long, dormant routine despite 3 decades of disuse. Click. The mechanism locked into place with a dry, mechanical satisfaction. The room's overhead light cast harsh, unforgiving shadows as he drew the curtains, pulling the thick fabric closed, and positioned the portable screen his late wife had insisted on keeping, despite his gentle protests about clutter. The projector's fan hummed to life, a soft, almost ethereal sound, like a distant, hushed conversation. He felt an unexpected tightness in his chest, a strange, constricting pressure. How long had it been, he wondered, since he had last heard that particular mechanical breathing, that gentle, persistent? Were years, certainly, perhaps even decades. His wife had clung to her slide projectors long after most people had seamlessly transitioned to digital cameras and glowing computer screens, always claiming that physical projection created a more immersive, almost spiritual experience, a more intimate relationship between the viewer and the luminous image. It's about the light. David, she would explain during one of their rare, quiet discussions about her beloved hobby. Digital screens emitting light, slides transmitted. There's a fundamental difference between looking at illumination and looking through it. He had dismissed the distinction as mere artistic pretension at the time, but now, standing in the darkened room, with the projector's solitary beam creating a rectangle of pure, shimmering possibility on the pristine white screen, he began, with a growing sense of unease, to discern what she had meant. There was something almost ceremonial about the entire process, something that demanded attention, respect, and a quiet reverence that casual digital viewing could never quite achieve. The first image bloomed across the white canvas themselves at the famous geyser, his wife's sundress, a bright, defiant splash of colour against the mineral-stained earth, his own hair still dark and full, impossibly thick. They looked impossibly young, impossibly optimistic, like actors playing the roles of people who believed, with uncomplicated certainty, in the promise of unending happiness. Her expression carried that particular radiance she had worn during their early years, before the long, painful odyssey of fertility treatments and the quiet devastations of miscarriages had carved subtle, permanent lines around her eyes, lines that no amount of careful lighting could ever truly soften or erase. He stared at the image for a long time, an almost painful eternity, trying, desperately, to remember the person he had been when it was taken. That younger self, that hopeful David, now seemed like someone he had known once, perhaps in another lifetime, but had long since lost touch with. Familiar, yes, but distant, recognizable, yet fundamentally altered by decades of accumulated experience, by the relentless march of time. The man in the photograph wore optimism like a comfortable, well-worn sweater, something natural, unforced, an inherent part of his very being. When, he wondered, his heart aching with a deep, unsettling melancholy, had he stopped being that person? When had hope itself become something that required conscious, exhausting effort, rather than a simple, unconscious expectation? He advanced to the next slide with the faint, satisfying click of the remote control. The image that bloomed across the screen was a sprawling panorama themselves again. This time, standing near the majestic rim of a vast natural canyon. His late wife had asked a fellow tourist to capture this moment, a detail he vaguely recalled an elderly man, he thought, who had fumbled slightly with the camera settings, oblivious to the impatient shuffling of other visitors around them. In the photograph, his wife's expression held that familiar blend of joy and almost fierce possessiveness she always displayed when confronted with overwhelming beauty. She had always insisted on meticulously documenting their journeys, firmly believing that memory, in its capricious nature, was an unreliable archivist. Only photographs, she had often argued, could truly preserve the exact quality of light, the precise interplay of shadows, the specific, fleeting expression that made a moment worthy of eternal remembrance. He leaned forward, a strange, detached curiosity guiding his gaze as he studied their younger selves, as if observing strangers within someone else's faded photo album. They appeared happy, he supposed, or at least undeniably content, certainly young enough to believe, with an almost heartbreaking innocence, that the future would unfold as an endless tapestry of such perfect moments, each one carefully captured and preserved against the subtle, relentless erosion of time. Yet, as his eyes lingered on the image, a subtle discomfort began to prick at his attention. A detail, almost imperceptible, seemed subtly out of place. A discordant note in an otherwise harmonious composition. He squinted at the background, his gaze searching, trying to pinpoint the source of this creeping unease. And then he saw it. Behind them, slightly to the left, partially obscured by the mineral-stained rock formations, stood a figure. A man, it seemed, cloaked in what appeared to be a dark, heavy coat. His face was turned away from the camera, a deliberate evasion, but something about his posture a strange, almost unnerving stillness. A focused intensity that seemed entirely out of place made the grieving man's chest tighten with a sudden, icy knot of apprehension. He couldn't recall anyone else being on that specific viewing platform at that early hour. His wife, with her characteristic foresight, had always chosen the dawn to avoid the bustling crowds, and they had, to his memory, enjoyed the vast expanse largely to themselves. He stared at the figure until his eyes began to blur with unshed tears, trying, desperately, to convince himself that it was merely another tourist, a lone traveller who had simply wandered into the frame at an inconvenient moment. But the longer he looked, the more an undeniable certainty began to settle in his bones. Something was profoundly, fundamentally wrong with this image. The figure's placement seemed too precise, too deliberate. Its gaze, though unseen, felt too focused. And there was something peculiar about the way the light interacted with him, or rather, didn't interact. It was as if the figure absorbed the morning sun, drawing it into himself, rather than reflecting its golden warmth. His hand, now trembling ever so slightly, reached for the remote control. Click. The next slide materialized. The image showed them at a specific thermal area, a landscape of steaming terraces like a calcified wedding cake. They stood together on an observation platform, his wife's hand nestled in his, both of them clad in the matching light jackets she had purchased from a gift shop in a small, remote town. Behind them, the thermal pool shimmered, exhaling soft plumes of steam into the crisp mountain air, creating an otherworldly tableau that had, at the time, compelled them both to whisper, despite being in the vast openness of the outdoors. His gaze, now acutely focused, immediately darted to the background, scanning the scattered figures of other visitors, and there, amongst a family with small children, stood the same figure, closer now. The coat, he noticed, no longer seemed merely dark, but rather colourless, a void that seemed to suck the light from its surroundings, draped oddly upon his frame, as if it had been tailored for a different, non-human form entirely. The face remained stubbornly turned away, a perpetual evasion, yet he could discern a pale, almost translucent hand, its fingers appearing unsettlingly long, too articulate, almost skeletal. The family nearby, oblivious, continued to pose and smile for their own photographer, the parents playfully arranging their children by height, while the youngest fidgeted with the universal boredom of childhood. But the silent figure stood among them, like a shadow that had, by some impossible alchemy, gained substance belonging to the scene, yet chillingly separate from it. His hands were visibly shaking now, and he set down his amber liquid glass with deliberate, almost painful care. Decades of working as an adjuster had ingrained in him the discipline of seeking patterns, of identifying anomalies that might signal fraud or some deliberate deception. But this was different. This felt less like discovering evidence of a hidden truth, and more like being discovered by something that had been waiting, with an almost infinite patience, for his attention. He clicked through the remaining slides with a growing, frantic urgency, his breath shallow, his pulse quickening. The figure appeared in each successive image, sometimes distant, a mere spectre on the horizon, sometimes closer, a looming presence, but always watching, always approaching. In a photograph of them at a majestic waterfall overlook, the figure stood directly behind a group of elderly sightseers, close enough that its elongated shadow fell across their unsuspecting shoulders. Yet, none of them seemed remotely aware of its presence, their faces etched with the simple joy of discovery. By the time he reached the photograph of them at a unique geyser basin, the figure stood directly behind his wife, close enough now that its form seemed to press against her, its inexplicable shadow falling across her brightly coloured jacket. He could now make out chilling details. The coat was not merely colourless, but truly absent of colour, as if its very fabric devoured the light rather than reflecting it. The hands were not merely pale, but translucent, revealing the faint suggestion of bone beneath skin that appeared thin, like tissue paper. But most disturbing of all was the face. Finally, it was visible, albeit in profile. It was his own face, but twisted, wrong, elongated, as if someone had taken his reflection in a still pond and violently disturbed the surface. The features were stretched, subtly distorted, the eyes dark, hollow abysses that seemed to exert a gravitational pull on his own gaze, drawing his vision into their depths with an almost physical force. He reached for the remote with hands that no longer felt entirely under his conscious control. Click. The projector's fan hummed on, a persistent, mechanical whisper in the sudden darkness, casting only a harsh, empty rectangle of white light across the screen. He sat in his chair for a long, immeasurable time, listening to the house settle around him, each soft creak, each gentle sigh of old timber echoing in the vast silence. He tried, with a desperate, failing effort, to convince himself that what he was witnessing was merely the mind's desperate attempt to impose order on chaos, a trick of light and shadow, a product of his grief-addled imagination. But he could not shake the memory of loading the carousel, the meticulous act of counting them. 36 slides. He had handled each one with the careful reverence his wife had taught him was necessary when dealing with captured light. Yet, the counter on the projector now stubbornly read 37. The extra slide. It meant something. It had to mean something. But what, and more importantly, what unspeakable horror would await him if he advanced the carousel just one more time? If he dared to view the image that, by all logic, should not exist? He sat in the oppressive darkness for nearly an hour, staring at the projector's silent, mechanical bulk, trying to summon the courage to answer his own terrifying questions. The strong amber liquid, which had earlier offered a temporary balm, had now ceased its comforting effect, leaving him clear-headed but profoundly shaky, acutely aware of every sound the house made as it seemed to breathe around him. Each settling timber, each soft, protesting creak of the floorboard, each whisper of wind through the eaves, all seemed amplified, imbued with a sinister significance, as if the very building was striving to communicate something dire, something important. Finally, driven more by a morbid, irresistible curiosity than by any conscious courage, he reached for the remote. His finger, trembling, advanced to slide 37. The image that materialized made his breath catch in his throat, a sudden, cold gasp of pure dread. It showed the interior of their hotel room in the sprawling park, photographed, it seemed, from the doorway while they slept. The image was overexposed and grainy, suggesting it had been taken without a flash, in minimal, oppressive light. His wife lay on her side, her back to the camera, her breathing patterns subtly visible in the slight, rhythmic rise and fall of the bedsheet. He himself was barely discernible, a mere shadow beneath the covers, but standing beside the bed, terrifyingly close, close enough to reach out and touch them, was the figure, no longer distant, no longer partially concealed. It loomed over their sleeping forms with the patient, predatory stillness of something that had been watching them for a very, very long time. The face was fully visible now, and it was, beyond any doubt, unmistakably his own, but changed, refined, as if someone had taken his familiar features and subtly edited them, sharpened them, honed them for maximum predatory efficiency. The eyes were not merely dark, but vast, lightless holes that seemed to pull at his vision with an almost physical force, a gravitational void. The mouth was slightly open, revealing teeth, too many teeth. He realized with a sickening lurch arranged in rows, sharp and stark white as freshly picked bone. And the hands. The hands were positioned directly above his wife's sleeping form. Fingers spread wide, poised, as if preparing to caress or to strangle. The final image, captured in an impossible moment, still burned behind the widower's eyelids. He had stared at the horrifying scene for what felt like an eternity. The projector's low, persistent thrum a suffocating presence in the darkened room. A photograph that should not exist. A predatory shadow, undeniably wearing his own face, poised over the sleeping form of his beloved wife. His breath hitched in his throat, a dry, choked sound. Who had been there? Who had orchestrated such a grotesque tableau? And why did the counter on the projector? Now, almost mockingly, read 38 slides. The shrill, insistent ring of the telephone tore through the unnerving silence. A violent, unwelcome intrusion that yanked the widower from the edge of an uneasy doze. He blinked, disoriented, his mind still swimming in the murky depths of mineral pools and limestone terraces, of spectral figures that moved with unsettling grace when his direct gaze faltered. The digital display on the handset glowed, revealing the number of his brother-in-law, a name he recognized, yet one that now seemed distant, almost a relic from a life rapidly dissolving into nightmare. He answered, his voice rough with disuse and a lingering fear. "Hello. It's your brother-in-law." The voice on the other end crackled, strained and noticeably older than the widower remembered. A weary tremor ran through the words. "I've got some bad news about a close friend of your late wife's." A cold knot tightened in the widower's stomach. A close friend, a woman who had been a constant presence in their lives for 15 years, a pillar of her long-standing reading group, never missing a monthly gathering. She had been at their wedding, a vibrant, reassuring presence. She had held his late wife's hand through the quiet agony of 2 miscarriages, her unwavering support a small, steady flame in the darkness. It was this same friend who had, with a quiet, efficient strength, organized the funeral reception when the insidious illness had finally claimed its victory. The widower, in his own private grief, had always found her slightly insistent, perhaps, too eager with offers of help, too quick with hearty casseroles and unsolicited, though well-meaning, advice. But his late wife, with her fierce loyalty, had cherished her, treating her as a chosen sister. What happened? The widower managed to ask, the words feeling foreign and clumsy on his tongue. "A heavy transport truck collision," his brother-in-law replied, his voice heavy with the weight of raw grief. "On a winding rural route, the state police. They said she just drifted into oncoming traffic. No skid marks. No evidence she even tried to brake. They're thinking, maybe a sudden medical episode, a heart attack, or a stroke." Tessy, the widower's eyes closed, a vivid image of his wife's friend flashing in his mind as she had appeared at the funeral just 3 months prior. Competent, maternal, the kind of woman who always carried tissues and discreet throat lozenges in a purse the size of a small travel bag. She had been the one, in the numb aftermath, to coordinate the food and flowers with unflappable efficiency, while the widower himself sat in a state of shock, unable to fully process the stark reality of his wife's absence. "Oh," he whispered, the sound barely audible. "When?" "This afternoon," the brother-in-law said. "Around 3 o'clock. Around 3 o'clock. The time he had been engrossed in the slides from the Grand Natural Park, the precise moment when he had first glimpsed the lurking figure in the background. Coincidence? Surely. His wife's friend was in her early 70s, diabetic, taking medication for elevated blood pressure. These things, he reasoned, happened with depressing regularity to people of her age. Such random misfortunes, he told himself, struck without warning, without cosmic significance. But even as his brother-in-law continued, speaking of funeral arrangements, of distant relatives to contact, of the grim logistics of grief that always seemed to fall to the survivors, the widower's mind drifted back to the figure in the photographs. The unsettling way it had steadily moved closer with each advancing slide, gaining definition and substance as if a spectral Polaroid image slowly developing into malevolent clarity. After the call ended, the widower remained in the deepening darkness, staring at the inert projector. The rational part of his mind, the part honed by 3 decades of assessing risk and calculating probability, insisted with cold, unwavering logic that correlation was not causation. The friend's death was tragic, yes, but entirely explainable. A random act of fate, yet a deeper, more primitive part of his consciousness, a part that lay beneath the carefully constructed layers of logic and reason, whispered of other possibilities. What if the figure in the photographs wasn't merely a photographic anomaly? What if the act of viewing the slides had, by some arcane mechanism, activated something, set in motion a sequence of events that terrifyingly connected past documentation to present reality? He poured himself another measure of the amber liquid, the 4th, perhaps 5th, of the day, and tried to recall if his wife's friend had appeared in any of those old park photographs. Had she ever travelled with them during those nascent years of their marriage? 1970s. His memory of those decades was hazy now, filtered through the accumulated experience of time, clouded by the emotional fog that had descended so heavily after his wife's diagnosis. But he thought he remembered a trip to a coastal region in the mid-1970s, a week spent in a charming, though cramped, rented cottage while late summer storms had battered the shore. His wife's friend had been there, hadn't she? Along with his brother-in-law and several other couples from their social circle. A group vacation that, in its planning, had seemed like a splendid idea, but had ultimately devolved into the kind of forced intimacy that inevitably revealed everyone's least attractive qualities. The second carousel, a silent, beige disc, sat patiently on the shelf where he had left it 3 weeks prior. Its label, etched in his late wife's meticulous handwriting, read Coastal Region, Late Summer, 1976. The widower stared at it for a long, quiet moment, weighing the morbid pull of his curiosity against a profound, instinctive sense of self-preservation. The slides from the Grand Natural Park had unveiled something impossible, something that shattered his understanding of how reality itself functioned. What further horrors might the coastal region slides reveal? More importantly, what would happen if he chose not to look? Would ignorance truly offer protection? Or would the shadowy figure continue its patient, inexorable approach? Regardless of his attention, the question gnawed at him, a persistent, uncomfortable ache. Through a solitary dinner, a reheated meal consumed standing at the kitchen counter, and deep into the evening, he attempted to lose himself in television, but every program seemed to feature either impossibly happy families enjoying a togetherness he no longer possessed, or chilling news reports of random, senseless tragedies that served only to remind him of the friend's recent, sudden fate. He tried reading, but the words swam on the page, refusing to coalesce into any meaningful narrative. His mind, restless and agitated, kept circling back to the 2 remaining carousels, silent sentinels of unspoken dread. The unanswered question gnawed at him, a persistent, uncomfortable ache that pulsed beneath the surface of his thoughts. It lingered through the reheated meal he absently consumed, standing alone at the kitchen counter, and stretched deep into the encroaching evening. He had attempted to lose himself in the flickering images of the television, but every program seemed to either flaunt impossibly cheerful families, a togetherness he no longer possessed, or offer chilling news reports of random, senseless tragedies, each a stark echo of his friend's recent, sudden fate. He tried to read, but the words swam on the page, refusing to coalesce into any meaningful narrative. His mind, restless and agitated, kept circling back to the remaining carousels, silent sentinels of an unspoken dread. Finally, driven by a morbid curiosity that had always been both his greatest strength and his most dangerous weakness, the widower returned to the dining room. He moved with a deliberate, almost dreamlike slowness, approaching the second carousel where it waited on the shelf. The slides within, meticulously arranged by his late wife, documented their second anniversary trip, a week spent in a charming, though cramped, rented cottage within a quiet coastal village, while late summer storms had relentlessly battered the shore. He remembered it with a painter's palette of greys, the leaden skies, the ceaseless, drumming rain, his wife's palpable disappointment at the weather's relentless gloom, and, he admitted to himself, his own secret relief at having a convenient excuse to remain indoors, lost in books and the intricate patterns of crossword puzzles. They had, he recalled, made the best of it, visiting an old communication station, its skeletal structures stark against the churning sea, touring the salt marshes in borrowed rain gear, the scent of damp earth and briny air clinging to their clothes, eating fried clams at roadside stands while gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp and mournful, like something lifted from an old unsettling film. But the trip had also been shared. His brother-in-law and his spouse, the recently departed family friend and her late husband, and two other couples whose names now eluded the widower, lost somewhere in the mists of time and grief. 8 people in total, crowded into a cottage designed for 4, creating the kind of artificial intimacy that, he mused, either forged unbreakable bonds or tore groups apart with brutal efficiency. In their case, it had been mostly the latter. By the week's end, everyone had conversed with that brittle courtesy reserved for those who had seen far too much of each other's true, unvarnished personalities. He loaded the carousel, his hands trembling despite his best efforts to maintain control. The slides rattled softly within their individual slots, and he found himself counting them with an obsessive, desperate focus. 42, 43, 44. The same number he had loaded. No extras. Not yet. The first image bloomed across the screen. A group of them at a windswept beach, posed against weathered dunes under a sky the colour of old pewter. His late wife wore a yellow raincoat, making her appear like a character from a children's story, bright and incongruously optimistic despite the brooding weather. He stood beside her, his profile turned, his attention seemingly caught by something beyond the camera's frame, perhaps a distant fishing boat, or the sharp cry of a gull. But his attention, now acutely trained for the aberrant, went immediately to the background, He scanned the distant stretch of sand for any anomalies. There, near the waterline, where the sand darkened with each advancing wave, stood a figure. It might have been a solitary beachcomber searching for shells, he initially thought. Except beachcombers, he reasoned, didn't typically wear dark, heavy coats in late summer, and they certainly didn't possess the unsettling stillness of a predator in waiting. The kind woman, his late wife's friend, stood at the group's far right, her arm linked through her late spouse's, both of them smiling with the determined cheerfulness of people trying to make the best of disappointing weather. She looked younger in the photograph, her hair still brown instead of the silver she had worn in later years, her face unlined by the accumulated worries that would eventually etch themselves onto her features in decades to come. He advanced to the next slide, his breath shallow and rapid. A prominent coastal landmark, its famous red and white stripes cutting a stark line against the sky. The group had climbed to its top, despite his own mild fear of heights, his wife laughing at his white-knuckled grip on the iron railings. In the photograph, they stood at the beacon's base, dwarfed by its towering height. And there, amidst the scattering of tourists in the parking area, the figure waited. Closer now. The kind woman was visible in this image as well, standing beside the lighthouse with her late spouse, both of them pointing towards something in the distance, probably the vast, grey ocean, barely visible through the thick fog that had rolled in during their visit. She looked genuinely happy, engaged, the kind of person who found simple pleasures profoundly fulfilling. The figure stood perfectly still between parked cars, while families around him unfolded lawn chairs and unpacked picnic baskets. It belonged to the scene, yet somehow remained separate from it, an unsettling void in the vibrant tableau. He could discern more details now, the coat that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the hands that hung at unnatural angles, the suggestion of a face perpetually turned away from direct observation. Click. The image shifted. A local open-air cinema, where they had watched an old film from the back seat of their rented vehicle. The photograph showed their car among dozens of others, speakers mounted on poles creating a strange, metallic forest in the twilight. The kind woman and her late spouse were visible in the car next to theirs, sharing popcorn while the opening credits played across the enormous screen. The figure had moved closer to the cars, close enough that the widower could perceive the wrongness of its proportions, the way its shadow fell in directions that defied the cinema's floodlights. It stood motionless among the families, settling in for the evening's entertainment, belonging to the scene, yet somehow utterly detached. Click. The image changed again. Another coastal landmark, where storm clouds gathered like silent accusations in the distance. The group had visited on their final day, clinging to a desperate hope of catching a glimpse of sunshine before their return journey. In the photograph, they stood on the observation deck while a brisk wind whipped through their hair and rain threatened from the darkening sky. The kind woman appeared in the foreground, her hands gripping the safety railing as she leaned forward to get a better view of the coastline. She had been fascinated by such beacons. He remembered, had collected postcards and small replicas from everyone they had ever visited. The figure stood at the deck's far end, closer than it had ever appeared before, close enough that the widower could clearly see the translucent quality of its skin. the way light seemed to pass through, rather than reflect off its surface. Its face remained stubbornly turned away, but the widower could feel its attention. A laser intensity focused on the group. His hand trembled as he reached for the remote control. How many slides remained? The counter. Now. Read 45. Though he had loaded only 44. The pattern, he realized with a chilling certainty, was accelerating. The impossible was swiftly becoming routine with each advancing image. He clicked to the next slide and felt his breath catch in his throat. The image showed the interior of their rented cottage, specifically the living room, where they had spent most of their time during that rainy week. The photograph was taken from the stairway leading to the second floor. Looking down at the group as they played cards around the kitchen table, his late wife sat with her back to the camera, the kind woman beside her, both women laughing at something her late spouse had said. The men were partially visible, hunched over their cards with the focused intensity of people playing for stakes that truly mattered. But standing in the cottage's front window, pressed against the glass like something trying to peer inside, was the figure, no longer distant, no longer partially concealed. It filled the window frame with its impossible presence. Its face turned towards the card players with an expression of hunger that made the widower's skin crawl. The face was clearly visible now, and it was unmistakably his own, but changed, distorted, wearing an expression of malevolent interest that he had never seen in any mirror. The eyes were dark, hungry holes that seemed to pull at his vision with a gravitational force, and the mouth was slightly open, revealing too many teeth, too sharp, too numerous. The kind woman sat directly in the figure's line of sight, laughing at her husband's joke, completely unaware that something wearing the widower's face was watching her through the window with predatory patience. The counter now read 46 eggs. Slides. He continued to click through the remaining images, a growing urgency quickening his movements, watching the figure move steadily closer with each passing frame. In a photograph of them hiking through a nearby forest, it followed at a distance of perhaps 20 yards, moving between the trees with an unnatural, preternatural stillness. In an image of them fishing from a small rowboat, it stood on the shore, perfectly motionless, while everything else in the landscape, the water, the leaves, the distant clouds moved with the natural rhythms of wind and water. By the time he reached the photograph of them preparing dinner in the cabin's kitchen, the figure stood directly behind the kind woman, close enough to touch her shoulder, wearing the widower's face, but not his intentions. She chopped vegetables for their communal stew, laughing at something her relative had said, completely unaware that something malevolent was studying her with the patience of a predator selecting its prey. The counter on the projector, a small, unforgiving digital display, now read 46 suds. Slides. Yet, he knew with a sickening certainty, he had loaded only 43 all. The pattern, a cold, inexorable rhythm, was not merely emerging, it was accelerating, the impossible swiftly transforming into an undeniable routine with each advancing image. He knew, with a dreadful clarity that chilled him to the bone, what the final slides would inevitably reveal. He had known, in some primal part of his being, ever since the initial set of images, but he found himself utterly incapable of stopping. Curiosity, a relentless, gnawing compulsion, had always been both his greatest strength and his most dangerous weakness, the character flaw that had once made him an excellent insurance investigator, but now rendered him utterly terrible at preserving his own peace of mind. With a reluctant, almost automatic movement, his finger, heavy with a weight that felt far beyond its own, pressed the remote control. Click. The projector hummed. A low, mechanical sigh in the darkened room, then advanced. The new image bloomed across the screen. A harsh, invasive rectangle of light against the wallpaper. His breath, already shallow, caught in his throat. A sharp, ragged sound that echoed in the oppressive silence. It was the interior of a bedroom, specifically the private sleeping space of the kind woman, his late wife's cherished friend, within the confines of the rented cottage from that coastal village trip years ago. The photograph had been taken from the doorway, a vantage point that felt impossibly intimate, chillingly invasive, as she lay asleep. She rested on her side, her back turned away from the camera's intrusive gaze, her breathing patterns subtly visible in the faint rise and fall of the bedsheet, a quiet rhythm of life unaware of being watched. Her late spouse was barely visible beside her, lost in the deep, heavy sleep of someone thoroughly exhausted by a day filled with forced vacation activities. But standing beside the bed, so close that its presence felt like a palpable weight pressing down on the very air, was the figure, no longer distant, no longer merely a subtle disruption in the background. It loomed over the kind woman's sleeping form with a patient, predatory stillness, a silence that spoke of ages spent in watchful waiting. Its hands, pale and elongated, were positioned above her, fingers subtly spread as if poised to caress or to strangle, a gesture of chilling ambiguity that tightened the widower's chest with an icy grip. And the face was turned directly towards the camera, as if acknowledging the photographer's presence, as if meeting the widower's gaze through the veil of years and film. It was his own face, unmistakably, terrifyingly so, but refined, sharpened, twisted into something purely predatory. It bore an expression of hunger so raw, so ancient, that it transcended human understanding. The eyes were not eyes at all, but dark, bottomless holes that seemed to pull at his vision with a physical, gravitational force, threatening to drag him into their terrifying depths. The mouth, a thin, cruel line, was slightly open, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous, arranged in rows like those of a deep-sea predator, belonging to something that fed on substances far more essential than mere flesh. The widower felt a cold sweat break out on his skin. He was hyperventilating now, his chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. The projector's fan hummed a monotonous, distant sound in the darkness, but all he could truly hear was the frantic pounding of his own heart, a drumbeat of terror in the vast, empty house. 3 slide carousels, 3 sets of impossible photographs, 3 chilling patterns of observation and death. First, the kind woman, his late wife's friend, now gone. Then, his brother-in-law, a relative, laid to rest just days ago. And now, the implications, like icy tendrils, wrapped themselves around his throat. The telephone, shrill and sudden, ripped through the oppressive silence at precisely 2:33 a.m. The sound was a physical assault, jerking the widower from a stupor that might have been exhaustion or shock. or a dreadful combination of both. He had been sitting in the dark for what felt like hours, staring at the final, horrifying image projected on the screen, his mind grappling with the unspeakable reality of what he had witnessed, his vision blurred from exhaustion and the generous amount of amber liquid he had consumed. But the caller ID was clear enough, the number of his female relative, the wife of his cousin, a familiar name. He let it ring 4 times, each jangling peal a further tightening of the dread in his stomach. He already knew, in that cold, primitive part of his mind, what he would hear, but some desperate need for confirmation, for the pattern to complete itself, compelled him to answer. The ritual of terror had become as predictable as it was impossible to explain through any rational means. Dave, his female relative's voice, when it came, was hoarse, raw with tears and shock, sounding impossibly fragile, older than he remembered. It's about Bill. Something's happened to Bill. Bill, his cousin, the owner of the mountain cabin they had visited all those years ago. A man who had survived a distant conflict, 3 heart surgeries, and a brutal bout with a specific illness that, by all accounts, should have claimed him years ago. What kind of something? The widower managed, his own voice a dry, rasping whisper. He's in the local medical facility, in critical condition. The medical professionals, they say he had some kind of episode. Started screaming around midnight, saying someone was in the house. When the first responders arrived, they found him in the bedroom, clawing at the air like he was fighting something off, something invisible. But Dave, there was nobody there, nobody at all. Her voice cracked, dissolving into a fresh wave of choked sobs, and the widower could hear her struggling, desperately, to compose herself, to make sense of the senseless. The widower closed his eyes, and the final slide from the slide carousel documenting their mountain trip flashed behind his eyelids with vivid, horrifying clarity. The bedroom, shrouded in shadows with its sleeping figures, and the creature, wearing his own distorted face, standing impossibly close, its hands poised, not with his intentions, but with an ancient, unspeakable hunger. He knew now. The figure in the photographs wasn't merely an observer. It was the cause. It wasn't just watching. It was hunting. It was killing. And he, the widower, by simply looking, by merely observing, had become its unwitting accomplice. He knew the remaining carousels would only reveal more deaths. The counter on the projector, a small, unforgiving digital display, now read 46 unnerving slides. Yet, he knew with a sickening certainty he had loaded only 43. The pattern, a cold, inexorable rhythm, was not merely emerging, it was accelerating. The impossible swiftly transforming into an undeniable routine with each advancing image. He knew, with a dreadful clarity that chilled him to the bone, what the final slides would inevitably reveal. He had known, in some primal part of his being, ever since the initial set of images, but he found himself utterly incapable of stopping. Curiosity, a relentless, gnawing compulsion, had always been both his greatest strength and his most dangerous weakness, the character flaw that had once made him an excellent insurance investigator, but now rendered him utterly terrible at preserving his own peace of mind. With a reluctant, almost automatic movement, his finger, heavy with a weight that felt far beyond its own, pressed the remote control. Click, The projector hummed, a low, mechanical sigh in the darkened room, then advanced. The new image bloomed across the screen, a harsh, invasive rectangle of light against the wallpaper. His breath, already shallow, caught in his throat, a sharp, ragged sound that echoed in the oppressive silence. It was the interior of a bedroom, specifically the private sleeping space of the kind woman, his late wife's cherished friend, within the confines of the rented cottage from that coastal village trip years ago. The photograph had been taken from the doorway, a vantage point that felt impossibly intimate, chillingly invasive. As she lay asleep, she rested on her side, her back turned away from the camera's intrusive gaze, her breathing pattern subtly visible in the faint rise and fall of the bedsheet, a quiet rhythm of life unaware of being watched. Her late spouse was barely visible beside her, lost in the deep, heavy sleep of someone thoroughly exhausted by a day filled with forced vacation activities. But standing beside the bed, so close that its presence felt like a palpable weight pressing down on the very air, was the figure, no longer distant, no longer merely a subtle disruption in the background. It loomed over the kind woman's sleeping form with a patient, predatory stillness, a silence that spoke of ages spent in watchful waiting. Its hands, pale and elongated, were positioned above her, fingers subtly spread as if poised to caress or to strangle, a gesture of chilling ambiguity that tightened the widower's chest with an icy grip. And the face was turned directly towards the camera, as if acknowledging the photographer's presence, as if meeting the widower's gaze through the veil of years and film. It was his own face, unmistakably, terrifyingly so, but refined, sharpened, twisted into something purely predatory. It bore an expression of hunger so raw, so ancient, that it transcended human understanding. The eyes were not eyes at all, but dark, bottomless holes that seemed to pull at his vision with a physical, gravitational force, threatening to drag him into their terrifying depths. The mouth, a thin, cruel line, was slightly open, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous, arranged in rows like those of a deep-sea predator, belonging to something that fed on substances far more essential than mere flesh. The widower felt a cold sweat break out on his skin. He was hyperventilating now, his chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. The projector's fan hummed a monotonous, distant sound in the darkness, but all he could truly hear is the frantic pounding of his own heart, a drumbeat of terror in the vast, empty house. 3 slide carousels, 3 sets of impossible photographs, 3 chilling patterns of observation and death. First, the kind woman, his late wife's friend, now gone. Then, his brother-in-law, a relative, laid to rest just days ago. And now the implications, like icy tendrils, wrapped themselves around his throat. The telephone, shrill and sudden, ripped through the oppressive silence at precisely 2:33 a.m. The sound was a physical assault, jerking the widower from a stupor that might have been exhaustion or shock, or a dreadful combination of both. He had been sitting in the dark for what felt like hours, staring at the final, horrifying image projected on the screen, his mind grappling with the unspeakable reality of what he had witnessed, his vision blurred from exhaustion and the generous amount of amber liquid he had consumed. But the caller ID was clear enough, the number of his female relative, the wife of his cousin. A familiar name. He let it ring 4 times, each jangling peal a further tightening of the dread in his stomach. He already knew, in that cold, primitive part of his mind, what he would hear, but some desperate need for confirmation, for the pattern to complete itself, compelled him to answer. The ritual of terror had become as predictable as it was impossible to explain through any rational means. Dave, his female relative's voice, when it came, was hoarse, raw with tears and shock, sounding impossibly fragile, older than he remembered. It's about Bill. Something's happened to Bill. Bill, his cousin, the owner of the mountain cabin they had visited all those years ago. A man who had survived a distant conflict, 3 heart surgeries, and a brutal bout with a specific illness that, by all accounts, should have claimed him years ago. What kind of something the widower managed, his own voice a dry, rasping whisper. He's in the local medical facility, in critical condition. The medical professionals, they say he had some kind of episode, started screaming around midnight, saying someone was in the house. When the first responders arrived, they found him in the bedroom, clawing at the air like he was fighting something off, something invisible. But Dave, there was nobody there, nobody at all. Her voice cracked, dissolving into a fresh wave of choked sobs, and the widower could hear her struggling desperately to compose herself, to make sense of the senseless. The widower closed his eyes, and the final slide from the slide carousel documenting their mountain trip flashed behind his eyelids with vivid, horrifying clarity. The bedroom, shrouded in shadows, with its sleeping figures, and the creature, wearing his own distorted face, standing impossibly close, its hands poised, not with his intentions, but with an ancient, unspeakable hunger. He knew now. The figure in the photographs wasn't merely an observer, it was the cause. It wasn't just watching, it was hunting. It was killing. And he, the widower, by simply looking, by merely observing, had become its unwitting accomplice. He knew the remaining carousels would only reveal more deaths. The widower spent the entire following day in a strange, suspended animation. His movements through the quiet house felt ghost-like, as if he were haunting his own life, a silent spectre in the remnants of a shared past. Food held no appeal. Its textures and flavors seemed distant, irrelevant. Books lay open, unread, their words blurring into meaningless patterns on the page. Even the television or radio, usually a comforting hum of background noise, failed to hold his attention. His thoughts inexorably drawn back to the 2 remaining carousels, silent sentinels on the shelf. The first, labelled with the name of a distant continent and a year, promised more revelations. The second, a smaller, more peculiar one, bore handwriting that seemed to waver, hinting at a different kind of ending. The rational part of his mind, the part trained by decades of assessing risk and calculating probabilities, tried desperately to insist that he was experiencing some form of profound breakdown. Grief, he told himself, coupled with the numbing effects of alcohol, had surely combined to conjure these elaborate delusions, connecting random, tragic events into patterns of sinister meaning. But the deeper, more primitive part of his consciousness, the part that had recognized the raw, ancient hunger in the creature's eyes, knew better. Something was indeed hunting through these captured moments. a malevolent presence that used his very act of observation as a form of permission, a catalyst for its activation. The idea for the journey to the distant continent had been his late wife's, conceived as a belated celebration of their 5th wedding anniversary. It had been financed by a modest inheritance from her grandmother, a fleeting gift that promised respite and renewal. 3 weeks, meticulously planned, touring the ancient cities of Europe, staying in quaint bed and breakfasts and small, charming hotels, collecting memories against the growing, unsettling awareness that their marriage was slowly, subtly, becoming something performed rather than truly lived. The widower remembered the trip now as a series of increasingly strained attempts at intimacy. They had argued, he recalled, over itineraries, over accommodations, over money, over the labyrinthine logistics of travel. They had argued over everything, in fact, except the real, unspoken issue that hung between them, heavy and pervasive, like a thick fog over a still lake. 5 years of marriage, 3 years of trying and failing to conceive a child. And they were no closer to truly understanding each other than they had been on their wedding day. Yet, they had documented the trip extensively. As always, his late wife, ever the archivist of their life, had insisted on photographing every ancient cathedral, every renowned museum, every fleeting meal, every spectacular sunset, every single moment that might, in the retrospective lens of memory, someday seem precious. The slides, he suspected, would offer a visual chronicle of their progressive disillusionment. He anticipated seeing the subtle ways their smiles had become more forced as the journey wore on, the increasing, almost imperceptible distance they maintained between each other in the captured frames, the way happiness had transformed from a natural experience into something they consciously performed for the camera. That evening, as the rain drummed a steady, monotonous rhythm against the kitchen windows, and the wind rattled the old frames with restless urgency, the widower finally approached the 4th carousel. He had been drinking steadily since morning, not enough to incapacitate himself, but sufficient to dull the sharp edges of his fear, to wrap his perception in a soft, hazy shroud. The whiskey, he knew, no longer offered genuine solace, but it provided a familiar ritual, a way of marking the relentless passage of time while he gathered the last vestiges of his courage for whatever horrifying revelations awaited him. The carousel felt heavier than the others, its weight a physical manifestation of the memories and hidden truths it contained, requiring both hands to lift it from its dusty storage case. The slides rattled softly within their individual slots, a dry, unsettling whisper of celluloid and forgotten light, and the widower found himself counting them obsessively, a desperate attempt to impose order on the encroaching chaos. 57, 58, 59. More slides than any of the previous carousels. A testament to 3 full weeks of travel across multiple ancient countries. He loaded the carousel with hands that, surprisingly, no longer trembled. He had moved beyond mere nervousness, he realized, into a state of fatalistic calm, a numb acceptance of the inevitable. Whatever the photographs revealed, whatever impossible truths they documented, he would face them now. With the same methodical precision he had once applied to complex insurance investigations. Evidence was evidence, he reasoned, regardless of how profoundly it challenged his conventional understanding of reality. The first image bloomed across the white screen. A rectangle of harsh, projected light against the darkened wall. It was a scene of himself and his late wife outside an ancient abbey, posed awkwardly against its weathered Gothic stonework under a sky that promised, but had not yet delivered, rain. It was a cold October in a bustling European capital, filled with tourists bundled in thick coats and scarves, moving through the historic city with the determined, almost desperate, efficiency of people trying to absorb every sight, every experience, before the harsh realities of winter settled over the northern hemisphere. The widower and his wife looked strained in the photograph, their smiles forced, uncomfortable, almost brittle. 5 years of marriage had taught them, or perhaps conditioned them, to perform happiness for external consumption. But the performance, he now saw with chilling clarity, was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. They stood together, yes, but somehow subtly separate, like actors who had forgotten their individual motivations for the scene they were playing. Their connection more a matter of proximity than true intimacy. But the widower's attention went immediately to the background, his gaze meticulously scanning the crowds of bustling tourists for the familiar, unsettling figure. There, partially obscured by a family with small children, stood the thing that wore his face. It was distant still, a faint, almost subliminal presence, but unmistakably there, a shadowy anomaly in the vibrant tapestry of the scene. It was watching them. He knew, with that characteristic, unnerving patience that spoke of predatory calculation, of an ancient, cold intellect biding its time. Click. The projector advanced. The new image transported him to a bustling European capital, to a sidewalk cafe where they had sat in awkward, stilted silence over glasses of local wine and smouldering cigarettes. A desperate, futile attempt to recapture the easy intimacy of their earlier years. The photograph showed them at a small, ornate table. His late wife's attention was focused on something beyond the camera's frame, her gaze distant, abstracted. The widower, in turn, studied the menu with a forced, almost rigid concentration. Neither of them was looking at the other, their body language a silent, eloquent testimony to people who had simply run out of things to say to each other. The figure stood among the evening strollers, closer now, a more distinct shape in the shifting light and shadow. The coat, he noticed again, seemed to absorb rather than reflect the soft glow of the streetlights, a void in the illumination. The hands, pale and strangely elongated, hung at unnatural angles, the suggestion of a face, increasingly recognizable as his own, yet subtly distorted, refined into something that hungered for outcomes beyond any human understanding, was more apparent. Click. The projector hummed once more. The image shifted to an ancient European city, the colossal structure of a massive ancient arena at sunset, with crowds of tourists arranged along the viewing platforms like offerings to some ancient, forgotten god. The widower and his late wife stood near the center of the frame, dwarfed by the massive, time-worn stonework. Their expressions suggested people who were, despite themselves, deeply impressed by the sheer weight of accumulated history, by the palpable presence of centuries of human endeavor and decay. The figure had moved closer still. It stood directly behind a group of elderly tourists, so close that its shadow should have fallen across their shoulders. but the lighting in the photograph remained impossibly natural and undisturbed, defying the laws of optics. The widower could see its face clearly now, illuminated by the fading light. His own features, stretched and elongated, wore an expression of malevolent interest that made his skin crawl. A profound, ancient wrongness that settled deep in his bones. His late wife appeared in the foreground, her profile turned towards the ancient arena, one hand raised to shield her eyes from the setting sun. She looked beautiful in the golden light, younger than her years, ethereal, but there was something in her posture, he now noticed, that suggested a subtle withdrawal, an almost imperceptible pulling away, as if she were already beginning to disappear from their shared life, to recede into a place he could not follow. The widower advanced through the remaining slides with a mounting dread that felt like a physical weight in his chest, watching the figure move steadily closer with each progressing image, its presence growing more substantial, more defined. In a historic art city, it stood beside them at a renowned art gallery, motionless among the crowds of art lovers and tourists, a chilling statue come to life. In a city of canals, it appeared in the background of their gondola ride, standing on a bridge with that characteristic, unsettling stillness, while everything else in the scene moved with the natural rhythms of water and wind. By the time he reached the photographs from their final week in Italy, the figure was no longer maintaining its distant, subtle observation. It appeared in every single image, sometimes partially concealed by the flow of people, by the angles of ancient buildings, but increasingly bold, increasingly prominent, as if growing stronger, more real, with each observation, each moment of acknowledgement. The widower continued his terrifying journey through the remaining slides of their European journey, a mounting dread settling like a heavy shroud around his heart, eclipsing the last vestiges of rational thought. Each click of the remote was a small act of self-immolation, burning away a piece of his peace of mind with the light of another impossible image. He saw them, his younger self and his late wife, standing side by side in a renowned art gallery in a historic art city, a part of a hushed crowd of art lovers and curious tourists. The figure was there too, a silent, unmoving sentinel, a chilling statue come to life, its presence a stark, cold anomaly amidst the vibrant human activity. Then, a scene in a city of canals, themselves gently drifting in a gondola-like boat, the ancient waterways reflecting the soft, muted light of the sky. The figure, a dark smudge against the old stone, appeared in the background, standing on a bridge, maintaining its characteristic, unsettling stillness, while everything else in the scene, the gentle lapping of water, the soft murmur of distant voices, the subtle sway of their boat moved with the natural rhythms of life. As he reached the photographs from their final week in that ancient land, the figure no longer maintained its distant, subtle observation. Its approach had become relentless, a slow, inexorable advance, a predator closing in on its unwitting prey. It appeared in every single image, sometimes partially concealed by the flow of people, by the angles of ancient buildings, but increasingly bold, increasingly prominent, as if growing stronger, more substantial, with each observation, each moment of chilling acknowledgement. Its presence was no longer a background anomaly, but a core element, a malignant anchor in the tableau of their memories. Then, the final slide. It arrived with a soft, mechanical click that seemed to echo in the profound silence of the room, and the image that bloomed across the white canvas stopped his breath entirely. It was the interior of their hotel room in the historic art city, photographed from the doorway while they slept. The image was grainy, overexposed, shrouded in a sickly, yellowish cast, suggesting it had been taken without flash, in minimal, ambient light. His late wife lay on her side, her back to the camera, her body a soft, vulnerable curve beneath the thin bedsheet. He could discern the subtle, rhythmic rise and fall of the fabric, the quiet testament to her sleeping breaths. He himself was barely visible, a mere shadow beneath the covers, a formless mass lost in the deep sleep of exhaustion. But standing beside the bed, close enough to reach out and touch them, was the figure, no longer distant, no longer partially concealed. It loomed over their sleeping forms with the patient, terrifying stillness of something that had been watching them for a very, very long time. Its presence was not that of a ghost, a fleeting impression, but of something solid, tactile, occupying the space with an unsettling, undeniable reality. The face was fully visible now, and it was unmistakably his own. Not precisely as he knew it, but changed, refined, sharpened, as if someone had taken his features and edited them for maximum predatory efficiency. The skin possessed that translucent quality, hinting at bones beneath tissue-thin flesh. The eyes were dark holes, not reflecting light but absorbing it, pulling at his vision with a physical force, a silent, gravitational void that threatened to swallow his very consciousness. The mouth was slightly open, revealing teeth arranged in too many rows, sharp and white as fresh bone, a chilling mockery of human dentition. And the hands were positioned above his late wife's sleeping form, fingers spread, not in a gesture of affection or comfort, but as if preparing to caress or, perhaps, to strangle. They seemed to hover, poised to draw something essential, something vital, from her dreaming body while she lay unconscious, utterly vulnerable, a silent sacrifice. The widower stared at the image until his eyes burned, a dry, aching sensation that mirrored the desolation in his soul. This photograph, he knew with a terrible, absolute certainty, should not exist. He had no memory of anyone taking it, no recollection of setting up the camera's timer, no explanation for this intimate and profoundly unsettling documentation of their most private, most vulnerable moments. Who had been in their hotel room that night, who had stood in the doorway, a silent, unseen witness, capturing their vulnerability while they slept, while their defenses were down, and why was the thing, the monstrous reflection of himself, feeding on his late wife? The question hung heavy in the air, a cold, inescapable truth that coiled in the pit of his stomach, demanding answers he was not ready to confront. The counter on the projection machine now read 61 slides, a number that hung in the air like a cold, impossible whisper, defying the 59 he had loaded. The widower did not advance to those impossible extras. He had seen enough, understood enough, to recognize that each additional viewing, each deliberate act of focusing his gaze, seemed to infuse whatever malevolent entity was bound within the mechanism with a horrifying, palpable strength. His attention, his unwitting acknowledgement, served as its sustenance a dark, insidious fuel. He remained seated in the profound, suffocating darkness of the dining room, his eyes fixed on the lingering image on the screen. The grainy, overexposed interior of their hotel room in the historic art city, his late wife's vulnerable sleeping form, and the thing, his own face, yet utterly alien in its intent looming over her. The scene was burned into his mind, an unwelcome guest in his most private thoughts, refusing to yield its horrifying clarity. He swallowed. A dry, rasping sound that felt unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence, listening to the soft, rhythmic hum of the projector's fan. It was a mechanical breathing, the only sound that dared to interrupt the house's heavy quiet, the only testament to time's relentless, distorted passage. This creature, this monstrous reflection of himself, had not merely been observing, it had been hunting. Hunting through the shared past captured in those fragile pieces of celluloid, preying on moments of unguarded intimacy, of unsuspecting joy. It consumed not flesh, but something far more insidious, the essence of observation itself, the profound validation of its own existence. And with each carousel he viewed, with each image that brought its twisted visage closer, it had grown stronger, more substantial, more terrifyingly real. He now understood, with a clarity that felt like a physical blow, that this entity, this unspeakable thing, had been systematically, methodically, reaping a harvest. It had been killing everyone who appeared in those photographs, one by one, after their captured images had passed before his very eyes. Her closest friend, his brother-in-law, his cousin, all gone, all taken after their quiet presences had been unveiled through the lens. A cold certainty, heavier than any grief he had yet experienced, settled deep within his chest, turning his heart to lead. His late wife, he realized with a sickening jolt, had known. She had known about this creature, about its parasitic existence, its slow, inexorable harvest. The thought was a bitter poison, turning everything he believed about their shared life, their intimacy, their history, into a grotesque mockery. Miriam, his Miriam, the woman who meticulously documented their lives, who believed in preserving perfect moments, had not merely been a passive victim. No, the horrifying truth called tighter, she had been an accomplice. The projection machine, he now understood. She had left it for him to find. Along with these carousels, each a coiled spring of latent terror, not as a cruel jest, not as an elaborate, posthumous revenge, but as a legacy, an inheritance, a continuation. This wasn't just a record of their shared past. It was an unfolding narrative of something else entirely, something ancient, something insatiably hungry, that had been lurking in the periphery of their marriage for decades. It had fed on moments of vulnerability, on unsuspecting happiness, growing stronger, more defined, with each passing year, each silent observation. It had woven itself into the very fabric of their lives, an unseen, malignant thread in the tapestry of their domesticity. And now, with her death, its attention, its ravenous hunger, had finally turned to him. The realization was a heavy, suffocating blanket, pinning him to his chair, still staring at the faint, lingering image on the screen. He was the next target, the final harvest. Every viewing, every click, every moment of his horrified attention had been a step towards this inevitable, terrifying conclusion. Miriam had left him not a mystery to solve, but a burden to inherit. The final carousel, he thought, remained on the shelf, waiting patiently in the shadows. It was different from the others. Its label scrawled in a hasty, trembling hand that spoke of desperation, of a mind pushed to its limits. It hinted at a date range that stretched into the present, a chilling testament to the creature's enduring, escalating presence. That, he decided, would wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would confront whatever final horrors it held, whatever ultimate revelation it promised. Tonight, he would seek a temporary, albeit fragile, escape. He would drink until the edges of his consciousness blurred, until the terrifying clarity of the last image faded into the softer, more manageable mists of induced sleep. He would try not to dream. Try not to dream of figures pressing against windows, their translucent forms barely visible in the deepening gloom, of eyes that were dark, hungry holes, of faces that wore his own features, but harbored intentions utterly alien, utterly predatory. He would try not to dream of sleeping people, unknowingly watched, unknowingly drained by something that had been patiently waiting for him to finally, truly see it. The final carousel on the shelf was unlike any of the others, where the late wife's precise, meticulous hand had labelled the earlier sets. This one bore signs of profound haste, the letters slightly shaky, as if written by someone whose grip on certainty, or perhaps on reality itself, had begun to loosen. The label, barely legible, read, "Final viewing from the year of 83 to the unsettling 2025. The script deteriorating as it progressed, becoming an almost illegible scrawl towards the very end. The widower had diligently avoided this last repository of captured light for too long. Agonizing days, ever since viewing the images of their grand tour across distant lands, ever since discovering the malevolent entity feeding on his late wife's sleeping form. The vision had haunted him. It lingered in the quiet corners of his mind, not just for its impossibility, but for the chilling implications it held about the true nature of their shared life. How many years had that thing been silently watching them? How long had it been drawing sustenance, an unseen parasite, from their most intimate, unguarded moments, from the very essence of their dreaming minds? The thought was a cold, alien presence, curdling his blood. The family friend, his cousin, had died only the previous morning. The family friend's wife had called with the news, her voice a fragile whisper of tears and shock, while the widower sat at his kitchen table, staring at coffee that had gone cold hours earlier, untouched. The doctors, he knew, would speak of cardiac arrest, brought on by the stress of the family friend's mysterious screaming episode. But the widower knew better. He knew with a dreadful, undeniable certainty that the creature had claimed another victim, another person, once vibrant and trusting, who had appeared in those photographs with expressions of contentment and peace, utterly unaware that something malevolent wore his own features while studying them with a predatory, patient calculation. 3 deaths now, her closest friend, his wife's brother, his cousin, all gone. All of them people who had been captured in moments of vulnerability, their faces bright with laughter or serene in sleep, while the creature watched from the periphery, lurking in shadows and backgrounds. Each observation, each unwitting acknowledgement of its insidious presence seemed to strengthen it, making it more substantial, more terrifyingly real. But this final carousel, this last, desperate testament to his late wife's grim project, promised something different entirely. The date range, stretching 42 years from the known past into an unsettling future, defied all logic, all understanding of linear time. How was such a thing possible? And what, in the name of all that was sanity-shattering, would it reveal about the creature's ultimate, horrifying intentions? The widower approached the projection machine with the fatalistic calm of someone walking towards his own execution. He had been drinking steadily for days, a desperate attempt to dull the raw edges of his fear. But the alcohol no longer offered solace. If anything, it merely heightened his perceptions, making him acutely aware of the house's unnatural silence, the way shadows seemed to shift and writhe independently of their sources, clinging to the corners of his vision like unseen, hungry things. The carousel felt lighter than the others, containing only 12 slides, according to his quick, practiced count. But the widower had learned not to trust his own counts. He had come to expect impossible additions, images that shouldn't exist, documenting moments that had never, could never, have been photographed by human hands. He loaded the carousel with hands that moved automatically, muscle memory taking over, while his conscious mind struggled to prepare for whatever final, shattering revelations awaited. The slides clicked into place with mechanical precision, each sound a tiny, inevitable step towards the precipice. And as the whirring of the fan began, a soft, hypnotic hum in the encroaching darkness, the widower found himself wondering if this would be the last time he performed this ritual, this dark liturgy of light and shadow. After tonight, would there be anyone left to view the photographs, or would the creature, now fully empowered, finally step out of the shadows, abandoning its subtle predation for more direct, more visceral forms of consumption? The first image bloomed across the screen, a silent, stark apparition in the dim room, and the widower felt his breath catch in his throat. It showed himself and his late wife in their living room, circa a specific year in the early 1980s. Judging by the familiar furniture and their apparent youthful ages. But this was not a photograph from any family gathering or joyous occasion he could recall. It was taken from outside the house, through the front window, showing them in an unguarded moment of domestic intimacy. His late wife sat on the couch, reading a book, one hand absently stroking his hair as he dozed, his head resting in her lap. The lighting was soft and natural, the kind of golden afternoon glow that made ordinary moments seem precious, ephemeral. They looked content, genuinely happy, in a way that starkly contradicted the widower's own fractured, increasingly unreliable memories of their marriage during those early years. But then he saw it. Standing behind the couch, clearly visible in the reflection of the window glass, was the creature, no longer lurking in distant backgrounds, no longer maintaining its tentative distance. It now occupied their living space with a casual, chilling possession, as if it belonged there, as if it had always belonged there. The face, its terrible visage, was undeniably his own. Yet the expression was utterly alien, a chilling mixture of hunger and profound satisfaction that spoke of a predator observing its unsuspecting prey. The widower stared at the image, trying desperately to remember that specific afternoon. Had his late wife truly been reading to him? Had they shared that kind of easy, unconscious intimacy? His memories of their marriage, filtered through decades of disappointment and the emotional fog that had descended after her diagnosis, were increasingly unreliable, fragmented, but the creature's unsettling presence in the reflection, its unblinking gaze, suggested this had not been a private moment at all. Something had been watching them even then, in the golden light of a long past afternoon, documenting their vulnerability, feeding on their unconscious trust, even before he knew such a thing was possible. Click. The next image showed their sleeping chamber, captured from the doorway sometime in the middle of a specific decade in the 1980s. They lay in their customary positions, the late wife on her side, facing away from the unseen observer, her breathing a gentle, rhythmic hum beneath the bed coverings. The widower himself was a vague shadow, sprawled on his back, one arm flung across his face in the deep unconsciousness of slumber. The photograph was grainy, overexposed, suggesting it had been taken without the jarring intrusion of a flash in the minimal light that filtered into the room. Yet, the creature stood beside the bed, closer than it had ever appeared before, close enough that its shadow should have fallen across their sleeping forms, but the lighting remained unnervingly natural, undisturbed, as if the entity itself absorbed all ambient light. The widower could discern every detail now, with a clarity that both repulsed and hypnotized him. The translucent quality of its skin, stretched and elongated versions of his own familiar features, seemed to hum with an unearthly energy. The hands, hanging at impossible angles, fingers moving in subtle, almost imperceptible patterns above their vulnerable, dreaming bodies. It was feeding, he realized, a cold dread blossoming in his chest, not on their flesh, but on something far more essential, something that could be drawn from sleeping minds without waking the dreamer, extracted through processes that left no physical evidence, yet drained vitality in ways that conventional medicine would never detect, never even recognize. Click. The horrifying progression continued through the following decade, the 1990s. The creature appeared with increasing frequency and boldness. It was there in their kitchen while they ate their morning meal, a silent, uninvited guest. It stood behind their dining table during dinner parties, its presence a cold undercurrent beneath the forced laughter and casual conversation. It lurked in corners while they entertained friends and colleagues who remained completely, tragically unaware of its insidious presence. In each successive image, it grew more substantial, more defined, as if gaining power, gaining substance through its extended, dedicated observation. The widower recognized some of the faces from those long-past dinner parties, a close family friend and her late husband, his late wife's brother, various colleagues and neighbors who had drifted in and out of their social circle over the years, all of them now dead or dying. He realized with a fresh wave of horror, all of them captured in moments of laughter and conversation, while something malevolent studied them with predatory, patient calculation. The creature's attention, he understood, wasn't focused solely on him and his late wife. It watched their guests with equal, chilling intensity, cataloguing their vulnerabilities, their unguarded moments, their fleeting expressions of contentment and trust. It was building a list. The widower realized a cold, terrible list, identifying targets for a future harvest. A silent, unseen reaper moving through their lives. Click. The year was now on the cusp of a new millennium. 2000, based on the digital clock visible, stark against the bedroom wall. Their sleeping chamber again. But this time the image showed more than just sleeping figures. His late wife lay on her side, her back to the camera, but her eyes were open, staring directly at the creature that stood beside their bed. Her expression was not one of fear or surprise, but of profound recognition, of quiet acknowledgement. She could see it. She had always been able to see it. The realization struck the widower with the force of a physical blow, recontextualizing everything he thought he understood about their long, intricate marriage. His late wife had known about the creature from the very beginning, had been aware of his chilling presence during all those years when he, in his mundane blindness, remained utterly oblivious to its existence. But why hadn't she told him? Why had she allowed it to continue its observations, its silent feeding, its gradual, horrifying collection of victims from among their closest friends and dearest family? The questions screamed in his mind, echoing in the unnatural silence of the darkened room. Click. The next slide, a brutal, unwelcome revelation, provided part of the answer. It showed his late wife in her basement darkroom, working alone in the red-tinted light that transformed the space into something otherworldly, something ritualistic. But she wasn't developing ordinary photographs. The images hanging from lines around the room, still damp, showed people the widower recognized the close family friend, his late wife's brother, his cousin, others from their dwindling social circle, but changed, distorted, their features elongated and strange, their essence subtly twisted. And standing behind his late wife, close enough to touch her shoulder, was the creature. But its posture was different now, less predatory and more collaborative, less a hunter and more a partner. Its hands rested on her shoulders in a gesture that suggested partnership rather than domination, shared purpose rather than inflicted terror. His late wife looked up from her work, her face turned toward the camera with an expression the widower had never seen before in their 4 decades together. It was a chilling mixture of triumph and terrible sadness. The look of someone who had made an impossible, cosmic choice and was living, perhaps even embracing, the horrifying consequences. She wasn't the creature's victim. She was its collaborator. Click. The revelations continued, each image a fresh wound, a deeper plunge into a nightmare he was now forced to inhabit. His late wife was shown working with the creature, a silent, chilling partnership, to select targets, to identify moments of maximum vulnerability, to bind their essences, their very souls, to the photographs through processes that clearly required both technical skill and forces far beyond conventional understanding. The illness that had slowly, relentlessly consumed his late wife, the cancer that had stolen her from him, wasn't random misfortune. It was payment. Each binding, each ritualistic capture of a soul required sacrifice, and his late wife had been feeding pieces of herself to the creature, trading her life force, her very existence, for the ability to reach beyond death, to continue influencing events through these supernatural intermediaries. A chilling, perverse legacy. The final slide. It showed the widower himself, asleep in their shared bed just weeks ago, shortly after his late wife's funeral, but he was not alone. The creature stood beside him, and its face, its terrifying, evolving face, was no longer merely a distorted version of his own. The features had refined themselves into something purely predatory, something that had fed for so long on human essence, on stolen moments and unconscious trust, that it no longer needed to maintain the pretense of humanity. The eyes were black holes that seemed to pull at his vision with a physical, gravitational force, threatening to drag him into their terrifying depths. The mouth was slightly open, revealing rows of teeth, too many rows, sharp and white as fresh bone, belonging to something that fed on substances more essential, more fundamental than mere flesh. But most disturbing of all was the expression, an expression of profound anticipation, of insatiable hunger finally approaching satiation. The creature had been patient for decades, collecting victims through careful observation and his late wife's chilling technical assistance. But now, with her death, it was ready for the final harvest. The widower himself was the ultimate target. Everyone else had been mere practice, preparation for the inevitable moment when it would claim the life it had been studying most closely, feeding from most consistently, understanding most completely. The counter now read 13 slides, though he had loaded only 12. The widower's finger trembled on the remote control, knowing with a dreadful certainty that this final, impossible image, the 13th slide, would show him something he wasn't prepared to see, something that would complete the terrifying pattern that had been building through all the previous carousels. But he had to know. Curiosity, a fatal flaw and a driving force throughout his life, had always been his greatest weakness, the character trait that had led him, an insurance adjuster, to this moment of terrible, irreversible revelation. Click. The final slide bloomed across the screen, an apparition of stark, unflinching truth. It showed the basement workshop in perfect, chilling detail, revealing his late wife's secret project in its full, terrifying scope. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, documenting decades of observations and collections. But these weren't the mass-produced images from the carousels. These were the originals, the source material from which the creature had drawn its power, its very existence. And at the center of the room, surrounded by arcane equipment that belonged to no earthly photographic tradition, sat the widower himself, not asleep, not unaware, but conscious and willing. His hands were positioned on controls that seemed to blend mechanical and organic elements, pulsing with an unseen energy. His eyes were focused on a screen that showed images of people he'd never met, places he'd never visited, moments that belonged to futures yet to be experienced, yet to be harvested. The creature stood behind him, no longer separate, no longer other. Its hands rested on his shoulders with a casual, chilling possession, a proprietor's touch. And when the widower, in the photograph, looked up from the controls, his face wore the same expression of terrible satisfaction that had marked his late wife's features in the earlier slides. He was not the final victim. He was the replacement. The revelation struck him with the force of complete, annihilating understanding. His late wife hadn't left him the projection machine as a cruel joke or an elaborate revenge. She'd left it as an inheritance, a legacy that would allow their partnership, their terrible collaboration, to continue beyond her death. The creature needed human collaboration, human hands, human perception to function in the physical world. It needed someone who could operate cameras and develop photographs, who could identify targets and create opportunities for observation, for feeding. The widower had been chosen, trained through decades of marriage to someone who understood the deeper, darker mysteries of light and shadow, prepared through careful, insidious exposure to accept truths that would have utterly destroyed a less thoroughly conditioned mind. The basement workshop was real. It existed in their very home, waiting for him to discover it, to accept his role in the creature's eternal harvest. All he had to do was descend the stairs, walk into the red-tinted glow, and take his place at the controls, and the feeding could begin again. The widower sat in the darkness for a long, immeasurable time, staring at the final image, understanding finally why the creature had worn his face from the very beginning. It hadn't merely been observing him, it had been becoming him, learning his mannerisms and expressions, preparing to replace him when the time came for transition, for a new host. But the choice, he knew, was still his. He could accept the inheritance, descend to the basement, and take his place in the supernatural partnership that had sustained itself through multiple generations, across countless lives. Or he could reject it, destroy the projection machine, burn it to ashes as his late wife's enigmatic notebook had once suggested, and face whatever consequences followed from breaking a cycle that had been decades in the making, centuries in its ancient hunger. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed midnight, its deep, resonant tones marking the precise beginning of another day in a life that no longer felt entirely his own. Somewhere in the quiet house, he could hear the basement door creaking open, a soft, inviting groan, as if beckoning him to discover what his late wife had left behind, what terrible purpose awaited him. The widower closed his eyes, trying to remember who he'd been before the photographs, before the revelations, before the terrible, all-consuming understanding that had transformed him from victim to inheritor. But that person felt like someone he'd known once and lost touch with, someone who'd existed in a simpler, more mundane world, where light was just light, and shadows fell in predictable, comforting directions. The choice awaited him in the basement, a silent, hungry presence. And despite everything he'd learned, despite every primal instinct that warned him away, the widower knew with a chilling certainty that he would make it. But for one final moment, the insurance adjuster in him, the practical man of probabilities and risk assessment, reasserted itself. 34 years of calculating probability and weighing evidence against outcome. What were the odds that he could truly walk away? What were the consequences of each possible decision if he destroyed the projector, burned it as his late wife's notebook had suggested? He would lose every photograph, every memory, every tangible proof that their marriage had ever existed. He would live, but hollow, breathing, but spiritually empty, forever wondering if any of it had been real, if his love had been anything more than an illusion. If he descended to the basement, accepted the inheritance she'd left him, he would become something else entirely, not victim, but collaborator, not observer, but active participant in a harvest that had already claimed a close family friend, his late wife's brother, his cousin, and countless others he'd never even know about. The mathematics were impossible, terrifyingly so. Both choices led to forms of death, the death of memory or the death of self. Both offered forms of survival, the preservation of life or the preservation of purpose. But as the widower sat there, trying with all his logical might to apply rational analysis to supernatural circumstances, he realized with a cold, definitive clarity that the calculation had been made for him decades ago. Every carousel he'd viewed, every photograph he'd studied, every moment he'd spent trying to understand the impossible, all of it had been preparation for this final, ultimate choice. His late wife had been training him for 43 years. Curiosity had always been his greatest weakness and his greatest strength. He stood up, leaving the projection machine humming its soft, hypnotic tune in the darkness, and walked toward the basement door, into the waiting silence. As the last whisper of this final tale fades, we are left with the quiet dread of what lies just beyond the veil of the ordinary. 8 stories, each a gentle reminder that the world is often far stranger and far more hungry than we dare to imagine. The uncanny lurks in the familiar, waiting for recognition, for an invitation, and sometimes in the soft hum of the night or the quiet click of a machine. You might just hear its call, sleep now, if you can, and wonder what other unseen eyes might be watching, what subtle truths await your own discovery. The night, after all, is always listening.